To become a member of the Transcendent Circle, this was the dream of many across the multiverse. But for beings like Mephisto, this aspiration was now a desperate plea for survival. The Transcendent's mission was clear: eliminate Yi Bai. Yet, it was a task that had proven insurmountable for the multiverse's so-called gods. Mephisto, whose cunning often exceeded his power, had made a grave miscalculation. He had dared to bargain with the Transcendent, believing he could outwit or appeal to this being far beyond his comprehension. Now, facing the Transcendent's disdain, Mephisto found himself trembling. "Do you wish to die?" The Transcendent's voice cut through the void with chilling calm. Mephisto flinched. The weight of those words crushed any remaining pretense of confidence. Still, he clung to a glimmer of hope. "Master Transcendent, please have mercy," Mephisto pleaded, his tone pitiable. "I swear, I never intended to fail you. Save me, and I will do whatever it takes to redeem myself." The Transcendent's expression remained cold, his gaze unyielding. "Your failure is your own doing," he replied sharply. "Tell me, why do you believe you deserve to live?" Mephisto stammered, his voice faltering under the weight of the Transcendent's disdain. "You squandered the opportunity one gave you, and now you expect me to clean up your mess," the Transcendent continued, his tone laced with contempt. "Your incompetence has cost me valuable time, and worse, you've proven to be as useless as the other so-called gods of the multiverse." Mephisto's face burned with shame, his usual sly demeanor shattered. Yet, his survival instincts refused to let him give up. "But Master Transcendent, you sent us to confront Yi Bai." Mephisto protested, his desperation breaking through. "You gave us the mission to recover the heart of the universe. How can you blame me when the task was impossible from the start?" The Transcendent's gaze darkened, and an oppressive silence followed. When he finally spoke, his words cut deeper than any blade. "I provided you with knowledge, nothing more," the Transcendent said, his tone icy. "Your ambition is your own undoing. Instead of approaching this challenge with caution, you allowed your greed to blind you. Do not mistake my guidance for your salvation." Mephisto quivered under the weight of the Transcendent's judgment. He opened his mouth to speak but found himself unable to refute the harsh truth. "Master, please," Mephisto cried out. "If you save me, I will make it right. I'll find a way to destroy Yi Bai and retrieve the heart of the universe." The Transcendent's lips curled into a mocking smile. "With your current state," he scoffed, "you're a shadow of what you claim to be, Mephisto. Do you truly believe you have the strength to challenge Yi Bai, let alone survive another encounter with him?" Mephisto shrank under the Transcendent's gaze. He knew he lacked the power, but he also knew that admitting defeat would seal his fate. "I can still be of use," Mephisto insisted, grasping at straws. "Even if I must crawl, I will find a way to redeem myself in your eyes." The Transcendent shook his head, his patience wearing thin. "You fail to understand," he said. "Your existence is insignificant to me. You're nothing more than a pawn, disposable, replaceable, and unworthy of my time." Mephisto's heart sank as he realized the truth. The Transcendent would not intervene on his behalf. To this omnipotent being, Mephisto's life held no more value than a fleeting shadow. "You gods of the multiverse," the Transcendent added, his voice dripping with disdain, "are all the same. Loud in your boasts, but empty in your actions. Your failures are predictable, yet somehow still disappointing." Mephisto's shoulders slumped, his bravado completely extinguished. He could do nothing but accept the Transcendent's harsh judgment. For the Transcendent, Mephisto's demise was inconsequential. The plan to retrieve the heart of the universe and eliminate Yi Bai would proceed, with or without this pitiful devil. As the Transcendent turned away, Mephisto was left to ponder his fate, an existence consumed by ambition, now teetering on the edge of oblivion. For beings like the Transcendent, the multiverse was nothing more than a stage. And on this stage, players like Mephisto were mere props, discarded the moment they ceased to be useful. Even as Mephisto begged for mercy, the Transcendent's indifference remained absolute. Some battles are won, others lost, but for the Transcendent, the game continued, and the script would unfold exactly as he intended. The Transcendent, a being far beyond the comprehension of ordinary gods, ruled over his domain with an aura of absolute authority. Despite having countless capable followers and powerful beings under his command, he rarely relied on them. He preferred to manipulate and use others as pawns in his intricate games. He was a maverick, a ruler who required no counsel or assistance, because his power alone was sufficient to shape the cosmos. This independence was the essence of his dominance and his script, the grand plan he orchestrated to entertain himself. For the Transcendent, life was a series of games, and his joy came from making others dance to his tune. Yi Bai, the protagonist in his latest script, was a particularly intriguing piece on the board. The Transcendent found Yi Bai fascinating, a mortal who refused to bow, who dared to wield the heart of the universe, a power even gods coveted. Yi Bai's resilience burned brightly in the eyes of the Transcendent, a rare spark of defiance that captured his interest. This one is different, the Transcendent mused to himself, a faint smile crossing his lips. He makes the game worth playing. Meanwhile, Mephisto was ensnared in a prison of illusions created by Yi by using the heart of the universe. Trapped within a conjured version of his own demonic palace, the Devil Lord found himself helpless, a pawn crushed by the sheer ingenuity of his adversary. Mephisto raged internally, fear clouding his thoughts. If I face Yi Bai again, I'll be obliterated, he muttered. The colorful, radiant light emanating from Yi Bai's body, infused with the power of the heart of the universe, haunted Mephisto's memory. He couldn't afford to face Yi Bai again, not without help. And so, he turned to the one being who could save him, the Transcendent. Master Transcendent. Mephisto pleaded, his voice trembling. Please save me. I can still be of use to you. I'll face Yi Bai again, I swear. The Transcendent remained silent for a long moment, his expression inscrutable. When he finally spoke, his words were laced with disdain. Do you truly believe you have a chance against Yi Bai in your current state? He asked, his tone calm yet cutting. You failed once and will fail again. Your illusions, your schemes, they mean nothing to the power of the heart of the universe. Mephisto swallowed hard, but he pressed on. Master, please. If you help me now, I'll find a way to uncover more about Yi Bai's power. I'll extract the secrets of the heart of the universe for you. The Transcendent's gaze bore into Mephisto, his disdain palpable. You, a creature of manipulation and deceit, dare to presume you can challenge a force like Yi Bai? You're nothing but a shadow, a whisper of ambition with no substance. Mephisto flinched at the harsh words but forced himself to respond. Master Transcendent, I'm not asking for forgiveness, I'm asking for a chance. Leave me here, and my strength will drain until I'm nothing. But if you save me, I can still be your tool, your instrument in this grand game. The Transcendent's lips curled into a faint smirk. Do not mistake your desperation for utility. You're a pawn, Mephisto. Replaceable, expendable. Your survival is of no consequence to me. Mephisto felt his heart sink. He had always prided himself on his cunning, his ability to twist even the most dire situations to his advantage. But now, standing before the Transcendent, he realized just how insignificant he truly was. Still, he clung to hope. Master, I swear, I'll prove my worth. I'll do whatever it takes to make up for my failure. Just give me this one chance. The Transcendent remained silent for a long time, his gaze distant as if contemplating something far beyond Mephisto's understanding. Then, finally, he spoke. Do not presume to instruct me, Mephisto, the Transcendent said, his voice low and menacing. Your life is a flicker in the infinite expanse of my existence. Speak another word out of turn, and I'll extinguish that flicker without a second thought. Mephisto fell silent, his fear overwhelming. He had no choice but to wait, his fate resting entirely in the hands of the Transcendent. The Transcendent, meanwhile, turned his attention back to the script he was writing. Whether Mephisto lived or died was inconsequential to him. The only thing that mattered was the game, and Yi Bai was the most intriguing piece on the board. For the Transcendent, this was merely the beginning.
Hello everyone, and welcome to another video of FanFic Canon. Before we dive in, I want to remind you to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy our content. It really helps a lot. Also, don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments section below. Let's get started.
Mephisto was stunned all of a sudden, he didn't know how to react. After all, this was the first time he saw him, and it really made people feel very anxious. And Mephisto never had the opportunity to talk to the Transcendent before, but now because of this incident, Mephisto has also been in dialogue with the Transcendent for a long time, and Mephisto also feels surprised. The Transcender is a big-time figure that he can't touch. Don't dare, I dare not dare you to give me the courage. Mephisto panicked. How could he say such things? How could he teach Transcendents to do things? Isn't this looking for death? Unless he wants to die sooner. Blame Yi Bai for being too cunning, deliberately leading me here. If he wasn't too cunning, maybe he is dead now, and I still have the heart of the universe. Mephisto is really not ashamed now, but if he doesn't say that, then I am afraid it will be very difficult to save. He must exaggerate a bit, but these words were all heard by Yi Bai. Yi Bai also felt that an arrogant god had appeared, and these people were really not afraid of death. Then we must continue to give them a fatal blow. Unexpectedly, the Transcendents also came out to participate in the piece. Yi Bai also feels that the Transcendence is really beyond his imagination, because Yi Bai feels that even if the Transcendence is such a powerful boss, he should not care about these mortal things. Unexpectedly, it is really the Transcendence who cares about it. Yi Bai really didn't expect that this matter was originally the participation of the Transcendence. At first, Yi Bai was just a guess. He didn't expect that now that he passed this magic palace, it was completely exposed. The transcendence is really on top of himself. Yabai also couldn't figure out why a tycoon-level transcendent would pay attention to himself. But it really made my scalp numb. At this moment, Yabai only hopes that the system can quickly let him get the strong template. When the time comes, even the transcendence will not be afraid. What a good pawn. But now, Yabai is still a little worried. After all, the transcendent is a big man and can't be neglected. If you neglect, it is your own mistake, but you have to pay for your mistake. Yabai didn't want this, he had to be fully prepared. What do you mean by transcendence? At this moment, Hela also heard Yabai's words, and now, Kfta, was also shocked by the name of transcendence. This name is not a god that easily appears in Hela's world, read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Because Hela would feel that the transcendence is so powerful that he has nothing to do with him, and he would never meet him anyway. Unexpectedly, he actually vomited out of Yabai's mouth now, which really surprised Hela. Although she didn't know why this happened, it still made him feel very strange. Yes, it's a transcender, but I will figure it out. Yabai knew that Hela would understand it, so he didn't want to explain anything. After all, such a thing was a big taboo in his opinion. Hela must be worried. The power of the transcendence, that would shock Hela. Hela saw Yabai talking like this, so she also knew that she shouldn't continue to ask so much. After all, it is not good to ask so much. For Yabai, it is also an annoyance. Since you don't want to mention it, don't mention it. It still made him feel quite nervous. Hela just thinks that since Yabai says he can figure it out, he must have his own way. And Yabai's eyes are not very blurred, so forget it. But in another time and space, Mephisto was still sending a signal for help to the Transcendent. Although Mephisto also sent such a signal to other gods could not receive this signal. Yabai moved his hands and feet. So Mephisto hates Yabai a lot. Otherwise, Mephisto can call other gods to save him, and he doesn't have to beg for the Transcendent. I don't want to do this kind of face-saving thing just once. It's terrible. Although it doesn't matter if the Transcendent gods ask for help, but in fact, this kind of thing will still make Mephisto feel shameful. This kind of dignity matter has always been important to these gods. What's more, it's something that I'm begging hard for. And it seems that the Transcendent is not at all concerned. This is the most terrible thing. No matter what it is, this kind of thing is understandable anyway. As long as the Transcendence is willing, Mephisto has nothing to say. But if the Transcendent didn't want to save Mephisto in the first place, then it's over. Master Transcendence, really, you believe me, I will definitely seek revenge from Yabai after I go out, don't worry. Aren't you uncomfortable with Yabai? You want to put Yabai to death. Now, as long as you save me, I will help you achieve this wish. Mephisto saw that the Transcender was not at all moving, so Mephisto had to say it quickly, because he really didn't want to be in a quiet state in the air. This feeling made Mephisto feel that he was waiting to die. If the Transcendence doesn't reply to him, he may be really waiting for death. But it is really terrible. Master Transcendence, can you still hear me? Can you hear me? In fact, Mephisto didn't know that the Transcendent would definitely be able to hear him, but Mephisto deliberately tentatively wanted to speak to the Transcended. Since I am too busy to help, I will let you talk and let you know how ruthless you are. Mephisto must be crazy to want to do this. This is a very strange thing. What's the noise? Haven't you seen that the magic palace has slowly disappeared? Stupid thing. The Transcendent immediately said it impatiently, because the Transcendent originally wanted to unlock the magic palace, so it was in the process of unlocking it, just a little bit. But Mephisto was eager to ask the Transcendent for help, completely ignoring the changes in the magic palace around him. He thought he was in danger, so just shouting violently. It's a bit stupid indeed. Even the Transcendents can't stand it anymore. The Transcenders regretted saving this Mephisto, but it is too late to regret now, because the Transcendence is really irrelevant. Originally this matter itself is also an extremely important matter. If the Transcendence wants to shut Mephisto again, it can be used. Because Transcendence can also use this magic. If you think about it, the Transcendent should forget it. If you do this, it is really a bit deliberate. And because the Transcendent thinks that this matter is nothing particularly important. Anyway, Mephisto was just a pawn he used. In fact, Mephisto was immortal and had nothing to do with him. Because this has little effect on the Transcendencer is already so powerful that he doesn't need anyone to be his younger brother. Mephisto was not rare at all for his flattery. It's just that the Transcendencer thinks that Mephisto is still useful for him now. After all, Yabai still knows nothing about the Transcendence. Moreover, the Transcended person is also full of interest in Yabai. Yabai is really a very mysterious person, so the Transcended person must figure it out. Moreover, the Transcender himself is more interested in Yabai, so he finished a clever script. Think of Yabai as the male protagonist. Otherwise, the Transcendent will not bother to think about it. He has to contact the strong in the multiverse to find Yabai's trouble. Otherwise, the Transcended person can do it himself, but the Transcended person feels that his status can no longer go to Yabai, because Yabai is not a grade at all to him now, and Yabai itself has nothing to provoke the Transcendence, so the Transcendence just doesn't need to trouble Yabai. It's just that the Transcendencer is very interested in Yabai. Yabai actually got the heart of the universe and settled the chord of life. So this matter is a very miraculous thing for Transcenders, and Yabai is not a god in their multiverse at all. It is shocking to be able to do this. And in just 10 years, the ability to reach this point must have a special ability. The Transcenders must also be very interested in Yabai. To be precise, he is very interested in the source of Yabai's ability. After all, the Transcendence also wants to become stronger and stronger. His current status is far from enough. Or T-lovers can also have another purpose, which is to want Yabai to use it. At least if Yabai is still his little brother, then the Transcendent can unscrupulously plagiarize Yabai's abilities. And then we can make progress together. In fact, the biggest thing is that the Transcendents are really interested in Yabai. This kind of interest has never happened before, so those who transcend will be so excited. So much so that the Transcendence still finds Yabai trouble, which is why the Transcendence re-releases Mephisto. After all, this magic palace is really a piece of cake for the Transcender, and he can see the mystery behind it at a glance. And because Mephisto's words actually move the Transcendent, read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. After all, Mephisto's abilities are indeed very good. This kind of monster that can change history and can never sleep is really fascinating for Transcenders. Because the Transcendent itself has a certain interest in this kind of monster, in the mind of the Transcended. In fact, Yabai is also a kind of monster. If such Mephisto is used by Transcenders, then the Transcendence thinks that the trouble with Yabai is also reasonable. After all, Mephisto's ability should not be underestimated. In fact, Mephisto still has this ability, which is to change his appearance, which is similar to Vulcan. In fact, the powerhouses with their mutants might all have this skill. But Vulcan's ability to change appearance is still better than Mephisto. Although Mephisto can have a high degree of defense against damage, this magic palace actually weakens his own ability to a certain extent for Mephisto. Because Yabai knew that Mephisto had such an ability, he emitted some dangerous substances in the magic palace, so that Mephisto couldn't recognize what the exit of this magic palace is, because this magic palace is really too psychedelic. The people there can't see the outside world at all, but the outside world can see the magic palace inside. In fact, there is nothing, just a fantasy. People outside can see how stupid Mephisto is. Find Flowers 0. Because they couldn't even recognize this, but they didn't know what magic palace this was, they thought Mephisto was crazy. We'll walk around inside, walk back and forth. The look in his eyes was still anxious, as if he was talking to himself. Because Mephisto is talking to the Transcendent, but in the eyes of outsiders, they cannot hear the voice of the Transcended. This makes it even more important for the outside gods to make sure that Mephisto is nervous. They dare not approach any step. After all, Mephisto is also a strong player in the multiverse. How can this make them close? And Mephisto himself is also a very cruel figure. This Mephisto is still unattractive. They just watched quietly. It is purely for the people who eat melons. Unexpectedly, Mephisto, who is usually fierce and vicious, has now fallen to this point. It's really pathetic. I don't know who made him like this. Yes, I am also very curious. What is it sacred? Don't say it. Mephisto will go crazy later, but anyone can fight. Let's just leave all the nostalgia and go, just eat melon. Now that the melon is finished, it's time for us to leave. A group of gods in the parallel universe continued to speak unscrupulously, but at the same time they were still a little nervous. Because Mephisto's ability is still above them, how dare to object? After all, because this thing itself is also an extremely rare thing. So they couldn't accept it all at once. So onlookers. In fact, it is more gloating. Because they thought that Mephisto would finally have such a day. It's really exciting. No one knows what happened. They are just guessing. I didn't expect Yabai to defeat Mephisto in the end. Captain Marvel also sighed. He didn't know what the final result would be in front of them. But for now, Captain Marvel is just shocked by Yabai's ability. Only, I didn't think much about the others. And Nick Fury spoke at this moment. As long as they don't fight on Earth, it doesn't matter where they fight. Nick Fury still wants to continue to guard the Earth, so she can't let anyone destroy it, right? These civilians are innocent. Just like the last time Vulcan, he came to challenge Yabai like a madman. In the end, he caused a lot of harm to the Earth. I don't want to experience this kind of tragic experience again. Nick Fury is scared? He persuaded. Because it now has Captain Marvel to help, if there is no Captain Marvel to help. So Nick Fury really doesn't know how to face this series of situations. It's a headache. I will definitely not come again. Yabai is also the god of the world, and he should be on our side. And didn't he save us again and again? Natasha also said the same, at least he and Nick Fury have the same ideas. It is true that the Earth should not be exposed to too many traumas. These civilians are innocent. After the last time, it took a long time for their Earth to recover. So the farce ends here. But it is not as simple as they thought. This kind of thing depends on what the big guys mean, not him watching them. They have no ability to prevent this from happening. I hope so. Captain Marvel also doesn't know what will happen later, but she knows that this incident will definitely not end like this. Captain Marvel always felt that Mephisto was not that simple. How could such a thoughtful mutant die easily? That would be a shame. No good show to watch. Captain Marvel is also curious about why so many gods in the multiverse come to look for Yabai's trouble. And time after time. This is more like premeditated. But as for what premeditated is, Captain Marvel doesn't know. If you knew it, you wouldn't think so much. Maybe Captain Marvel knows what to do next. But Captain Marvel thought about it. This matter has nothing to do with him, she just cares about Yabai. because he felt that Yabai helped him a lot before and also saved the Earth. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Yabai is a good person, so she wanted to care about it. After all, Captain Marvel is also not interested in these. As for how they should fight between the strong, he was still not interested. As long as it is not to destroy his Earth, it is not his business for any god to do anything. But now Captain Marvel is also curious about Yabai. He always feels that Yabai is not that simple. It seemed a little different from the first meeting. Maybe it was the impression left at that time. Captain Marvel, what are you thinking? Suddenly Captain Marvel's thoughts were pulled back by Nick Fury's voice, because Captain Marvel was seeing Nick Fury talking to him by his sleeve. Captain Marvel also reflected that he was lost just now. What's wrong? What's the matter? Captain Marvel reacted immediately, and then began to ask Nick Fury, because Nick Fury's voice was very anxious. Captain Marvel, look at this satellite detection. Does this mean that an alien species has entered our Earth? Then Nick Fury's voice was also slightly anxious, because he felt that too much happened these days. Not only Yabai, but also the mysteries in other powerful universes have also come to their Earth one after another. Although Nick Fury is not familiar with the powerful in these multiverses, Nick Fury knows that these gods are not easy to provoke. So the best way is not to provoke these statements. Do people not offend me? I will not offend people, but even if they want to infringe. Nick Fury feels that even if he wants to do his best, he still wants to defeat these people who are destroying their planet. He would never allow such a thing to happen. But at this moment he is still a little panicked, so he wants to call Captain Marvel to take a look. After all, Captain Marvel is much stronger than him, so with Captain Marvel, his heart is relaxed a lot. It's okay, it's just that Yabai is back. In fact, Captain Marvel can still clearly see Yabai coming back. Although Yabai came back with some exotic species, he can still trust Yabai. In fact, Captain Marvel also feels that Yabai's ability is getting stronger and stronger, so it allows the satellite to detect some alien species. This god of the world is really getting more and more god. Captain Marvel said what was revealed in his tone, not knowing whether it was regret or admiration. She is also not sure. So is Yabai defeating Mephisto? So he is going back to Earth again. I thought he was gone. Probably Nick Fury is the 2G network, and only now knows about this. Obviously Yabai defeated Mephisto. But as to whether Yabai will return to Earth, Captain Marvel is also unclear. Because he looked at Yabai as if at a loss. Captain Marvel concluded that maybe Yabai will continue to return to other parallel universes, and Yabai has other things to do. This matter is not over yet, it is revealed from Yabai's eyes. Anyway, whether he walks or not, he won't cause any harm to the Earth, as long as we Earthlings don't invade him. And the captain still said to Nick Fury with certainty. As long as they don't offend Yabai, Yabai will never kill the Earth. Because Yabai still has certain principles for killing people, he is not such a casual person. Captain Marvel can still be sure of this. Yabai still feels that there is some truth to Mephisto in this way, although the continuation of Transcendence is already saving Mephisto. But Yabai is not afraid, because even though Mephisto is not dead, there are other gods in the multiverse that will come to Yabai's troubles. Yabai has already made a perfect plan, and he doesn't want to be afraid. From this matter, it can be more concluded that the Transcendent is the master behind it. Yabai will have to be more cautious in doing things in the future. Before the ability has reached the point where it can be completely arrogant, then it must be humble and low-key. In this way, a lot of unnecessary troubles can be avoided. What's wrong? What are you thinking? Hela still sees Yabai's certain worries, but still chooses not to say it. If there is anything, you must tell me, and I will take it with you. I'm your wife. Because Yabai wanted to say that he didn't want to say, then Hela wouldn't ask either. Although Hela guessed it, he felt that he still had to share the burden for Yabai. Hela really feels that Yabai's worries are really getting stronger recently, because Hela can also guess that he is a transcender. He also knows the true ability of transcendence. After all, Hela of the rank of transcendence is not accessible at all. So you can imagine what a terrifying existence the transcendence is, and now Yabai will face him. So he really came to feel that he wanted to comfort Yabai. It's okay, don't worry. Yabai still feels that he can have enough energy to deal with this matter. Anyway, life in this universe is doomed to happen frequently. Yabai is not afraid anyway. And Yabai feels that it is impossible to worry Hela. Because after all, this kind of thing will continue to happen in the future, so you have to deal with it alone. If you can't let Hela worry about it, then your own words are really incompetent. Because he has to take on the responsibility of a man, but also the pride and face of a man. To be honest, after all, this kind of thing is needed by any man, especially in front of his beloved woman. This is not brave. And Hela really helped Yabai a lot, especially Yabai knew Hela when he first came here. And Hela also took care of her a lot, and now Yabai's ability is stronger than Hela. Because Yabai's ability is getting stronger and stronger, it is the trend of strength, this is a certain thing. So he must take on the responsibility of taking care of Hela, instead of letting Hela stand in front of him and stand up to the wind and rain for him. In another parallel universe, Mephisto has been completely rescued. It was too late for him to thank the Transcendent. Since seeing the Transcended rescued her, he wanted to find the Transcended immediately and thanked the Transcended. Because if it were to proceed in this magic palace like this, then Mephisto's life would really be left bit by bit, and the ability will be slowly digested. If this continues, Mephisto would rather die than be imprisoned. There is no freedom at all. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Master Transcendence, thank you so much. In the future, don't worry, I will help you whatever you ask me to do. Mephisto made up his mind at this time to serve the Transcendent well in the future. It can be said that the Transcendence really saved Mephisto's life. This is not only a kind of luck, but also a kind of free salvation. Mephisto still thinks he can do this kind of gratitude. Although Mephisto knew that the Transcendent was not because he wanted to save him, but because he had other plans. But Mephisto thinks that's it. Anyway, he can't resist the Transcender. After all, the power of the Transcendent lies here. So I can only obediently obey him. After all, this is also a good thing for Mephisto. After all, it is an honor to do things under the hands of a Transcender. And if Mephisto is working under the Transcendence, then Mephisto also feels that he has a certain background. At least it can scare other strong people besides Yabai. Although it is useless for Yabai at least. But if Mephisto said to the outside world that the Transcendence saved him, then Morpheus also has a certain amount of face and dignity. This saved him a bit of dignity. Why didn't Mephisto feel happy? Since both parties have common interests, let's cooperate together. And this kind of thing itself is understandable. It's just what you love me. No thanks, you just need to remember what you just said. The Transcender did not bother to thank Mephisto at all, because the Transcender had no interest in Mephisto at all. And it's also because Mephisto has a little use value. So there is no thanks at all. This kind of polite remarks are tired of the Transcendence. Because anyone can flatter the Transcendent, and the Transcendent is also on fire under such honor. I will remember it for sure, don't worry, I will go to Yabai now. I will take revenge, and I want to let him know that I am not that easy to bully. Mephisto's eyes became fierce at this time, and his teeth became extremely sharp, because at this time his eyes were full of hatred. But Yabai would never let it go. He felt terrible when he remembered that he had just been locked up in that magic palace, and let other gods laugh at him for so long, so that he loses face at all. If he doesn't give up his life now, he feels that living in this universe is superfluous. So now she must go to Yabai for compensation, even if it is not for herself, but for the Transcendence. After all, the Transcendent is staring at him viciously. If Mephisto does not act quickly at this time, the Transcendent may shut it in that magic palace again. Mephisto didn't want to experience that kind of fear again. He felt it was terrible. The enclosed space is suffocating. We'll always remember that scene. Feeling helpless and weak. That's why Mephisto is so grateful to the Transcendencer. Although the first signs were also provoked by the Transcendence, it does not prevent him from thanking the Transcendence. In fact, most of the reason is because he is afraid of the Transcendence. After all, the Transcendence's ability is higher than that of Yabai. Mephisto can be crushed with just one finger. So how dare Mephisto contend with the Transcendent? Even if he knew that the Transcendent was only using him, he couldn't refute it. According to your current strength, it is not when you are fighting against Yabai. You need to rest for a while, and then go to Yabai to fight. In fact, Transcenders can still consider Mephisto. After all, Mephisto's ability now, if you go to Yabai, will really be crushed by Yabai directly. Even if the Transcendent does not consider Mephisto, the Transcendent must also consider it for himself. This kind of thing is really happy. Because he wants Mephisto to fight against Yabai with stronger abilities. After all, the Transcendent still wants to know where Yabai's ability comes from. This is something he must figure out. Because this is also the reason why the Transcendence has always wanted to trouble Yabai. It is because of this he wants to understand Yabai's information from all aspects. Because he is really interested in Yabai, he has reached the point where he can't help himself. This is probably the obsession of a strong man. I know, but what I need to do, I can't quickly improve my abilities in a short time. So Mephisto is also a bit anxious, because he really realizes that his own abilities can't be quickly improved in a short time. But how to do this? She must go to Yabai for revenge now. This is something he can't stop. And he can't and won't necessarily lose to Yabai. He just has the confidence of this mystery. But he knew Yabai's ability was irresistible, and he realized it at the same time. Because Yabai can control the magic attack this place, and only the Transcendent knows, so this ability is still very powerful. And the most important thing is that Yabai now owns the cosmic star, so Mephisto can't tolerate any loss. And he could not tolerate the slightest negligence. It was just a negligence. Maybe she was killed directly. If he doesn't want his life to be killed directly, then he has to be cautious. This is also something the Transcendent considers. Moreover, the Transcendent considers not only Mephisto's life, but this Mephisto's life. He doesn't have to think about it at all. All he considers is whether he has seen the points he wants to observe. After all, he wants to observe Yabai. If Mephisto can't satisfy his wish this time, then he just feels that Mephisto is useless at all. Will Mephisto be left at that time? Even if Yabai didn't kill Mephisto, the Transcendent would kill Mephisto directly. Because Mephisto knew too much, and there was no use in it at all. This is also something that the Transcendence is worried about, because he knows that if things are revealed, the Transcendence will not let him go. So it is difficult for Mephisto to be a man between the two sides. Mephisto's idea at the moment is to find Yabai's revenge as soon as possible. So if this is successful, then there is no need to worry about the Transcendence. And you can also get the divine tool of the heart of the universe, and you can also enter the transcending realm. Mephisto's idea is very simple and super perfect. But he is thinking about the bright side. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. He never thought of the bad side. If he didn't dress up Yabai, then he would face 4 major dangers. Even if he didn't get Yabai, he would be killed by the Transcendent. He must be prepared for this before he can get on the road. It depends on your own comprehension, and I can't say more. Moreover, you can also pay attention to Yabai's ability. If he can create this magic palace, then you can also imagine where his ability comes from. In fact, the Transcender was awakening Mephisto at this time. Because after all, Mephisto was brought out by himself, so he also needs to bear certain responsibilities. After all, I brought it out by myself, so I hope it won't be defeated too badly. And Transcenders also have their own selfishness. If Mephisto can understand it after speaking with Mephisto, then Mephisto will attack Yabai from this aspect, and then Yabai will show flaws. When the time comes, Transcendence will be able to observe where Yabai's ability comes from, at least a little bit of clues. It will also make the Transcendent very happy, at least Mephisto wants him to see a little hope. Don't be crushed in the first place. This is the superficial expectation of Mephisto. But maybe Mephisto's comprehension ability is not very high. Mephisto just thinks it is possible to surpass, just blindly want him to continue to trouble Yabai like this. And Mephisto didn't expect the Transcender to be so interested in Yabai, and he was still interested in all aspects. Mephisto just felt that going beyond this might be the kind of hatred interest for Yabai, but he didn't expect it, so going beyond is just interested in what Yabai calls his best, not hatred. So the question that Mephisto would be a Transcendence was stopped at once. He really wants to know why the Transcendence is so interested in Yabai. If it is hateful, she is very happy, but if it is good, then Mephisto also wants to kill Yabai. This is just what he thinks, but whether he can do it is another matter. The current ideal is still very full. I feel that the source of his abilities is a bit strange. I can't seem to see exactly what he wants to do, and his ability does not seem to be the way the strong in our multiverse trains. Then I can't tell, I can't see through, it just feels so strange. Mephisto also expressed his thoughts, because he felt that it was as if the Transcendent really regarded himself as a friend. But if there are capable people like Transcendents who treat themselves as friends, then Mephisto is very happy. Because now Mephisto really has no defensive psychology at all, he has been completely conquered by the Transcendence. This desire to conquer seems to be innate. As long as he, Li Wanghao, sees the Transcendent, then this humble heart will be inexplicably produced. Especially now that the Transcendence has saved Mephisto, and the Transcendence still tells Mephisto so much about Yabai. It is also necessary for Mephisto to be fully capable of dealing with Yabai, at least not to be crushed all at once. And this is also a life guarantee. In fact, Mephisto can be imagined. He also knows that the Transcendence is only more interested in Yabai than considering his life, but he is already very happy in this way. It's normal for you to have this. Very good. I didn't save you wrong. The Transcender wants to give Mephisto another kind of energy. If this energy is not in the last moment, Mephisto cannot be used. Because this is a nirvana, you may win Yabai at that time. Grave. Although this nirvana can have a chance to kill Yabai, but at the same time he also has a great risk. Even if it is improperly used or given a backhand by Yabai, the user may lose his life, that is, Mephisto. This is something that Mephisto must consider clearly. This kind of thing cannot be solved so easily. Everyone knows that Yabai is not so easy to deal with. That's why the Transcendent would come up with such a method. That is to say, it is very difficult to kill Yabai with Mephisto's ability, and the chance of winning is not high. But if Mephisto spreads this kind of poison on Yabai while Yabai is not paying attention, even on Yabai's hair, then Yabai can be killed. This is the energy scorpion poison of the Transcender. But the poison that has been developed for a long time, this Transcendence is the only one, and there are not 3 bottles that have been spread to the universe. This is almost no antidote. Only the Transcendence has a bottle of antidote. And when you want to develop it later, it will take a long time. So if Yabai is caught by this poison and there is basically no antidote for the Transcendence, then there is no god in the universe that can save Yabai. The truth is the same. If Mephisto is poisoned, then Mephisto can also declare the end of life. This move is a detrimental move, but at the same time it is also an extremely useful item for a capable person like Yabai. What's the matter? Don't you dare to pick it up. The Transcender saw Mephisto's hesitant eyes, so the Transcender looked at Mephisto dissatisfied immediately. Mephisto in front of him should have died long ago, but the Transcendent took his life back for him. So what's so grandiose about you? The more the Transcendent thinks, the more angry. If Mephisto hesitates, then the Transcendent will really get angry. If you know that the Transcendent is angry, it is a matter of landslides. The consequences are unimaginable. No, Master Transcendence, is there an antidote to this scorpion poison? What if I bump into it then? Will you give me the antidote to save my life again? Mephisto didn't intend to accept this bottle of poison, because Mephisto was also aware of the Transcendence's unscrupulous practices in order to achieve the goal. But now Mephisto is a guinea pig to implement, so he also has to think about his own life. Although he really wants to find Yabai for revenge, but the premise is to ensure the safety of his life. Otherwise, he just begged the Transcendent to save him like his father begged his mother and grandson. Wouldn't he beg for nothing? You must die sooner or later. It's better not to lose face in the beginning. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Mephisto felt hateful when he thought of his behavior just now. I hate Yabai so much. He thinks Yabai hurt him, caused him to lose face. Growing up, it seems that this is only one time, dedicated to Yabai. Are you qualified to talk to me about conditions? I am telling you now, not discussing with you. Do you have any objections? The Transcendent leaked domineeringly, speaking word by word. His eyes were extremely fierce, and he stared at Mephisto fiercely. It seemed that the medicine gave Mephisto nowhere to hide. You can see the raging fireworks in your eyes. But Mephisto was really nervous. Just seeing a spirit of Mephisto fell to the ground, because the Transcendent suddenly appeared in front of Mephisto in another parallel universe. Mephisto felt a sense of oppression. The king's breath of Transcender is really strong, which directly gives Mephisto a feeling of suffocation. Although the Transcendent appeared in front of Mephisto in another parallel universe, although it was not the deity who appeared in front of Mephisto, it was enough to make Mephisto feel the aura of death. It's really frightening. The Transcendence. Your lord. I don't dare. No, I have no objections. Mephisto, Kfta, was a group of horror at this time, so there would be no objections. Isn't this looking for death? This breath is really too violent. If you don't want to die right now, then you have to be obedient. I'm sorry, Master Transcendence, not that, I am. Mephisto's words continued to be spoken, but such intermittent words have made the Transcendent feel very impatient. Because the Transcendent did not expect Mephisto to be such a god. No guts at all. The Transcendent also regretted saving Mephisto in the first place, and wondered if such a god could do great things. The most important thing is whether you can observe Yabai's movements. If it can't even the most basic, then the Transcendencer has to consider whether to end Mephisto's life here, so he can't let him go out and lose face. Although the Transcendent knows how strong his abilities are, he can also intimidate the strong in the multiverse. But the Transcendent did not expect that even his small appearance would be enough to make Mephisto fall to the ground. And there were all horrified expressions on his face, as if he was facing death. This makes the Transcendent look down on it. However, the Transcendents also thought of the strong in the multiverse. Compared to the Transcendents, they are like little ants, so it is normal for Mephisto to be afraid. This makes the Transcendents satisfied with dignity. Okay, you can shut up. I don't want to hear your hesitation anymore. I don't even know what to say. How to kill Yabai. You give me a harder temper. The transcended person is really angry. He really didn't want to hear any voice of Mephisto anymore. Even Mephisto's people didn't want to see it anymore. He really felt that his patience had been challenged to the limit. The Transcendent has never been so patient with any god. Otherwise, the former Transcendent would directly end Mephisto's life. All this is because of Yabai, because he is so interested in Yabai, so he must find a flag. And Mephisto is undoubtedly the chess piece he was looking for, and there are not many gods that obey orders. And Mephisto just hit the muzzle again. If you lose even the fat in your mouth, you will not be a transcender, you must make good use of it. Okay, Sir Transcendence, I won't speak anymore. Mephisto realized that he had just said the wrong thing. Mephisto immediately closed his mouth, and covered his mouth with his hands. Because he is really afraid that if he makes another sound, then the Transcendence may just end his life directly. At that time, the gain will not be worth the loss, and now he must learn to endure. Mephisto felt that his abilities were not as strong as those who surpassed him, so he had to do it humbly. And just now, he also saw the power of transcendence. This kind of powerful aura is not he can control. Completely crushed. The ability of the transcendence is to completely override the existence of all multi-meta universes. This is why Mephisto can't resist. So do you want to take this fetish that I gave you? Mephisto's final tone was still softer, because after all he asked Mephisto to do things for him in the end. The tone can still be gentler. After all, it is a relationship to cooperate. Although the transcendence doesn't need to cooperate with Mephisto at all. It's just that the transcendent feels that through this incident, he can have a comprehensive understanding and observation of Yabai. This is enough. In general, everything he does is for Yabai. And the transcendent was also afraid of Mephisto, because he was reluctant to ruin his good deeds. Still have to appease Mephisto. If you think about it, if you kill Yabai all at once with this bottle of poison, then you can get the heart of the universe, you can enter the realm of transcendence, and you can become a member of the super god. This bottle of poison is not something that everyone can have. I don't give it to everyone. So you think about it. This is a great opportunity for you to kill Yabai. If you don't want it, there will be no next time. I won't give it to you next time. The rare gentleness of transcenders is vividly reflected here. Although because this is what the transcendent asked Mephisto for help. If it weren't for this, the transcender wouldn't have said so much to Mephisto. This is not the character of a transcendent. So in the end it is for the ultimate purpose. As long as the ultimate goal can be achieved, then the transcendent can also consider rescuing Mephisto. But if Mephisto didn't even satisfy his transcendence most basic purpose, then transcending these things would be rude to Mephisto. I have made it clear, Master Transcendence, I am willing. Mephisto still felt that the transcendent could now give himself a bottle of poison, and this poison could not be possessed by any god in the universe. It is the treasure of the transcended. Read more at hotmatilnovel.xyz. It was developed by the transcender himself, so you can see the preciousness of this bottle of scorpion poison. Maybe this could really help Mephisto kill Yabai, so Mephisto was not so scared at once. As long as you can kill Yabai, then everything doesn't matter. Mephisto still feels that Yabai's humiliation to him is more powerful, and now he can do whatever it takes to kill Yabai. This bottle of scorpion poison must really help Mephisto, because Mephisto also knew that his abilities were far from enough to kill Yabai. If he has this bottle of poison, he can sprinkle this bottle of poison on Yabai's body when Yabai is not paying attention. As long as it touches any of Yabai's hair, Yabai is bound to die. But if Mephisto didn't touch any of Yabai's hair, he would be led by Yabai. Then Mephisto is bound to die, so this is a struggle. Either you die or I live. It can be said to be quite bloody. Okay, very good, I didn't misunderstand you. Transcenders are satisfied to see Mephisto's passion. What the Transcendence needs is such a fool. In this way, Yabai won't be able to hide it. Look where he hides. Ha 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 ha. The Transcended suddenly laughed, because the Transcended felt that now was the perfect opportunity to observe Yabai. If all of this can be avoided, then the Transcendence is really more and more interested in Yabai. And this is not just a topic of interest. This has risen to the point of threatening the Transcendence. Transcendents always feel that Yabai should not be satisfied with this picture, and should climb to a higher position. At that time, the Transcendents may think that he will have a battle with Yabai, but it is not the time yet. Find Flowers 0. Master Transcendence, what are you laughing at? I still don't understand what happened between you and Yabai. Mephisto still has a certain degree of curiosity about this matter. Although he had asked before, the Transcendent didn't say it. But now that it has developed to this day, he feels that his relationship with the Transcendence Fund has undergone a subtle change. Mephisto tried to ask, if the Transcendent told him, then he would be very happy. Because he really felt that the Transcenders had regarded him as an ally. You don't need to know this. I have told you what you should know. Don't ask what you shouldn't know. You won't live to understand this truth now, do you? The expression in the Transcendent's eyes became cold again. He hates others asking him questions like this. Mephisto only needs to implement the order, and there is no need to ask too much. Okay, Master Transcendence, I already knew I was wrong, and I will never again. Mephisto hastened to apologize. He can't provoke the Transcendence right now, because after all, he still has to rely on the Transcendence to do things. The prerequisite is to get the poison of the Transcendent. Master Transcendence, when can you give me scorpion poison? I can't wait to kill Yabai. Mephisto's hatred of Yabai has reached its peak, and now he wants to find Yabai to seek revenge immediately. And this is also a kind of respect for the Transcendence. The Transcender slowly precipitated a bottle of poison from his body. The bottle of poison slowly came to the Transcendent's hand, shining black light. And this kind of black light is not ordinary black, black with a little red. Even Mephisto closed his eyes as soon as he saw it, because he couldn't adapt to the light at once. This kind of radiance, even if Mephisto didn't touch the bottle of poison, he already felt the power from this bottle of poison. And there was a scorpion on top of the poison just crawling out. This time the scorpion is no ordinary scorpion. It is extremely huge. Only, compared with Mephisto's body shape. Moreover, this scorpion crawled out of the bottle and became bigger and bigger. The bottle body was originally small. Mephisto was curious how this powerful scorpion could live in such a small bottle for so long, and now it is still lifelike. What? Mephisto just heard Mephisto scream. Mephisto saw the scorpion crawling on him. He was afraid of what the scorpion would do to him. If they are touched by this scorpion, then their lives can also end here. That's why he screamed so scared. He quickly wanted to call the Transcendent and take the scorpion away. Master Transcendence, this scorpion. Don't worry, he just crawled over like you, and he won't do anything to you. He is harmful to you without my order. The Transcender just felt that it hadn't been a long time for the scorpion to come out for action, so he wanted the scorpion to come out for action now. Let this scorpion come out and breathe in the fresh air, then the potion of the poison will return to its ultimate effect. In the end it may be dead. The scorpion's slender body, claws, curved segmented tail with venomous stings are slowly moving towards Mephisto. The scorpion's sensory hair is very sensitive and can sense the activities of enemies within 1 meter. So this scorpion is feeling whether Mephisto is an enemy or not. He can tell which is the enemy and which is the person that the Transcendence wants to deal with. Because Transcendence has injected a consciousness into his body for a long time. Yabai is the enemy, Mephisto is not. Just now this scorpion was showing off the characteristics of Mephisto's body. He wants to really find the smell of the enemy. The scorpion's sensory hair can detect extremely weak vibrations, even the weak movement of the airflow. So this scorpion is also a powerful weapon. The Transcendent originally did not intend to give it to Mephisto, but in order to be able to fully observe Yabai, this time he can't sit and wait for death, he must take the initiative to attack. Only by paying in order to get high profits in return. But Master Transcendence, he is crawling towards me, I'm so scared, he won't do anything to me, right? Mephisto didn't dare to move at this moment. He was afraid that if he moved, this scorpion had already poisoned him. At this moment, Mephisto's pupils were full of fear. The red blood inside seems to be coming out. But Mephisto knew that he had a high degree of defense against such external injuries, and he was actually not very afraid of this. I just feel that this is the divine tool of the Transcendence, so if the Transcendence is hurt, then his own life will also be damaged. He dared not move. Because Mephisto can deal with this scorpion, after all, he hasn't dealt with it before, how can he know if he can? But because this is the scorpion of the Transcendence, read more at hotmatilnovel.xyz. He couldn't move for a moment. Can only let this scorpion crawl slowly on his body. Okay, it's okay. You have completed the initial connection of consciousness, and now this bottle of poison can be used for you. Then the Transcendence's intention is quite simple. After all, the poisons developed by Transcenders are not so simple. This scorpion can complete the docking of this bottle of poison through a certain level of consciousness confrontation. Because this article is mainly developed by this scorpion. If you want to give Mephisto poison, you must get the scorpion's consent. Only if the scorpion agrees, then Mephisto can exert the maximum effect of this bottle of poison. There is actually this intention, it is really powerful, I admire it. Mephisto also felt a warm current flowing in his body. He can already feel that this scorpion has followed. My body merged into one. So Mephisto slowly took the poison from the Transcendent's hand. But just after Murphy's took over the Transcendent's poison, his body suddenly felt torn, and he couldn't help shouting. What? This is the feeling of being completely integrated. Now Mephisto's body has undergone a subtle change. Its entire body is enveloped in black, and its body armor slowly turns black. Even the lips turned black, and a scorpion logo appeared on the forehead. Mephisto can actually feel that his abilities are limited to a certain extent. And at the same time, he also got a certain improvement, and he immediately felt that his whole body was full of power. Even the abilities that were lost in the Magic Palace just now seem to have all been recovered. This kind of pleasure made him feel stimulating. It seems that this is the feeling that the Transcendence is healing him. It's just that the Transcendence don't say it. Thank you, Master Transcendence, I will definitely not disappoint your expectations. Mephisto actually knelt in front of the Transcendent, and he really felt grateful to the Transcended. Although he knew that the Transcendent just wanted to use him, it was already enough. After all, they have a common enemy, and that is Yabai. Mephisto is also the only wish to kill Yabai. Now with the help of the Transcendent, he felt that he was already in sight. Go. I hope you do what you say, otherwise you will be at your own risk. See you here. After the Transcendence said these few words immediately, he immediately disappeared in this parallel universe. Now that the words are finished, there is no need to say more. And Chaeyu always feels that he has done enough today. If Mephisto can't succeed, then Mephisto must die. Such mutants are useless to stay in this universe. Yes? Please rest assured, Master Transcendence, I know how to do it. Mephisto is going to find Yabai, because now the Transcendence has disappeared. Mephisto also knew what to do. After all, the Transcendent can still observe him in secret, so he must take care of the perfect thing. Only by doing this thing well, then he can get a little trust in front of the Transcendent. In this way, it will be much easier for him to do things in the future. As long as the name of the Transcendence is stated, then he can do whatever he wants in the multiverse. Yabai, here I am. Wait. Your good days are over. Then Mephisto has the ability to teleport. Appeared in the Earth immediately. He knows that Yabai is on Earth now. This is also thanks to the coordinate display of the Transcender. It was the Transcendent who marked the coordinates of Yabai, otherwise Mephisto would not have been able to find Yabai so quickly. If Mephisto can kill Yabai, half of the credit goes to the Transcendent. In fact, Yabai at this moment does not know that Mephisto has actually been released. The Transcendent used the high-altitude shielding ability to block the news that Mephisto came out of the Magic Palace. The Transcendence just wanted to know if Yabai wanted to know so soon. It also bought some time for Mephisto. This time the Transcendence really used a lot of patience to help Mephisto, more for the selfishness in his heart. But in fact, Yabai still felt a little fluctuation in his heart, and Yabai knew that something must have happened to the Magic Palace. But Yabai still doesn't want to believe it. Yabai certainly doesn't want to believe that the Transcendence will be willing to save Mephisto. What transcends in his heart is a cold existence. I didn't expect that in the end I was wrong. It's sloppy, but it's not bad that 25 can find such a thing in the end. Yabai's inner thoughts are quite simple, at least it can be found that the Transcendence is such an existence. It will be much simpler to deal with the Transcendence in the future, at least there is a little exchange now. Although the communication is through the middleman Mephisto. What's wrong? Did something happen in the Magic Palace? Hela was actually a little surprised when he heard Yabai talk about this. He was about to ask Yabai what happened, because Hela's death authority was about to happen and violently incited her. She knew Mephisto was not dead yet. If you follow the power consumption rate in the Magic Palace of the Night Shift, Mephisto should have been looking for death until now. But now that the death authority is still violently inciting, then it can be concluded that Mephisto is not dead, and his ability is getting stronger and stronger. There was indeed an accident in the Magic Palace, and Mephisto was released. Yabai didn't actually say it worriedly, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He also thinks this thing is getting more and more fun. It seems that the Transcendence behind it is still a bit interesting. At least they haven't confronted them head-on, and it's already very interesting to operate secretly. How could this be? Who saved Mephisto? Hela was actually surprised that she hadn't even noticed such a magic palace. Was it so easily cracked? Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Where is it sacred? There is only one possibility. Yabai's eyes narrowed slightly. He was suggesting Hela, and he believed Hela could understand what he meant. Hela looked at Yabai's eyes. In fact, he could still imagine a little bit. He didn't expect that the development of this matter would involve the Transcendence. But Hela saw that Yabai was not worried at all. He didn't know if Yabai was really not worried, or whether he was not worried. Although Hela has infinite gems, he is actually worried. He knows how powerful the Transcendence is. Even the strong in the multiverse is just a leaf in the ocean to the Transcendence. In case, this thing can be said to be so terrifying. What we have to face is what we have to face. He is here after all. Wait for a good show. Yabai immediately took a bite of the rice in the rice bowl and continued talking. I didn't expect that the ordinary life would not suit him. Although what he has been pursuing is this kind of ordinary life, but it seems that life will not let him go. It doesn't matter, no matter what happens in the future, I will face it with you. Hela feels that what she can do is to stay with Yabai and encourage him. I know, thanks for having you. Yabai still felt full of touch. Although we have been together for so long, the feelings have become stronger and stronger. As time goes by, it turns out that I will love someone more and more when I fall in love with someone. Only increase without decrease. Has come to the point of Xiong Luyumo. This is the happiness of loving each other. Yabai feels that for this kind of peaceful happiness, he must improve his ability to guard this subtle happiness. Only with this subtle happiness can they continue to survive like this. Must have the ability to survive. Yabai was thinking right now that the system seemed to be about to give him something new. Counting the days, it should be coming soon. So Yabai is not nervous at all. I don't know if Mephisto will come to challenge us. Hela is still worried for Yabai. Since Mephisto can come out of the magic palace, he must have been helped by the Transcendent. If his strength is further improved, will Yabai be a bit tricky to deal with? According to Mephisto's character, it will definitely be. It's just that now that he hasn't appeared, I feel strange. Yabai has analyzed when Mephisto was released. It should be normal to say that once Mephisto is released, he should also come and look for Yabai immediately, but it has been so long now. Mephisto still didn't show up. How could it be so strange? So the longer you hold, the more nervous Yabai actually becomes. This kind of thing is not a two-piece mood that can be compared. It's just that they need to do more in the future. This is the price Mephisto pretended to be. As long as Mephisto dares to come, no matter what Mephisto has become, Yabai will definitely make Mephisto feel trampled on his dignity again. But in front of Hela, we still have to be as stable as possible. After all, the ups and downs outside are not suitable for my wife to worry about. Maybe he heals again. Because Hela also understands that the magic palace made by Yabai uses the power of the heart of the universe, and Mephisto's ability will also be tragically weakened. If Mephisto does not appear now, then the most likely possibility is that Mephisto has gone to heal his injuries. So it will not appear in a short time. No, do you feel it? The wind and rain outside has become violent. Yabai looked at the sky outside at this moment, only to see that the originally clear sky was covered by a dark cloud. This is not like a normal phenomenon, it's more like being manipulated. It's terrible. There is a black color everywhere. It is in sharp contrast with Yabai's 7 colors. How is this going? Hela also ran out to take a look, and the sky outside was indeed dark. And it was the one that changed color instantly, covered with dark clouds. This is not an ordinary dark cloud, but more like the kind of weapon that is believed to be released. This is an object that emerges with a certain degree of confrontation and revenge. At this time, the civilians on the earth were completely panicked. They didn't know what it was, they just knew that it was going to get dark suddenly and it was going to rain heavily. Maybe you have to go home to pack your clothes. But what they didn't know was that the danger was slowly approaching them. Captain Marvel, look, what is this? Nick Fury was a nervous group at this time. He didn't know what it was, but his intuition gave him that this is definitely not that simple sky weather change. There is definitely a certain conspiracy. So at this time, although he doesn't understand, Captain Marvel at least knows a little bit. Can only ask for help. This is. Captain Marvel immediately went to observe the satellite change system and found that there was no change at all in the satellite system, but the reality is that foreign species have entered the Earth. But as for what species it is, the satellite can't detect it, which makes Captain Marvel extremely nervous. Go check the weather system and see if the weather is like this today. What's the change? Hurry up and say it. Hurry up. Captain Marvel was also a nervous group at this time. He just wanted to end this terrible time as soon as possible. What happened outside here? Didn't it mean that Mephisto was dead? How can such a thing happen now? What is the dark cloud above the sky? It's really unpredictable. So Captain Marvel can only start with small things. You can only check today's weather system first to see what the system says. If there is such a sign of a rainstorm, then everything will be fine. I hope so. Okay, I'll send someone to check right away. Nick Fury thought about it for a while. It's better to check it out by yourself. After all, you don't worry about this kind of thing if you leave it to others, so let's check it out by yourself. This happened for the first time, and it still made Nick Fury feel pressured. He must protect the Earth. This is his mission and his duty. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. I am going to. Natasha also said it like this, although it wasn't the same thing in the end, but at least it made her feel that something was wrong. After all, judging from her years of experience, this is definitely not a simple weather change. No, it's too slow. Nick Fury, you immediately notify the civilians to evacuate immediately and return to your home. Don't come out and lock the doors and windows. Remember, make arrangements as soon as possible. At this time Captain Marvel also felt that this matter would end here. This matter should still be resolved from the source. So the first step to do well is to settle these people on Earth right away. These are innocent poor people? Yes, this arrangement is good. I will go to the radio right away and ask the superhero to stop by and help. Spider-Man, you immediately arrange for people who are still strolling outside on the street to enter their homes for safe evacuation. Hulk, you are also responsible for contacting the person in charge in each town and asking them to immediately arrange to enter a safe area as soon as possible. Nick Fury immediately used the walkie-talkie to tell a series of safe evacuation methods, and also called the superheroes to help. These are the things they want to do. This feeling is like returning to the time when Thanos was about to destroy the Earth. It's scary. But there is nothing I can do. You can only do a safe evacuation first. Only when you have settled down can you take care of others. And this time, the Earth doesn't want to sit still and wait for death. So all of a sudden, the streets outside were swept away, and the civilians returned home. Only an empty body was left. This kind of speed is worth celebrating. So what happened? Why didn't you let it out suddenly? Isn't the sky outside just the weather changing? What's so strange? The voice of the civilians was getting louder and louder, because they were suddenly told that they were also a little confused about the status quo. After all, they also want to live, and if this continues, they won't have to live. I think that since the ruling bureau informs us like this, since they have their reasons, so we should also cooperate. Don't be unreasonable and don't listen to cooperation. Some people on Earth still understand this truth. After all, they are also elderly people who have been through several lifetimes. All this seems to be bearish. Would you like to call the Legion over? Nick Fury will discuss with Captain Marvel at this time. Because Nick Fury probably doesn't know if it will be dangerous, but he still has to take precautions. What happened before can't be experienced again. These are some relatively painful experiences. Report, the weather system shows that everything is normal. Natasha came back at this time. As Nick Fury's right-hand man, she of course knew that to do things quickly. And it's still such an emergency now. It also makes people burn, how, brains. Normal? Then where is the problem? Nick Fury is also surprised. He doesn't know how to face this, but he thinks that as long as Captain Marvel is there, he can rely on it. He will not fall to the point where he is at a loss. No, let's take a look at what the God of the world is doing. At this time, Captain Marvel also turned a few circles first, and she was thinking while turning. Suddenly, she felt that the experience these days had made her realize a truth. So at this time, he just wanted to check what Yabai was doing. But the satellite system shows that Yabai is having lunch at home. It's kind of peaceful. The God of the world is worthy of being the God of the world. The danger has already come, and he is still so fearless in danger? Voice. Captain Marvel still sighed. Unlike them, they are all ready. But at this time Captain Marvel wondered if this matter had anything to do with Yabai. The waking up in the last few days is more or less related to Yabai. So this is also a bit suspicious. Regardless of whether they have contact with Yabai or not, they will continue to be prepared. Oh, we are different from others, they are the gods of the world. They are very capable. Nick Fury also said. Indeed, for such a god on Earth, they must be treated with awe. Don't anger them accidentally. At that time, it is still yourself who will be hurt. But what is this thing? It's really scary. Captain Marvel was thinking secretly. Looking at everything outside, it is indeed horrible. He didn't know what to say, as if saying everything was wrong. At least these things will not harm them now. The Earth is right, but if these things are really going to harm the Earth, they are also powerless. Because it was too late to react at that time, they must take precautions now. This shouldn't be related to the God of the world. I always feel that the God of the world is indeed quite good. Who knows this? It's not certain. For the future, let's talk less. After all, we don't know anything and we still don't comment. Nick Fury still said. Because he was also not sure whether this mass of things would harm their Earth. But he felt that now that he had taken precautions, he had put down a certain amount of guard. Yabai also looked at the dark clouds outside. He immediately felt the power of this dark cloud. It has been a long time since he saw such a large cloud. And it is also a rare magnificent scene. It can be appreciated, although this is artificial. Has Mephisto's ability reached this point? Hela was full of doubts at this time. How could his ability become so powerful after he entered a magic palace and came out? Presumably there must be an expert to take care of it. Whether he is strong or not. When you come, you still fight. Yabai still said this. Anyway, if people don't offend me, I don't offend people. If people offend me, I will offend people. Retribute if there is gratitude, revenge. And Yabai feels that Mephisto's ability, Kfta, as a transcendent helps him. But it is impossible to reach a very high level in a short period of time. I can only say what kind of background Mephisto may have this time, but Yabai still needs to be on guard. Read more at hotmatilnovel.xyz. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly there was a noise in the sky, and this laugh is arrogant. Along with the drift of the dark clouds, his laugh came to the earth in bursts. As if possessing magic, dark clouds accompany him. It looks amazing. Yabai, here I am. Mephisto's arrogant shout came. This shout represents his hatred of Yabai and his contempt for Yabai. Because he thinks he has this bottle of poison, then he can do it recklessly. In fact, all this is because there is a transcendence behind him. But in fact, the original intention of the transcendent is not like this, it's just that Mephisto has misunderstood it. Caused him to be so arrogant now. I don't know the guy who is tall and thick. You come here, why are you shouting so loudly? Sure enough, mad dogs are like this. Yabai immediately used the ability to travel through time and space and immediately floated in front of Mephisto, standing with him on top of the dark clouds. This is another parallel universe, facing the Earth, and as expected, you can overlook the entire Earth from here. It looks very spectacular. What's the matter? I haven't seen you in just a few hours? I dare to scream like this. Yabai really didn't know what was so arrogant about Mephisto. Looking at Mephisto in front of him, he was not like a bird before. Arrogant hammer? Yabai, can't you think of it? I can still come out alive. You dare to talk to me like this now, and you will be finished in the end. I want you to revisit my strength. Mephisto, at this moment, in fact, seeing Yabai is still a little flustered. After all, Yabai's ability is what he covets. And because he was locked in the magic palace by Yabai, he was still a little scared. But he still pretended to be calm on the surface to deal with Yabai. Never let Yabai see any flaws. This is the trust placed by the transcendent in him, so he must not let the transcended down again. Otherwise his life would be lost. Oh, strength? So you have it too. Yabai snorted, which was mocking Mephisto. But Yabai knew that Mephisto could not be taken lightly at this moment. But Yabai still has to use his own way to treat his own body. He treats others as they do to him. Humph. Don't look down on people. If it wasn't for you to trick me into that magic palace just now, or I would have a fight with you. Mephisto was also hardened at this time. He was furious at the thought of Yabai tricking him into the magic palace. It seems that the hatred of Yabai is burning more and more. Yet, if you don't tell me, I forgot. I haven't seen you in such a short time. Why did you change the color? Yabai refers to the color of the armor on Mephisto's body. Why is the whole body black? It looks extremely black. It's not pretty at all. You don't know this, right? Are you scared when you see this? If you are scared, you can quickly hand over the heart of the universe, and I will spare your life. Mephisto actually thought Yabai was afraid of its color at the moment. After all, this kind of black can really make people feel scared. It is not ordinary black. It is the black that has the status symbol of transcendence. Mephisto was also happy to see Yabai's look like this. At least let Yabai be scared first. This is the first step and the first step to victory. Too lazy to tell you. Yabai really didn't want to say anything more. He wanted to start the station directly. But otherwise, it is certain that Mephisto must have a certain amount of confidence to rush here. Otherwise, with a character like Mephisto, he would never come back here again. But at the same time, Yabai didn't want to inquire about it, because it must be the Transcendence who gave Mephisto some fetish. I know you are scared, don't be embarrassed to say it. Mephisto is really forgiving. He thought Yabai didn't want to say it, but he was afraid, so he became even more arrogant. I don't know how high the earth is. Yabai immediately used the heart of the universe. Just a little bit is enough to make Mephisto scared. Suddenly, Yabai's body was full of colorful light. There is a complete contrast with Mephisto's dark black, as if one is the god of darkness and the other is the god of light. Mephisto saw the heart of the universe used by Yabai, and he immediately wanted to shield it with a barrier door. But it didn't work. The power of the heart of the universe can be felt. So all of a sudden his screen door was immediately broken. It has been said that Yabai's heart of the universe is above all infinite gems' existence. In other words, Yabai's heart of the universe can basically deal with strong men like Mephisto without any problems. It's just that Mephisto will accept it before it's good, so I dare to challenge. Who gave him the courage? And Yabai can basically be sure that Mephisto is a pawn used by the Transcender. Other than that, there is no idea. Mephisto continued to do things foolishly. What the hell is this? Mephisto was immediately stunned. He did not expect that he would have been shaken dozens of meters away by Yabai before he took the shot. This speed cannot be achieved by ordinary people. And at the same time that Mephisto fell instantly, Yabai also moved to Mephisto's side instantly, his eyes directly above Mephisto's body, staring straight at Mephisto. Mephisto's eyes panicked. Now, do you dare to speak like that? Yabai just asked in a low voice. The others were meaningless. It's just this kind of thing that makes him feel bad. When will he, Yabai, be available for others to comment? Especially scum like Mephisto? You have the book to let me go beforehand. Mephisto said it was false not to be afraid, and he was still holding back forcefully. He can't let Yabai discover his nervousness. Otherwise, you won't get anything. And Mephisto has been thinking about his scorpion poison. This is a trump card. You must make good use of it. Let go of you? Ridiculous, please. Yabai still said so. He still enjoyed that these strong men who were strong at the beginning were defeated by his power in the end. This method of admitting defeat is undoubtedly not Yabai's favorite. Because this is Yabai using his own ability to defeat him. It is also to win openly. The colorful light on Yabai's body was dazzling, and it seemed that Mephisto's black was about to be buried. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Such a strong and overwhelming posture is really a bit scary. Mephisto was out of breath. And he has been dumping like this all the time, without intending to get up. Because Yabai is already overlooking him. He dare not act rashly? Please. Mephisto continued to speak out without confidence. He is the one who wants to survive. Is there any way? In fact, Mephisto is waiting for an opportunity to act. He was looking for the right opportunity and was about to poison Yabai. This timing is not so easy to grasp. Because Mephisto has to hold his own life and Yabai's life at the same time. It is to kill Yabai smoothly without being projected by this poison. This is a perfect thing. It's just that he still doesn't know how to say it. Just pretend to behave. Anyway, this matter is not that simple. What's wrong? It's abnormal today. Yabai still couldn't understand what bad thought Mephisto was in the gourd. In an instant, I couldn't figure it out. One thing can be confirmed is that Mephisto's face is shaking. With that said, Mephisto took advantage of Yabai's words and immediately hit him with a flying punch. The strength of this punch can be said to be very possible to break a planet. If it wasn't for Yabai, then perhaps the entire planet would be crushed. However, this trick was blocked by Yabai. Yabai held Mephisto's hand tightly, and he tried to make Mephisto out of it. Gradually, Yabai's hand wrapped Mephisto's hand like this, and it was gradually turning around. Slowly press and roll. Find flowers 0. Mephisto's hand was turned over by Yabai, and Mephisto's scream was also heard. What? Mephisto's ribs were all broken by Yabai. The hands are basically useless, but Yabai's force also shook the earth 3 times. After 3 times, the earth was safe and sound, which was within Yabai's control. Because Yabai doesn't want to hurt innocent people either. Earthlings, as long as they don't provoke him, then everything will be fine. If he provokes him, he may end up with no place to bury him, just like the strong in these multiverses. This result is that Yabai can do it. As long as Yabai wants to do it, he can immediately destroy the entire earth. He is not uncommon with the title of God of the world. Yabai, you, Mephisto still wants to say something, but every time he says a word, Yabai's strength on Mephisto's arm increases a little more. So at this time, Mephisto just couldn't help screaming. It really hurts too much. Please, don't, Yabai just can't see Mephisto talking now, and the insidious person will undoubtedly die here. Especially as a god, still doing things like this is really terrible. I don't know how to grasp it at all. In fact, Yabai also knew that the powerhouses in these universes were already dark. There is no moral to talk about. So there is no need to consider leaving him any face. This kind of problem is not generally utterable. Nothing? Wasn't it arrogant? Yabai's eyes suddenly became fierce. He can't watch Mephisto lying on his head and shit. I've already bullied home, so I don't want to fight yet. Do I keep the fish? Ridiculous. Mephisto has actually provoked Yabai completely. So don't blame Yabai's subordinates for being merciless. Do you know who you are staring at? If I tell you the details, can you let me go? Mephisto was the ninja pain who said this at this time. He didn't know where he was from now. It seemed that Yabai had taken him to an unexpected place again. Only, this place is like a closed space. It was Hela who created a space with space gems, because this was also what Yabai requested. After all, the scattering of the heart of the universe like Yabai will inevitably explode, and it may cause some damage to the Earth at that time. The collapse of the Earth system was only a momentary event. So Yabai took Mephisto to other places to duel. This kind of duel should be more formal. At least take it seriously. Yabai is not such a casual person. Hela also cooperated in time, and the cooperation can be said to be seamless. Even Mephisto didn't know where he was taken. This kind of fear of the magic palace struck him once again. He is really a panic. Okay. Yabai muttered in a low voice for a while, his Adam's apple trembling. Because he heard this, he was really curious. Although he knows he is a transcender, Yabai feels that it is different from other people's mouths. Are you interested? Can you let me go first? Mephisto was still cautiously probing at this moment, although Yabai was obviously interested in what he said. But you still have to be careful. Otherwise, he will die easily. Oh my god, Yabai can't let this Mephisto go anymore, right? I always feel that Mephisto has no good intentions. Captain Marvel also saw Yabai hesitate at this time, and she was also a little worried. Since it was detected from the satellite system that it was Mephisto that entered the Earth. At that time she felt that something big was wrong. So she followed Mephisto closely. I didn't expect that Mephisto would still come to look for Yabai, and he was really not afraid of death. I'm not afraid of light when I have seen black. Captain Marvel is also afraid that Yabai will let Mephisto go again, and Mephisto will come to Earth to do things next time. This Earth really can't stand the toss. Hope they stop. Maybe Yabai has his own considerations. After all, we just need to care less about the god of the world. Don't provoke them. Nick Fury still has the same idea as before. He really has no other ideas except this protection of the Earth. This is the original intention and unchanging belief. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. Nick Fury feels that because the battle between the strong in the multiverse and Yabai in the past few days has directly affected people's lives, people on Earth have already generated many complaints. Because they didn't know what was going on, they just thought that aliens were going to invade. So they are still very scared. Even so, Nick Fury has received many complaints. But what can be done? I can only endure it, otherwise even the Earth won't be able to keep it. So what Earth people are talking about? I have no interest. Yabai rejected Mephisto in one sentence. It really didn't look like he continued to entangle with Mephisto. It really made him feel very anxious. The sooner things are resolved, the better. With that said, Yabai took out the heart of the universe and planned to use it once to end Mephisto's life. In this case, don't blame me. Die together. Mephisto said that he was about to take out the scorpion poison, so he pressed Yabai's body down. But Yabai immediately used the heart of the universe to raise a barrier, which is inaccessible to foreign objects. So Yabai can also be said to be temporarily safe. But with Mephisto's cry, the scorpion was also called out. At this time, it's up to you. Mephisto saw that Yabai was already hiding in the barrier, so he was very proud. He is commanding Scorpion. Look, Yabai in front of you is the enemy. Flush. Kill him. Mephisto was very excited at this moment, but it did not prevent his left hand from being abolished. But what Mephisto didn't know was that although the Scorpion was given by the Transcendent, the Scorpion was completely integrated with Mephisto. So the Scorpion's ability follows Mephisto's ability, and the Scorpion is as strong as Mephisto's ability is. Scorpion also looked down on Mephisto from the heart. He still wants to stay in Transcendence's body, at least what makes him feel full of energy, not now, panting. Damn, the poison has been wasted, and I can only rely on the Scorpion. Mephisto still cursed in a low voice. He originally planned to use this poison to kill Yabai, but he didn't expect Yabai to avoid it. This is a big loss, but now, there is no other way but to move forward. Because Mephisto was already mutilated at this time, and the ribs of his arm had been completely broken by Yabai. Even if Mephisto possesses a high degree of defense against damage, the damage from the heart of the universe cannot be resisted. This is not a matter of harm, it is a dignity fight. This damn Mephisto, it's not enough to succeed. At this moment, the Transcendent is also watching this battle happen. There is no way. Even if Yabai has isolated all temptations from the outside world, the Transcendent has installed a tracker on Scorpion's body. So no matter where Yabai is, as long as Mephisto is by Yabai's side, then the Transcendent can see everything Yabai is doing. Of course, I also saw Yabai crush Mephisto. That's why the Transcendent swears. I didn't expect that Mephisto would still be useless. Even if the truth of the matter has been told to Mephisto. It was so obvious, but Mephisto still seemed to mess up. Even the poison was useless, and Yabai was finally given to the generals. This is the last use that the Transcender gave Mephisto. This Yabai is really the actor in the script, so amazing. The Transcendents also felt that Yabai could no longer be underestimated. If this continues, the information that the Transcendent also obtained at the same time is that Yabai has no pressure on this sudden pressure. Easy? What kind of strange existence is this? It seems that this universe is incompatible with him. Very abnormal. This Scorpion? It looks so cute. Yabai was just looking at the Scorpion in front of him. Although the surface was fierce, Yabai still liked this kind of object. It feels extremely cute. But don't be fooled by his appearance. Yabai is only interested in such fierce little things. If you can tame him, that would be a good choice. After all, scorpions raised by transcendence are spiritual. This does not mean that tamed can be tamed. And this scorpion won't have another owner. He would only obey the instructions of the transcendent. Now it's just the transcendencer, and the scorpion is fused with Mephisto's body. In fact, it's just the transcendence to better control Mephisto. This is just a means of use. And Mephisto really thought he could call this scorpion. In fact, it's just that the transcendent is operating in secret. Come on. The enemy is right ahead, so don't you hurry to poison him. Mephisto saw the scorpion motionless at this time. He was really a little anxious. Because Yabai was in front, he thought he could support and defeat Yabai with this scorpion. I didn't expect this scorpion just to calmly watch if Mephisto was interrogating him. It feels like interrogating a prisoner. The scorpion gave Mephisto the feeling that Mephisto was scared. If you don't really see it, it's just that the scorpion Mephisto is really kind of in front of him. A feeling of fear, so he became hardened all at once. 25 Because Mephisto felt that this was just a scorpion after all, and it should not have much effect. Because you can't always be a scorpion, just defeat Mephisto. Mephisto thinks this is impossible. What are you staring at me for? Don't hurry up. Mephisto was also anxious at this time. He couldn't let a scorpion ride on his head. Therefore, he must play a certain degree of majesty, and at this time, the tendon of his hand was also broken. So he can't use his left hand. He has to ask Scorpion to help him, and the Transcendence has already ordered it. At a critical moment, you can ask Scorpion to help him. Now if this Scorpion doesn't help, then Mephisto will also tell the Transcendent. But Mephisto felt that if he had to inform the Transcendent even of this kind of thing, if even a scorpion can't control it, then he is still alive. What meaning does it have, and what face does he have to face the Transcender? Don't even talk about complaining to Transcendence, you can't afford to lose face. To be clear, Mephisto wanted to win but didn't want to be so embarrassed. Puff. Hela finally couldn't help laughing beside him. Hela thought that Mephisto was so funny that he couldn't even tell her pet to kill Yabai. Mephisto finally couldn't help hearing Hela's smile. He felt that his dignity had been mocked, and felt threatened again. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. If the scorpion doesn't move, then he will hit him. Yabai can't beat him anyway, so he can only hit this scorpion. But this scorpion was given to him by the Transcendent, so it can use it by itself. There is no need to get angry with a scorpion. Yabai also spoke at this time, because Mephisto was really planning to hit the scorpion. Don't blame your pet if Yabai feels he is incompetent. I found that this matter was completely unnecessary, because Yabai felt that even if he used these scorpions, he would not be able to beat himself. You can control it. I will show you how good he is. Mephisto was still stubborn at this time, because he felt that the scorpion was a transcendence after all, so this scorpion must be very strong. At least it can fight Yabai. Scorpion, go ahead. Mephisto was still howling at the scorpion, but now he has slowed down his voice, because he felt that he had to coax the scorpion well. You have to be gentle, maybe the scorpion will act. Because Mephisto felt that he had now forgotten how he learned from the Transcendent to control this scorpion. If you have learned well from the Transcendent at the beginning, then it will be fine. It's just that Mephisto is really anxious now. She can't let the phenomenon in front of her continue like this. He must find a way to solve it. Otherwise, if you continue to die like this, it will really lose face. Mephisto felt that he had to change the current situation. He couldn't break a hand, and died peacefully like this. and Scorpion moved a bit at this time, because she felt the order of the transcendent, and the transcended substance controlled her silently. Because this Scorpion really recognizes the owner, even if he is huge now. Stupid guy. At this time, the transcendent cursed Mephisto secretly. Not only did the script fail to develop in accordance with the Transcendence's imagination, the Transcendence felt that Mephisto could really give him a certain surprise this time. But now Mephisto not only didn't surprise her, but gave him all fright. This time the script should be completely changed in another direction. I will be on the stage soon. In fact, the Surpasser is still looking forward to being able to fight Yabai, but he doesn't know what the final situation will be like. Now that I really feel that I shouldn't kill Yabai so easily, I must let Yabai show all his abilities. And if Yabai agrees to do things under him, then the Transcendent is also very happy, because he feels that Yabai really has unlimited energy. This can be used. In fact, Yabai was also plunged into contemplation, because Yabai felt that now the Transcender was completely on Mephisto's side. So does it mean that if Mephisto dies this time, Transcendent will be the next player to play? This matter will make Yabai fall into contemplation, because Yabai feels that he does not have enough ability to deal with the Transcendence. This is the point he is most worried about. So should Mephisto die now? But if Mephisto does not die, Yabai feels that it would be a waste of energy to keep him in this multiverse. And Mephisto seemed to be alive as long as he was alive, then he would definitely come for revenge. In the face of repeated revenge, it is not as good as Yabai's decision to kill Mephisto. Yabai didn't want to save so much time and energy to deal with this Mephisto, because it is not worth his waste of time and energy at all. And Yabai felt that he had been playing with Mephisto for so long. It's also time to end. So at this time Yabai slowly pulled out the heart of the universe. He wanted to end Mephisto with a snap of his fingers, and never wanted to do so many bells and whistles. But Mephisto seemed to be a little smarter at this time. He realized that Yabai already wanted to end his life. So he took advantage of Yabai when she was beyond the heart of the universe. She immediately put on the Scorpion and escaped into the spacetime shield gate. Fly into another parallel universe at a very fast speed. This is the best way he can think of, just to hide. Now he can't go head-to-head with Yabai, so he can only flee the scene quickly. Because even if he confronted Yabai head-on, he would definitely not be able to beat Yabai, so he could only escape to survive. Because Mephisto still didn't want to lose his life, he still wanted to live. Even if you live humbly, you must live. It's absolutely impossible. Because Mephisto feels that he has lived in this universe for so many years, and if he is to be killed by Yabai now, wouldn't he live in vain? No one can answer Mephisto's question. But Yabai still didn't let him go. Yabai was going to chase Mephisto now. To the extent that Mephisto provoked Yabai before, Yabai will not let him go. Yabai hasn't overturned the enemy's habit. What is this? Why did it pass with a squeak? Hey, isn't this Mephisto? How could he be here, and still so embarrassed? Look, Mephisto's left hand seems to have been abolished. Isn't Mephisto possessing a high degree of defense against damage? Why does he become like this now? It's really Feng Shui turns around. He deserves it for him like this. SHHH, don't talk, you'll be done if he hears you later. Because Mephisto was rushing around in a hurry, he flew into another parallel universe. So along the way, I met a lot of strong people in the multiverse, and the situation along the way was seen by the strong people. Moreover, it was time for the kin of life and death, and there was no time to think about it so much. Mephisto only knew that he was going to escape the earth quickly. Because it was really too dangerous to be deceived by Yabai. If he stayed, his life might be lost. How could he even care about the problem of the above? Whereas Mephisto, he still has the ability to defeat us. You see that he is very embarrassed. That's not necessarily true. Look at him as if there is a scorpion beside him. It is a scorpion. It seems that he has not seen it before. Seems very amazing. That's it. Wait, it seems that Yabai just drifted past. Is this the god of the world? Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. Could it be that Yabai is chasing Mephisto now? That's why Mephisto flees so embarrassed. I think it's possible. Should we go and see? What do you think about this? We can follow along. But if we are discovered at that time, will I implicate us? After all, I don't want to die. Don't worry, no. We just hide it well. I will see if the legendary Yabai is as powerful as the legend. In fact, the strong in the multiverse are all curious about Yabai. After all, I have only heard the rumors, and have not really met a real person. It's just that a few people have seen Yabai. Yabai is not so ostentatious. So it's just that others have to challenge him, so he will fight back. Such low-key people tend to provoke others to like. This guy, you dare to escape, you have to twist your neck down today. Yabai thought secretly, because Mephisto was really wasting too much time for him. It must be resolved as soon as possible. Mephisto must be killed today, even if OAA comes, it's useless. Not to mention the Transcendent. Yabai also chased Mephisto all the way, and also chased Mephisto at a faster speed. Because Yabai's ability is far above Mephisto, and the ability of time and space flight is also above Mephisto. This is beyond doubt. So Yabai soon chased to Mephisto, but by this time Mephisto had already entered a dark hollow door. The darkness here is bottomless. It was like an invisible cliff, and entering it seemed to fall into a trap. At this time, Yabai was still a little cautious, but he immediately turned on the flash and wanted to brighten up the scene in the group. Yabai turned all white with a snap of his fingers, but it seemed to be dark again for a moment, because it seems that no bright flames are allowed in this black hole. Yabai also found it interesting. He didn't expect Mephisto to have such a secret base. It's really interesting. I just saw a hollow piece inside, nothing at all. But this black hole is real, not fictitious like the magic palace. No, Mephisto brought the god of the world to this place. I want to come to this is too much and really anxious, there is no way to escape. But looking at the god of the world, he doesn't seem to be anxious at all. It really is our god. Mephisto is nothing arrogant, but just got inside. It will be a matter of time before he kills him. I find it hard to say. After all, Mephisto is still quite good. Don't you know how strong his ability is? I thought I had a fight with him back then. I still remember that lesson. I dare not touch it. Touch it. But this is not as strong as Yabai. After all, Yabai has the heart of the universe. Forget it, let's eat melon well. Many gods talked in it, and kings, they didn't know what to do. Moreover, they think it is very interesting to watch this century war. After all, Mephisto didn't like it very much, but now Mephisto challenged Yabai to get the heart of the universe. Think of the strong in the multiverse as watching a scene, as if you have already understood Yabai's ability, and also understood Mephisto's ability. If Yabai killed Mephisto, they would be very happy in the end. But if Mephisto kills Yabai, they are also very happy, so that they can deal with Mephisto and get the heart of the universe. They know that dealing with Mephisto is always easier than dealing with Yabai. Anyway, at the end they still have to snatch the beam of the heart of the universe. It's just to see who the heart of the universe finally put in the end, so they are now looking for an opportunity to act. Everyone just wants to take the lead for their own interests. No one of the gods here is simple, each has a ghost. But in the end, if they drew a tie, no one killed anyone. This should be impossible. According to their trend, either you die or I live. Be confident and get rid of the feeling. The strong in the multiverse immediately felt very happy, because they think they have done a very smart thing. Neither went to challenge Yabai in advance, nor was defeated by Mephisto. They seem to be judging the situation, but they don't know that their own affairs have been included in it. At this time, in the black hole, Mephisto has also fully entered. But he is now hiding incessantly, because he can't let himself make a sound. If he is found by Yabai, then he will be dead. And because this black hole rock is Mephisto, it has already been calculated. Because no sparks can be stirred up in this black hole at all, it is difficult to see exactly what the people inside are doing. Yabai can't even see where Mephisto is hiding now, and there are a lot of bones here. Because many people have fought in it. It's the kind of life and death battle. Damn, I didn't expect myself to fall to this point. This scorpion doesn't work either. It doesn't move. I wonder why the Transcendent sent you. At this time Mephisto secretly bought a pair of this scorpion. He felt that if it were not for this scorpion, he would not have to hide. Mephisto also cursed the Transcendent directly at this time. After all, Mephisto felt that he was a strong man who had lived in this universe for thousands of years. I've always been in awe, but now I don't have a field. In the final analysis, it's the fault of the Transcendents. If the Transcendents did not tell him the news, he would not come to look for Yabai, still be his own powerhouse steadily. But when things have developed to the present, Mephisto has also reflected on his behavior. He felt that he shouldn't hit the stone with the egg. He knew Yabai was so tough. But now it's too late to regret it. According to Yabai's personality, he would never let him go, so he could only ask God to pray to the Buddha. You let me lose so much face, do you know? Damn it. Mephisto thought that there were so many godly strong men outside watching the battle. He thought that he couldn't hold back his face. But now, no matter how angry he was, he couldn't make much movement. After all, Yabai's intuition is very sensitive, and if he is not careful, he will immediately come to him to find him. I just saw the scorpion in front of me glance at Mephisto with disdain. This scorpion looked down on Mephisto from his heart. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. What transcends is that the scorpion stays on Mephisto, and the scorpion is not allowed to help Mephisto, so the scorpion will not move. It's so speechless, I'm shrinking here like a tortoise. The scorpion suddenly made a sound. In fact, the scorpion was able to speak. It's just that she hadn't spoken before, but now she finally couldn't help it. Because Mephisto really made this scorpion indistinguishable, just like a woman, so inked. Who is speaking? Shut up. Mephisto seemed to realize that someone seemed to be talking, and he immediately became clever. He thought it was Yabai who came, but there was no one around. He thought there was a problem with his hallucinations. I'm talking, idiot. Such a scorpion, all unscrupulous. Anyway, the Transcendent didn't let him respect Mephisto, so he could only say what was in his heart. But if this scorpion were to fight Mephisto, he wouldn't be afraid. Because now, Mephisto has no fighting capacity at all. So even a scorpion rode on Mephisto's head. What? You can talk. Are you talking? What the hell are you? Mephisto was really stunned, until he repeatedly confirmed that it was the scorpion next to him who was talking, and then he calmed down. But this shout was already shocking enough. Almost resounding in the sky, Mephisto was so scared that he hurriedly covered his mouth. He was afraid to make a little more noise, because Yabai Hui found him in this way, but Yabai found out that he was finished. But Mephisto was a little angry except for surprise. Since this scorpion can talk, why didn't he talk in the first place? Mephisto was furious. Are you qualified to call me something, and don't look at what you are? The scorpion would actually refute him, looking at Mephisto with vicious eyes. And in the darkness, when the scorpion's eyes became a bright lacquer, a red light was emitted. When this scorpion is in danger, his eyes will turn into a ray of light. This is a normal phenomenon, but this phenomenon has been taken off work by Mephisto, because Mephisto felt that this light would provoke Yabai to come over. Never let such things continue to happen. The scorpion must be stopped as soon as possible. Are you crazy? You will provoke Yabai like this. It's not just me, you will also be implicated. You will die too. Mephisto felt that Scorpion was doing it against her now, but he couldn't do anything with scorpions. Fool. Mephisto couldn't help but cursed secretly. He was really about to be confused by the Transcendent. What is the problem? Wouldn't the Transcendence, the strong, just play him? Who are you talking about? Scorpion is also anxious. Because it can't be scolded by others, no one has ever scolded him like that except Transcendent. It is also an arrogant pet. But this scorpion was also aware of its own safety issues, so even if it was not convinced, it still lowered its voice. It seems to be speaking on the breath. Because it also feels that its life is now connected to Mephisto. It's really strange. I didn't expect myself to fall to this point. Speaking of you, who else to talk about? Mephisto couldn't bear it at this time either. The two quarreled like children. But they are holding back because they are really afraid of being discovered by Yabai. In fact, Yabai had discovered that they were here a long time ago, but just kept silent, just watching them quietly in the dark. It's really funny. Listening to their conversation, Yabai felt that this scorpion was very cute. It's just that Yabai can't hold there is such a thing. Because Yabai felt that if he had to face something like this often, then he couldn't stand it either dash. Because he is not used to pets that are too arrogant, although it is really cute, still a little bit reluctant to kill it. But now, the arrow has to be sent on the string. Scorpion, what's the noise? Pay attention. At this time, the Transcendence was speaking to the scorpion in the air. It still passes the speed of ultrasound. Scorpion was trained by him, and of course he can read the meaning of Transcendence. Yes, master. The scorpion stopped making a noise. Obediently stand in place. And the red light in the eyes disappeared instantly. This is foreshadowing. He really has given up struggling. Look, even Master Transcendent said that to you. You dared to yell at me just now. Something good or bad? At this time, Mephisto thought that the Transcendent was speaking for him by reprimanding the scorpion, so he suddenly became rampant. Mephisto felt that his image suddenly rose up. Suddenly I felt that the Transcendent used him very well. Shut up. Satisfied with a hammer. Don't you know how bad your things are? There is still a face here to force Lili. The Transcender was also very angry, and he didn't expect Mephisto to be a useless guy. If you knew that you wouldn't save him, let him fend for himself. I regret it when I want to come. Mephisto was still thinking of defending himself, but if he was reprimanded by the Transcendent, he directly cursed it. Dare to speak. The Transcendent is also inexhaustible. He really wanted to strangle Mephisto immediately. But I still have to borrow Yabai's hand. This effect will be much better. Master Transcendence, this is really nothing to do with me, but Yabai is too strong. And this scorpion doesn't obey my orders. He doesn't do anything I tell him to do. Otherwise, we can beat Yabai. Mephisto was still defending himself at this moment, with no intention of repentance, and also attributed all the failure to Yabai and Scorpion, without knowing the reflection. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. What's the use of keeping such a person? Really ignorant? Snapped. Suddenly, a loud slap from the Transcendence pierced the wall and hit Mephisto in the face. Mephisto's face for the next $10 was all red with eye-catching slap prints. Extremely obvious? Unforgettable? Tear. But Mephisto could only endure it, and at this moment, Scorpion was just laughing. Because it was mocking Mephisto, he knew that the most annoying thing about Transcenders was complaining. He didn't even think about repenting, and challenged the Surpasser's bottom line again and again. What a foolishness! Do you know why I beat you? The Transcendence is now asking for it. Because the Transcendence still wants to give Mephisto another chance, just because Mephisto is really the biggest weapon to test Yabai. Perhaps, the next step is how to learn to deal with it. My mistake is that I shouldn't be defeated by Yabai. Mephisto was still touching his face and talking to the Transcendent at this moment. He only knew that he should answer well at this time, otherwise it would not be as simple as a slap. Wrong? You are wrong to run away. The Transcendent said word by word, it was originally such a thing. Because the transcended person feels that he is about to be aware of the source of Yabai's ability, and he is about to observe and comprehensively. Unexpectedly, Mephisto ran away suddenly, and tossed money so quickly. It really means to make the Transcendence speechless. The thing that promised the Transcendent back then. It seems that I have forgotten all of them. I'm sorry, Master Transcendence. I know it was wrong. Mephisto was also immediately kneeling in front of Lord Transcendent, but at this moment Mephisto was already a bloody corpse. Because Yabai actually used his whole body when twisting off his hand at the beginning. If it weren't explosive, I'm afraid Mephisto is no longer in this universe. Yabai still kept a hand. Probably let it communicate with the Transcendence. Find flowers 0. And Yabai knows that this has already happened. And Yabai was also well prepared. The reason why Yabai is still standing still here is to give the Transcender a chance to talk to Mephisto. Since there is still communication between them, then this point does not need others to say. At this moment, Mephisto felt like a grasshopper on a hot rope, unbearable and uneasy. He didn't know what he should do to get the pity and sympathy of the Transcended. He still wants to live. It's useless to admit mistakes now. The Transcendent also looked at Scorpion directly. This feeling was not what he could imagine. Mephisto also felt the danger coming, but he thought about asking the Transcendent to give him another chance. 0. Please, don't kill me. Mephisto is really Hegeian at this moment. Full of desire to survive? Is there any reason to keep you down? The Transcendent immediately became intent to kill, and he immediately clenched his fist, trying to kill Mephisto in the air. But at this time, Yabai also left. Unexpectedly, this is the result in the end. Yabai is gone. In fact, Yabai has already guessed such a result. That's why he didn't do it for a long time, just waiting for them to kill each other. Moreover, the Transcendence also allowed Yabai to see the existence of a fierce person. Unexpectedly, Mephisto's shout really came from inside the black hole, but it was Yabai who helped him terminate his life. Mephisto's body exploded, broken little by little. Yabai felt that this was his prey, so it was not his turn to kill him. Even the Transcendent is no exception. Yabai, that's so arrogant. He just flicked a finger, and Mephisto ended his life in this way. The Transcendence has not had time to do it yet. And the god who squatted outside eating melons was also shocked. I didn't expect that a mission like Mephisto would be killed by Yabai in the same way. It's really awesome. I'm almost impressed by Yabai's charm. Sure enough, the blessing of the heart of the universe is different. CAI. This is not only a function of the heart of the universe, but it is also because Yabai has the ability itself. Who knows? We don't understand it anyway. Other gods felt that they didn't know what Yabai was sacred, so it was inconvenient to comment. Because this thing itself is also an extremely scary thing, but this is good enough. Yabai's ability is really not so easy to understand. Moreover, Yabai himself is also immortal. After 10 years of tempering, his ability has been cultivated to such a great extent. This is also something that the gods admire. And the fusion of the heart of the universe is so fast. This kind of speed, how can it be compared with them? It's not as good at all. It is simply overfulfilling the task, and it is indeed a trump card. God of the world? The gods want to take a look, know it at a glance. They seem to have understood what to do next. But one of them made up his mind secretly. This is where he should fight, starting from the moment Yabai started to follow Mephisto into the black hole. He has already begun to pay attention to Yabai. This is not something he should pay attention to, but the heart of the universe in Yabai's hand is also extremely dazzling, making him unable to look away. He felt that this was none other than him, because he just refuses to admit defeat. Since so many gods are unsuccessful in the challenge, then he just wants to try. Because of this, it feels stimulating. If Yabai, who can't be solved by the powerful, is solved by him, then what a powerful honor he should have. And he is the beholder? A powerful presence in the chaos? Evil and ancient? Anyway, he has always wanted to return to Earth, but isn't it another good opportunity now? As long as Yabai, the god of the world, is killed, he will have the heart of the universe and directly enter the Earth. Then no one can stop him at that time. The beholder is an extremely terrifying existence. Such an image made the gods feel extremely terrible when they saw it. Because the beholder's body is completely ruled by one eye, and there are many branches all over the body, so that people look like an octopus. But it is far more terrifying than the octopus. Can't underestimate this beholder. He once swallowed a single bite of the universe like this. No mercy, and without blinking. Cruel? This time, he also focused on Yabai, thinking that Yabai must accompany him. Since it's here, don't even think about leaving. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. This Yabai, there is nothing to be proud of. The beholder suddenly appeared among the gods. He is just staring at many powerful people, but although these powerful people are of the same level as him, they are still very subconsciously afraid when they see the beholder, because the eyes of the beholder are really terrible. This is not a trivial matter. But other strong men also heard the arrogant words of the beholder. I'm all watching the show in my heart. What's wrong? Do you mean you can beat Yabai? Yes, then we want to see if your beholder is as powerful as you said. If not, you are going to slap yourself. Ha 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 ha, that's ridiculous. Now Yabai has defeated many strong people in our multiverse one after another, and without a single miss. Isn't this the best time to represent Yabai's ability? Other gods are also standing on Yabai's side, because they feel that the beholder is just bragging, and there is no real time to act. After all, the facts are here now. Yabai is really amazing. None of them are opponents. Crack. Suddenly, the beholder used a paw to wrap around one of the talking gods just like this, and his neck was suddenly broken, and his body was also directly disconnected in half. The scene was once difficult to control. Hiss. The other gods were taken aback. None of them expected that the beholder would do such a thing, and in front of so many gods. After finishing it, I also looked proud and didn't mean to repent and apologize at all. You, beholder? Why bother? At this time, there was another god who couldn't stand it anymore, and it just opened up resistance. But he was still crushed by the beholder directly on the ground. His eyes were dug out, and the god was rolling on the ground. Ah! The howl is worse than the first. At this time, many gods stepped back and dared not say anything anymore. He didn't even dare to speak cautiously. I'm afraid to say one more thing, and I will end up just like these two gods. The ground was bloody. It seems to have been stained with blood. Extremely eye-catching. Very scary. What's wrong? Does anyone have an opinion now? The beholder flicked the god's eyes and said disdainfully. He has always been fierce. Who gave them the courage to make them make irresponsible remarks here? Really knowing how to live and die? Moreover, the beholder felt that he hadn't come back to this multiverse before, so how come these gods suddenly turned upside down? Don't put him in the eyes at all, what made them do this? Don't dare, Lord Beholder, we were just joking just now, don't be offended. Yes, we are really joking. I definitely didn't mean to offend you. Yep. At the beginning, a god spoke, and other gods also agreed. Otherwise, they will be the ones who die at that time? I don't want to die so tragically. No preparation at all. Blame the beholder is really too scary, making people at a loss what to do. Forgive you for not dare. Waste. The beholder is gone at this time, and he has to look for Yabai immediately after he finishes speaking, because the beholder really thinks that Yabai can still be challenged. The beholder is also a god looking for excitement, and he felt that if he defeated Yabai, then he would not have to return to the earth, he would have entered the Transcendence realm and became a member of the Transcendence. Isn't that better? So we still have to look forward. And Yabai hasn't left completely at this moment, because Yabai thinks the scorpion in front of him is a bit interesting, although it is not Mephisto's pet. This kind of god-level pet is not Mephisto's at first sight. Mephisto does not have such spiritual power. What to do? This scorpion looks so innocent. And this scorpion didn't seem to want to hurt Yabai, but just stayed there obediently and motionless. Yabai was a little curious. What's the matter? Why haven't you left? Didn't your master call you? Yabai suddenly squatted down and talked to the scorpion in front of him. If the scorpion is gentle, then the size of the scorpion is very small, because it is facing a person who it feels is not an enemy. Because Yabai didn't make him feel hostile, so it was a lot milder all at once. It seemed that he was bewildered by Yabai's gentleness. It turns out that pets also need to be cared for. Scorpion also looked at Yabai and was speechless. To be precise, he didn't know to answer the gods. After all, they are enemies. Its owner is the Transcendent. Although the Transcendent didn't tell it to kill Yabai, the owner's meaning was obvious. Just ask Scorpion to observe Yabai. It is also just a tool. Because a satellite system is installed in the body of the scorpion, it can be monitored. 25. In this way the Transcendent can observe Yabai anytime and anywhere. It is also fortunate that those who transcend can imagine it. This is also the best way for him to observe Yabai, because Yabai sometimes has money to go to some defense systems, so sometimes the Transcendent has no contact with Yabai at all. But originally, the Transcendence was only for Mephisto, the King of Desire, but he didn't expect Mephisto to be dead now. This situation is also a situation that the Transcendent did not expect in advance, but knew that Mephisto would die, but did not expect to die so quickly. Now, the plan has been disrupted. The Transcendent also felt the humiliation, because what he didn't expect was that Mephisto was really so useless, and also hurt the Scorpion, but now the Transcendent has no problem watching Scorpion and Yabai. On the contrary, they get along very harmoniously. So the Transcendents have been confused. But he saw that the situation in front of him was developing well. At least there hasn't been a big fight yet. Why don't you speak? Don't you know how to speak? Yabai is still very gentle, even touching the head of the scorpion, and the scorpion bends down very cooperatively. With his eyes closed, he looked at a very harmonious picture. Unexpectedly, your little head is quite spiritual. Yabai laughed too. If you don't want to talk, don't talk. After all, this is the situation, and there is no full reality. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. And Yabai also knows that this is a poison. Hurt pet, but forget it. After all, now this scorpion didn't hurt Yabai. Yabai didn't think he had any need to hurt a scorpion himself. Although this scorpion looked fierce. Well, if you don't speak, then I'll leave, there will be a later period. Yabai still feels not to waste too much time here. After all, Hela is still at home waiting for him to come back. Now he also has to resolve this matter quickly. This matter itself is not that difficult, but Yabai's men are merciful. Because Yabai really thinks it's not a misfortune for Chayo, just forget it. But when Yabai said he was leaving, he was pressed firmly by the scorpion's claws. In fact, the scorpion was thanking Yabai. In the end, it was speechless. Anyway, things would still be discovered at the end, but the scorpion didn't want to speak at the moment, because it was afraid of thanking it when it opened its mouth. It is not very good for the overtaken to know. Anyway, just don't betray. And the meaning of the scorpion raising his claws is to say that it doesn't seem to be too much words, just one sentence is enough. Scorpion is saying goodbye to Yabai. It seems to be saying goodbye. At the same time, I was saying I hope I will never see you again. Because seeing each other means the feeling of seeing each other in battle. Now they feel more like friends. However, their identity still does not allow this kind of existence. I really want to go. After Yabai said that he would loosen the scorpion's claws. This is not the scorpion he imagined. The scorpion should have been fierce, not like it is now. It's not as much emotional drama as it is now. It should be rational. Because Yabai still has more important things to deal with. Although Yabai knows that this is the scorpion of transcenders, it does not prevent them from being friends. This does not hinder. Nothing is wrong. The scorpion also watched Yabai leave, but now, it also showed a knowing smile. The underside of this smiling emoji just doesn't know what it means, but it feels a little sinister. Yabai also smiled after turning around, as if this was some kind of agreement between them. And Yabai has no time to take care of this scorpion now. Hela's gem is calling Yabai. It seems that there is something important. As for what it is, Yabai doesn't know now. I can only go back quickly. But now just as soon as he reached the entrance of the black hole, he was blocked by a magical force. Although I don't know what magic power this is, Yabai feels that the visitors are not good. Still have to be cautious. Just solved one? Why is someone coming in so soon? Although Yabai easily broke the golden bell in front of him, he shattered the entire black hole with a single move. Yabai is no longer afraid of these violations. No one can bully him. Tisk, are you Yabai? I just think the image of the Cyclops in front of me fits this beholder. Although the beholder gave him a golden bell, he still went back. The pupils are enlarged several times than others. Only one eye really shocked Yabai. It looks pretty good. But Yabai feels that since he has lived in this universe for many years, he is naturally used to it. What's wrong? I'm Yabai, sir. This is a battle between the strong, and there is no other material involved. Yabai really hasn't seen the person in front of him. The eyes inside have been rolling. Suddenly, a huge task appeared in front of Yabai's eyes, that is, beholder. He looked at Yabai with disdain in his eyes. It seemed that he was doubting Yabai's ability, but it was also a scrutiny. But there was only one eye in front of him, and his eyes were wide. It seems that this is telling them that he looks like this himself. Yabai still doesn't know what this person is coming from, so he should be polite. The beholder is about to appear. But it was easily cracked by Yabai, so Yabai is not surprised. If the person is the enemy, then go ahead. Yabai really wanted to make a quick fight. For him, he didn't want to think about it anymore. Moreover, this time Yabai still defeated this beholder in front of many strong men in the multiverse. It may be a long time since the strong men in the multiverse will come to Yabai to trouble him. Because I'm scared when I've seen it, I won't go to an internet cafe. This is simply impossible. Isn't this trying to solve your own life quickly? I'm a beholder, have you heard of it? The beholder also confessed to Yabai at this time. Thinking that he is so outstanding, Yabai should know it too. This also contains the self-esteem of the beholder. Although it's nothing, but this kind of face is still necessary. This is what the beholder is fighting for. Well, let me think about it. It seems I haven't heard of it. What's wrong? Are you famous? Does Yabai mean that the beholder is very powerful? Want everyone to know him? And Yabai's eyes really looked innocent, because he really didn't know. Yabai still knows nothing about these things. Because it was discovered at the end, this matter was nothing at all, and it was changed because of this situation. And Yabai is also directly paying attention to the people around him and Hela, not paying too much attention to what is in other parallel universes. He doesn't want to pay attention to these. Because it can really be said that these universes are all dark ones. There is no morality at all. So there is nothing to pay attention to. Yabai also doesn't like this kind of intrigue. Puff. Yabai's words also aroused the laughter of other strong men who watched the battle. Because they really feel that Yabai is the result of strength. I didn't expect that Yabai would be quite good at catching up on it. I thought that such powerful people are relatively dull people. Who said no? I thought Yabai was a dumb person at first, but I didn't expect that they had a wife. And that is the goddess of fire, Hela. Look, this is a double harvest of career and love. Suddenly, the powerhouses in the multiverse all sighed in admiration one after another. The look in his eyes was envy. Because as everyone knows, Hela is really the goddess of coldness. How did Yabai catch it? Read more at hotuntalnovel.xyz. Are you still a wife? But what they didn't know was that Hela was very indifferent in front of everyone, but in front of Yabai, it was very enthusiastic. At least very gentle. This is not a scene that everyone can see, so they don't even know how loving they are. Just know what's on the surface. Hela really exists like a goddess. Sexy and hot? I don't know who will win the duel between them. I don't know, but we can still guess. We always feel that Yabai's strength is unpredictable, but the beholder is also hard to say. In short, the ability between them makes us not easy to talk about. Stop talking, the beholder is looking over. Other powerhouses are also very concerned about this battle. After all, it happened in front of their eyes, so you can't watch it. In short, they will never miss such a thing. Moreover, the beholders bullied them so much before, but now they want revenge. When facing the beholder, they didn't even dare to lift their eyes. If the beholder is defeated by Yabai now, it is really great. There is always someone to teach the beholder for them. The beholder is also hateful. What are you talking about? To shut up. The beholder directly yelled at the other gods, because he also heard them talking about him. Beholders never allow dignity to be insulted. He is a person who loves face very much. So he scolded them immediately. But this life scolding is still useful, just seeing these gods also dare not speak. But there are still some quieter voices discussing. I don't even think that I am a god. One, isn't it the same as us? Why do you scold us so loudly? Really? Silent incident. Moreover, my abilities are not so powerful, and they are not being crushed by Yabai now. It's just that this sound is enough for the beholder to hear, but seeing that the beholder has a claw and almost flies in front of the god, because he is not easy to provoke. But with a light touch by Yabai's heart of the universe, the claw was chopped off, and sparks were still emitted. Don't he do this? Besides, he is telling the truth. Yabai still said insignificantly, but he didn't care that the beholder was already screaming. This is the gift you just used to block the door of the black hole with the golden bell to prevent me from coming out. Repay a gift with a gift, don't mind. Yabai smiled and looked at the beholder in front of him, as if the beholder was grinning. This kind of pain is not something ordinary people can bear. And because Yabai is really quick and accurate, he doesn't give the beholder a chance to think about it. This is not the imagination of the beholder. I didn't expect this kid to be really amazing. I just want to deal with him. Why are you doing it? You don't speak martial ethics. The beholder still spoke, because he really wanted to deal with that god. Why did Yabai want to save him? But at this time, the targeted god immediately knelt in front of Yabai, thanking Yabai for his life-saving grace. It's good. Master Yabai, thank you for saving me. Thank you. Okay, get up. I'm not trying to save you. I'm just paying the courtesy. Yabai is not accustomed to other people's kneeling and worship, so he just refused to turn around at the moment. And Yabai felt that this was not because of him. It's just that Yabai thinks that it doesn't matter whether the beholder bullies people who are weaker than him. Wow, I didn't expect Yabai to be such a person, and he would save people. I thought Yabai was also a very cold person. It's completely in line with the hero's imagination in my heart. I feel so too. Many gods thought that the god was dead just now, but they did not expect to be saved by Yabai, and Yabai rescued his garden at the very moment. But it is really something between Yabai's thoughts. In fact, Yabai was moved with compassion just now. Otherwise, according to Yabai's character, he would never pay attention to things that have nothing to do with him. No one thought that Yabai also experienced a struggle just now. Finally decided to shoot. Worthy of time Yabai. Anyway, thank you, I will definitely come back to repay you. No matter when your gods call me, I will definitely come out. The god left after speaking, also appearing mysterious. In fact, Yabai didn't take this sentence seriously. And he had Hela with him, so he didn't think of other things. What's the matter? I'm here to recognize relatives now. The beholder couldn't help looking at this situation. He just felt that Yabai was embarrassed by seeing him deliberately. Yabai had deliberately saved him when he didn't say it just now, but when such words came out, it seemed that Yabai was too tall. The beholder just couldn't see that someone had robbed him of the limelight. This is definitely not possible. What does it have to do with you? Yabai just responded to the beholder. Yabai is not afraid of the beholder. Yabai has a bottom in his heart. This kind of situation will continue to happen in the future, but in a situation like this, Yabai has to give him a prestige, so that in the future, there will be no strong people in the multiverse coming to him again. He just wanted to live a quiet life with Hela on the earth peacefully, and then travel around the universe. That's it. After waiting for the limelight, it should be fine. The beholder was so shocked by Yabai that he was speechless, and he didn't know what was going on anyway. Moreover, the strong people in the multiverse are here now, so why dare not to attack Yabai? What are you doing here? Yabai is here. He is Yabai. He is the one with the heart of the universe. Why are you still not acting? The opportunity is here. As long as we join hands, he will die. The beholder still continued to shout, but he didn't want to think about how much public outrage his behavior just aroused. Two powerful men have just been killed, but now no gods will listen to him. And he himself has survived to this day by relying on Kfta, a little devil. This is also a common method between them. It's not worth talking about at all. What are you doing in a daze? Come on. When the beholder saw that there was still no god to do it, he just panicked. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. He doesn't know why things have developed to the point it is today, and it is really not easy. I really messed up myself, so I should learn to act. But now it is too late to regret. The gods are all about to move, but still no one dares to do it. After all, they are now scared by Yabai's strength. Moreover, it was summoned by the beholder, and the beholder itself has no credibility. They are also unwilling to listen to the beholder, because he has no virtue. Even if these powerhouses still have a certain desire for the heart of the universe, just after witnessing Yabai's strength, they also flinched. Still, life is the most important. And now they are in the state of watching the show. The beholder will be destroyed here. This beholder suddenly found him so pitiful. Hateful is right, poor people must be hateful. This is a turn of feng shui. Deserves him to treat us the way he did before. Also intimidating us. Anyway, I won't fight, just let you guys. I'm not going either. The other gods also had such a retreat attitude, because they were really shocked by Yabai. And they are now watching how Yabai killed the beholder. They are still very interested in this point. What's wrong? How does it feel? Yabai is still speaking out, but this kind of scene cannot be embarrassed for a while. He has to continue to be embarrassed. So this kind of thing has to be done by yourself in the end. Nothing. Even without them, I will definitely be able to beat you. The beholder looked at the other gods and couldn't help much, and they planned not to join forces. So the beholder has to be hardened. Because the beholders just wanted to take advantage of them at first, but they didn't expect that if they didn't help, even the heart of the universe didn't intend to fight for it. This is an opportunity to enter the transcendence field, or an opportunity to become a member of the transcendence. The beholder yelled loudly again. He was really dazzled by these gods. How come they are like this? And the beholder originally planned that when these gods and Yabai beat you to death, he would take advantage of the fisherman's profit and come directly to a mantis to catch the cicada and the oriole. At that time, all the rewards are his. It's a pity that now the trick of the beholder is going to be frustrated. He didn't even think of it. We are very interested in the heart of the universe, but you make us feel disgusting, and we won't be fooled by you at all. We are not fools. We also know that you want to use us. Now you can't use us anymore. You can play by yourself. Suddenly, a burst of sound overwhelmed a burst of sound, and the dramatic ending of this wave was much more beautiful. I didn't expect Yabai to be so smart that he would use it instead. This wave of operations is awesome. The Transcendence has been observing too, and he did not expect that the male protagonist he chose is also really handsome. It seems that there is no need to worry about the script when doing things so cleverly. Yabai, you have now successfully aroused my desire to challenge. The Transcendent finally looked at the camera and said another sentence. He really felt that Yabai really brought him too many surprises, and he couldn't speak at all. This is very suitable to be treated as an opponent. In the end, what the Transcendent wants is the source of power and energy in Yabai's hands. As long as they have these, the Transcendent will rise to a higher level. This kind of strength is beyond imagination. So he became more greedy. Yabai also felt that there was always a pair of eyes observing him in secret, but he didn't think too much at this moment, just focusing on the beholder in front of him. After all, this beholder actually still has a certain ability. This ability is unpredictable, and no one knows what his next ability will be. As far as the beholder is concerned, it has already swallowed so many universes, and it is not enough to swallow the entire multiverse. One does not have this ability yet, and he wasn't sure if he would be swallowed up after using the ability to swallow. Although the beholder's ability is very powerful, but he is not enough to deal with a multiverse. He can swallow a single universe in another parallel universe at will, but he can't swallow a multiverse. This is also the limitation of his ability. That's why he dare not be too arrogant. It's just that he usually oppresses a god who is weaker than him, and this is already able to prove his ability. But now all the gods seem to be on Yabai's side, so this makes the beholder look a little helpless. He didn't know what else to do. He doesn't know how to save the situation. Maybe this situation is true, that's it. Damn it. The beholder yelled impatiently, looking at Yabai in front of him. He really wanted to yell. Could it be that Yabai is his nemesis? And the beholder also thought this thing was terrible. He had never thought that something like this would happen, and she always felt that her position in the multiverse was unshakable. I just didn't expect that Yabai would be turned around so easily today. He is now here with his unconvinced expression. He really hates Yabai. Therefore, the hatred of Yabai in his heart escalated even more. At first it was just for fun, but I didn't expect to be so serious now. And he only discovered now that Yabai's sarcastic remarks to him at the beginning were all the routines that Yabai gave him again. And he also went indirectly, with no reaction at all. Let Yabai pretend to be short-lived, and now all the gods standing here hate beholders. You are really blind, all of you are caught in his trap, right? It's obvious that he is the one who has the heart of the universe. The beholder still yelled very unconvincingly. He wanted to make these gods in the multiverse standing here sober and not be deceived by Yabai's appearance. But he didn't reflect on himself at all. It was obvious that these people were away from him because of the viciousness of the beholder, but he felt that it was Yabai's problem. Beholder, you don't need to say more. Don't you know how disgusting you are? Don't you understand now? It's all because of you. You don't have to reflect on yourself. We made this move entirely because of yourself, not because of Yabai. Although we still have a certain desire for the Axis, we already know that we can't get it, so you don't have to use us anymore. If you want, you can fight for it yourself, and we will not oppose you. Anyway, now we won't be afraid of you anymore. Correct. The other gods are also talking directly. As long as one god is speaking, then the other gods are also echoing. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. The words that scared the beholder were just said directly. The beholder was also stunned for a while, because the beholder didn't know these things, and they had such big opinions on him. He thought that these gods should be very scared under his lewdness. But it's time to resolve the hatred accumulated for so many years. Only when the beholder is dead will it be resolved, otherwise these gods will find it difficult to swallow. You are really turning the head. You dare to do this to me. You see clearly who I am a beholder. How can you talk to me like this? Aren't you afraid of death? The beholder immediately turned green when he heard the words of the gods. Although they knew that they had hatred in their hearts, they didn't expect them to burst out today. And now this time has erupted, which is extremely detrimental to the beholder. If all the gods in these multiverses deal with the beholder, then the beholder will undoubtedly die. The beholder must be prepared for this one. He can't watch this situation continue to deteriorate. He must resolve the conflict. Just for the sake of today's overall situation. He must bow his head. Say, how do you want to resolve the previous contradictions? We just consider it for the sake of today's overall situation. Can we get a good harmony? The beholder is a bit humble to speak like this now, because he has never tried to speak like this. He has always been a proud existence. But today he bowed his head for profit. Find flowers 0. In the end, he was still for himself. If it wasn't for himself, he would definitely not be like this. Because for the beholder, face is everything and dignity is supreme. Don't say anything, you should think about what you will do next. We won't listen to you anyway. We won't be afraid of you anymore, and you have nothing to fear. Before we were blind, so we were afraid of you. Everyone is in one dimension, so don't be too arrogant. Yes, everyone is in a multiverse. Why are you arrogant? Speechless, now I am too speechless. The gods all regretted their previous fear of beholders, because they felt it was unnecessary. At first glance, the beholder is nothing more than that. Just to see who is bragging louder. This scene must be very beautiful. You can see the beholder being beaten by Yabai. As long as they join hands, they are bound to die. Otherwise, they will start directly now, and don't have to wait for Yabai to deal with the beholder. If I live, you will die even worse. Originally, the Transcendent thought that Mephisto might try again after he died, and he was not prepared to continue. Only, you knew at this time that these gods were unreliable, so he came down to solve the battle. But now they want to see how Yabai wants to deal with beholders. This beholder is here to be funny. You remembered it for me. Not very harmful and extremely insulting. The Transcender also noticed the appearance of a beholder at this time. But he originally wanted to struggle a bit, but now he has no chance at all. Everyone can say big things, and everyone can blow it. But to be precise, even though they think so in their hearts, they still have certain difficulties in dealing with beholders. Although Yabai has the heart of the universe, they still have a certain degree of desire for the heart of the universe. After all, if you get the heart of the universe, you can enter the realm of transcendence. This is the honor that everyone wants to have. Who knew that a beholder appeared at this time, but it really came in time. The Transcendents had planned to stop for a while, but there might be a good show. Looking at this beholder is not a simple character. This beholder is thoughtful, extremely complex, and dangerous in his heart. Usually in the multiverse, it is also bullying and fearing hardship. And it also disappeared for a long time. It is said that he went to another dimension to cultivate. But when I came back suddenly at this time, I also caught up with such a big event. Scorpion, continue to stare at the scene for me. The Transcender issued an order to Scorpion at this time, and he had already planned to ask Scorpion to come back. Unexpectedly, a beholder appeared at this time, so Scorpion must continue to observe at the scene. This is the task given to him by Transcendence, and Scorpion is also very happy to stay here. After all, the gentleness with Yabai just now still has a sense of existence. Good master, Scorpion leads the way. The Scorpion then became invisible in this group of strong men in the multiverse. Because these powerhouses were all paying attention to the battle between Yabai and the Beholder, a Scorpion suddenly appeared beside him who hadn't noticed. So the Scorpion is completely ignored, but this is in line with the Scorpion's idea. He also didn't want to attract too much attention, which would be detrimental to his observation. Why hasn't Yabai come back yet? What happened? Hela is also worried about Yabai on Earth, because Yabai has already sent a message telling her that she is coming back soon. I didn't expect Yabai to come back after a long period of time. At this time, Hela was a little worried. And Hela's death authority has been inciting, which indicates that something must have happened. So Hela is worried. She must use infinite gems to measure what happened, so that she can be prepared. She has to assist Yabai and can't let Yabai take care of everything. Just when Hela was about to use infinite gems to measure things, she suddenly discovered that Yabai was still in the multiverse. Hela realized what might happen all at once, and she had to rush now, because Yabai may need her. Although Yabai may not need Hela, Hela feels that it is the best thing to be with Yabai. But Hela is a person in a single universe after all, and now she can't go into the multiverse. Otherwise, his abilities will be weakened to a certain extent, and he may be hurt. This kind of damage still happens in his heart. It is conceivable that this kind of damage is long-term damage. For Hela, this is unimaginable. It was only because Yabai had been protecting him before that it didn't have much impact on her. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. It's all because it's so well protected. But at this time Hela also wants to go there urgently. After all, Yabai is still in the multiverse. So she had to go in, and she was relieved when she saw the situation. If something really happened, it would really be too bad. Hela felt that she would not forgive herself. Thinking of this, Hela wanted to enter the Shenzhou gate immediately. Although this will cause some harm, it is not a problem compared to Yabai's safety. Because the current Hela really likes Yabai. This is the power of love. But now Yabai is also dealing with the Beholder, and he didn't notice Hela calling him. But even if Hela comes, Yabai will do his best to protect Hela well. This is beyond doubt. Yabai, what are you wondering? Didn't you see the Beholder attacking you? Everything else was booing, because they felt that Yabai was in a trance. I don't know what happened to Yabai, but they don't want Yabai to be distracted by other things now. They want Yabai to deal with Beholders wholeheartedly. Because the Beholder is really hateful. Need you to point your fingers. Yabai immediately responded with a word at this time, saying that his god. Because Yabai is not talking now, it doesn't mean that he is afraid of them. Even if Yabai didn't deal with other gods. But Yabai doesn't like being judged by other beings because they are not worthy. What qualifications do they have to talk nonsense here? If they continue to say it, it is really possible for Yabai to kill the strong in these multiverses in one pot. Yabai is really possible to do this kind of thing. Because we have to keep the habit of never letting off the enemy. Moreover, the strong people in these multiverses are also conceived with ghosts and evil intentions, so they are more than guilty. Basically, it is not worth regretting. Yabai's eyes immediately frightened the other gods. Therefore, the other gods did not dare to speak a word. After all, Yabai seems more terrifying than Yabai. It's not just because Yabai has the heart of the universe, but Yabai's record, they all know. This is something they cannot ignore. It must be decided to do so. Magic Eye to see such a look Yabai, also feel funny. Because the Beholder felt as if Yabai didn't go with them. But Yabai seems to have always been alone, and has never worked with them. It seems to be the same now, even if it is the overall trend. But Yabai is also not afraid of being strong. Is he not afraid of being strong in their multiverse? This kind of strong taste made the Beholder admire Yabai even more, but fights still have to be fought. Now that the challenge has been issued, there is no turning back, and it must be a good fight. And the Beholder thinks Yabai is a rare opponent. then it's time for a good fight, so that it can return to the earth and rule the earth in a justified manner. Yabai, then come on. Why did you suddenly say such a sentence to Yabai? Because Yabai did not unite with the powerful in the multiverse to deal with him, so it was a great comfort to him. But he also felt Yabai is a fool, how such a good chance to not take advantage of it. If Yabai is attacking him with words, then the strong in the multiverse will also obey Yabai's instructions. According to this trend, that's it. So the beholder feels like he doesn't do it now. What are you waiting for? Now is the best opportunity. I won't be merciful. Yabai also said such a sentence right now. Yabai has always been very strict. He is also ruthless against the enemy. I won't give a soft opportunity. Now that the challenge is decided, the best respect must be given to the opponent. The best respect is to use all your energy to deal with the enemy. This is the best application for their challenge. Humph. Then the beholder directly used one eye and ejected a little spark. But Yabai also avoided it, jumped directly onto the spark from the beholder, and stepped on the spark and came to the beholder's side. And Yabai also punched the beholder in the eye. The beholder's reaction is also slightly faster, because he saw that Yabai also stepped on his sparks to fly into the air and came to his side. He immediately reacted to Yabai's next move, and she immediately took action. Bend sideways. But Yabai's ability is still very strong, even if the beholder dodges, he still receives a little shock. The beholder's eyes were already bleeding. This is the remaining warmth that Yabai left for him. 25 Yabai feels that the best way to deal with an enemy is to deal with the enemy's internal organs. The eye of the beholder is what Yabai has to deal with. Eyes are the most powerful part of beholders. Beholders use their eyes to exert their power, so Yabai felt that if the beholder's eyes were destroyed, then the beholder would have no strength at all. Wouldn't Yabai be allowed to sling by then? Yabai's wishful thinking is still very good, because his IQ is still online. And Yabai's strategy is also very good, the whole plan is perfect. And now Yabai has done it too, but now the beholder seems to have discovered Yabai's plan. He knew that he still had to keep his eyes open. This is the most important thing. If he doesn't have eyes, he will have no soul. Because eyes are really his windows, the source of his power. Yabai, you are really cruel. The beholder still said this sentence, because he really felt that Yabai was a ruthless group, simply a ruthless person. It hits the spot directly, and Yabai is also very accurate. And with the use of the abilities of the stars of the universe, this ability is even more powerful. Just a light touch of the eye of the beholder is enough to bleed. But fortunately the eyes still exist. But now the whole image of the beholder looks very scary. Read more at hotmatilnovel.xyz. Because the beholder itself uses the eyes to maintain the entire body. Now the eyes are bleeding, so it appears that the entire huge figure is bleeding. The blood slowly dripped onto the beholder's claws, and then slowly turned black. The black blood dripped on the claws, but it slowly disappeared because the beholder condensed it directly. The beholder endured the pain and sucked up the blood bit by bit. The beholder must clean up the blood, otherwise it would be a kind of damage to the body, which is a kind of internal injury. Because Yabai uses the heart of the universe, there is also a special kind of venom on it. This blood is the ability used by the machine of the universe. So how powerful the heart of the universe really is, this is something that no one has thought of. But I didn't expect that the heart of the universe can be possessed. And it is accompanied by Yabai's ability, and Yabai's ability is extremely powerful. That's why Yabai uses it very beautifully. It can be said to be perfect. The other gods were also stunned. I said that you will not be merciful, then you will not be merciful. I hope you will listen to me carefully. This is the consequence that provokes me. Yabai's eyes were also extremely cold, and he exuded a cold aura from all over his body. Because dealing with enemies, he was never joking. Moreover, Yabai felt that he had only emitted 10% of the energy, which made the beholders unbearable. Then it will feel better next. Yabai thinks that the beholder now looks a bit nice, although the blood is all over his body. But Yabai just likes to watch these horror characters be tortured to death by him bit by bit. Although Yabai also wanted to solve it quickly. But it seems that this beholder is still very tenacious. After all, he will avoid it. This kind of reaction speed can be regarded as powerful. Yabai is also a little admired by the beholder right now. The beholder has just been quickly reflected. If the reaction speed is a little slower, then the beholder is completely dead. Because Yabai just used the heart of the universe to kill the beholder, but he didn't expect to be avoided by the beholder. This is still considered a blessing and fate. It can only be said that the beholder still has a little strength, which has changed Yabai's outlook. The beholder was so angry that Yabai had nothing to say, and he didn't know what to say to express his anger at this moment. Because he thinks it is an indisputable fact that he can't beat Yabai. With that move just now, Yabai really shot too fast, and the beholder was already injured before he had time to react. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, and his life escaped a catastrophe. Otherwise, he would be the unlucky one. Yabai is fortunate now, but it also made him sober, because he has realized that Yabai's ability is really strong. He had misunderstood Yabai's ability before, and he underestimated Yabai. From now on, we must take it seriously. I didn't expect that the beholder was really so vulnerable and would be defeated by Yabai all at once. I thought the beholder was really powerful. I think so too. I didn't think it was just me. But today we can see it clearly. I still have to thank Yabai. It finally made me see it clearly. This is the true face of the beholder. Oh my god, let the beholder bully us too badly before. Other gods were also talking about it, and they were still a bit shocked by the sudden defeat of the beholder. I didn't expect this thing to happen so easily. Originally, the other gods thought that Yabai was going to fight them for 300 rounds, but now it only takes 1 round, and the beholder is completely defeated. Isn't this a sling? It really feels a little bit like this. And they also felt that they had suffered too much before, and they didn't expect to be deceived by the beholder for so long, and they were still forced by his lust. This is really a bit scary. What are you talking about? Shut up. Okay, even if I'm injured, it doesn't matter to you. The beholder was also stimulated by everyone's words, and he really felt that his inner thoughts were about to be frightened. He no longer has the ability to jump, because his eyes are really frantically testing on the edge of injury, and he was bleeding all the time, but the beholder could no longer speak the arrogant words of other gods before. The beholder is really scared. He didn't know how long it would take him to understand, but the beholder's hatred of Yabai became even more profound. The beholder felt that all this was because of Yabai, otherwise his position could be stabilized. So now he is about to launch a new round of attack on Yabai. What are you talking about? Yabai will kill you sooner or later. I also think that I really think there is nothing else to show off with the current beholder. It's better to admit defeat as soon as possible. Maybe a life can be recovered this way. Ha 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 ha. Now everyone has suffered a huge blow because of the beholder, and also because the beholder is now able to deal with Yabai, so they feel confident for a long time. You can deal with beholders, so that the speech is so rampant. But Yabai still can't understand the style of doing things by the powerful in these multiverses. This is not what Yabai imagined, but Yabai thought it was a bit too much. But Yabai feels that the more violent they are, the better, which is beneficial to Yabai. The enemy is fighting in the den, can this be unhappy? This is the result of Yabai's plan. Although I think the beholder is very pitiful, he is the abandoned one who is helpless. You. The beholder was so angry that he couldn't speak, and he didn't know what to express at the moment to express his anger, because this matter itself is a very insulting thing to him. This seems a bit overturned. Yabai, take it to death. In the end, the beholder had no choice but to look at Yabai. He had to kill Yabai to prove his ability. Restore the situation again. When the time comes, everyone who has said that he can't do it will all die. This is the chance to kill the beholder. The beholder's eyes suddenly became fierce, especially with a big eyeball. The billowing blood kept beating like this. It seemed that the beholder had merged the blood with his eyes. The eyes flushed rapidly. It gradually becomes dark. This is to fight poison with poison. I didn't expect your kid to be quite tenacious, but thinking of this lost trick is also quite powerful. Yabai was also shocked at the moment. He didn't expect that the last beholder would give it a go. Isn't the end result of this kind of loss to both sides? Even if the beholder wins at the end, the beholder will suffer a certain amount of damage. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. But if the beholder does this, it will greatly increase his strength. So the beholder can only be desperate. He has no other way. Even if he died, he would do the same. Yabai was shocked. Sure enough, this kind of person is still desperate. Then let go. Yabai felt that since the beholder had done this, he would do his best to deal with it. If this continues, both of them may be abandoned. The beholder's size suddenly grew bigger, and he was slowly swelling, as if he was about to burst. Even the armor wrapped around the beholder was broken. The ability of the beholder can't be shown at all. This has completely changed a person. Looks stronger. Wow, what kind of monster is this? Captain Marvel was also shocked by the scene before him. She hadn't seen a beholder like this, so she was a little shocked at the moment. She was completely conquered, staring motionlessly at the beholder in front of him. But because the eyeballs of the beholder were completely blocked by blood, blood appeared in the pupils. There are no other adulterants, and there is only Yabai in the eyes. God, beholder, I'm scared. It's over, just said that beholder, will he come to us for revenge? I am really afraid of him like this. The image of the beholder at this moment really stunned everyone. Enough to shock the audience. But Yabai still seemed very calm. He had seen a lot of fights and kills. This kind of lose-lose thing really happens often. Yabai is not surprised. He just looked at the beholder indifferently, just thinking that the beholder was coquettish. Yabai, are you scared? If you are scared, and it is too late to surrender now, I can spare your life. But the premise is that the heart of the universe is left to me. The beholder is also arrogant, telling Yabai every word. He thought he was determined to win, and according to this trend, his status would also rise. Ridiculous. What is there to be afraid of? The heart of the universe is here. If you want it, you can get it yourself. Yabai exudes a cold aura, and the temperature around Yabai drops several degrees. Yabai has never been a person who succumbed to the enemy. He was originally anxious because of such things. Because Yabai really thinks that this beholder is not only scary on the surface, but also a paper tiger behind it. So no need to be afraid. The beholder immediately impulsively stepped forward, and directly continued to use his eyes to fire sparks, but this time the sparks had a slightly different taste, which seemed to have a strong burning smell. This will burn the universe. This fire is very hard. That's not bad. Yabai was still surprised by Yenmodeo's life, but Yabai just liked their full strength. It makes sense to fight like this. Happy? Yabai also immediately used the heart of the universe, broke the fire with a snap, and immediately used a puddle of water to deal with the fire. Wang Haozhao just confronted each other, and in 1 second, Yabai broke through. but the whole universe has caused a sensation. Even the gods who were watching the show were also implicated. They were immediately ejected dozens of meters away and vomiting blood. All down, the beholder was also thrown hundreds of meters away by Yabai's one move to control the enemy. Yabai came to the beholder at the moment when the beholder was dropped, just staring at the beholder, and the beholder is still trying to attack Yabai. Yabai will give the beholder a fatal blow at the end. The sword of the night sky? You asked for it. Yabai pulled out the heart of the universe, and blood spewed out of the beholder's eyes like this. Beholder, dead. In an instant, when everyone was still in a daze, the beholder just stopped blowing. A living person who was still arrogant just now? In this way, it disappeared in this universe forever and ever. Moreover, Yabai's heart of the universe is still exerting its power, and the colorful light directly shines on the beholder, spreading all over the body. This is the last dignity Yabai left to the beholder. Just let him die quietly. Yeah, bye. You. The beholder still seemed unwilling, his eyes were bleeding all the time, and the blood slowly solidified. But he still didn't close his eyes in the end, as if he had something to say to Yabai. Although his eyes were full of unwillingness, they were still full of admiration for Yabai. This is a respectable opponent. Yabai's strength really makes him feel the breath of the king. This Yabai will definitely be someone who wants to do big things in the future. The future is unlimited. Okay, Yabai actually wants to continue to listen to what the beholder is saying. After all, the beholder is still good in strength, but it's too arrogant, as well as being defiant, bullying the weak. And he came to challenge himself personally, so Yabai just accepted the challenge. And he has blocked Yabai at the entrance of the cave, and he feels embarrassed if Yabai doesn't move. Yabai never let go of the fat in his mouth. But now, since the beholder still has something to say, Yabai will continue to entangle with the beholder. And the beholder is dying, so there is nothing to fear. Yabai also respects the dying beholder and is still struggling to support it. This scene with you is really happy. You are a worthy opponent. When he was dying, the words of the speaker were true, and the beholder admired Yabai from his heart. Yabai's character can be seen from this challenge. The beholder kept looking at Yabai after saying it, as if he wanted to get Yabai's affirmation. If he didn't get Yabai's response, it is estimated that he would be dead. He still wanted to get a look from Yabai. Okay. Yabai finally noticed a little bit of careful thinking of the beholder. He finally thought again, and nodded. Because Yabai is also until now. Although this is just a small action, it can warm the beholder's heart. It was also a careful opportunity to let him die safely. Yabai was finally dominated by kindness. Although he was once an enemy, at this moment, he has transformed from an enemy into a friendship where friends are supreme. This is not a kind of friendship, it's the attraction between two capable people. Wow, Yabai actually shook hands with him. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. What's the matter with Yabai's eyes? It's a little bit affectionate. What happened between them? Why did it end up like this? Probably this is the dialogue between heroes. Captain Marvel said the same. He didn't mean anything else. He just felt that Yabai's image in her heart was getting bigger and bigger. This is not a trivial matter, but Captain Marvel's heart is shaking. This is obviously a little lost. I didn't expect the beholder to be defeated by Yabai in this way. Neither did I expect that the beholder would die like this. I just thought the beholder was about to transform, and I thought he would at least entangle Yabai for a long time. It seems that we overestimated the strength of the beholder. Wrong, we underestimated Yabai's ability. I dare say that in this multiverse, no one may be Yabai's opponent. This is something that surprised them extremely. It's really like that, and I agree. Because it is said that the strong in the multiverse also went to Yabai to challenge one after another, but in the end they did not succeed in the challenge. I also heard, my god, now Yabai's record is already flying to the sky. Kfta, the voices of discussion came out like this. Anyway, these powerful people in the multiverse would not dare to challenge Yabai anymore. Now even the beholder is dead. In this world, what else will not die? Therefore, they dared not move. Even the gods who had a longing for the heart of the universe at the beginning did not dare to act rashly now. This is enough for them to see that Yabai's strength is supreme at their level. If they try to challenge again, it is estimated that there will be no scum. What a terrible thing. They would never make fun of their lives, and they would die ugly. To be precise, Yabai's demonstration in front of the public this time was a success. At least give you a vigilance to the opponents who come to challenge. Don't come if you don't have that ability. Otherwise, it would be ugly to die. One is even more ugly than one. This is what Yabai has said and done, without exception. Yabai didn't want to go to war because of too many incompetent people. He just wanted to live a good life with Hela. Nothing else. Because those who come to challenge Yabai are incompetent people, we must continue to suppress it now. This matter should not be too serious. Everyone has been too frequent recently, and Yabai is also tired. I want to have a good rest. I didn't expect Yabai would actually use this trick, but it's really quite real. It seems that the Transcendents underestimated Yabai. This is not something that a general role can set. It's really boring again. This time, it should give him a good rest. Yabai's courage is really fat. Thinking about it this way, the whole thing seemed extremely frightening. The Transcender also said, how could he have thought that Yabai would be like this? Wouldn't the powerhouses in the multiverse come to look for Yabai's troubles? At that time, not only Yabai will have something to do, but his life may be in danger, so if Yabai does not have this ability, he will be backlashed. In that way, there are still gods observable. but he felt that this actor seemed far more powerful than he thought. The Transcender also took a breath, a big breath. But Yabai is quite courageous in doing this. If the strong forces in these multiverses join forces to deal with Yabai, it will be finished. After all, Yabai is now publicly executed. Master, can I go back now? Captain Marvel was also dumbfounded. What she didn't expect was that Yabai actually used this trick to be wary of the public. At this moment, I was wary of many people. Scorpion greeted the Transcendent at this time, because Scorpion had already seen that Yabai was about to leave. Scorpion's mission was to monitor Yabai. Now that Yabai is gone, he has no plans to stay. He also despises these powerful people in the multiverse extremely. It doesn't mean much. Not yet, you have to keep staring. The Transcendence thinks that those strong in the multiverse are still unreliable, or their own Scorpions are reliable a little bit. Asking him to monitor Yabai is also able to observe Yabai from all aspects. By that time, he will know more than anything else. There is no doubt about this. And now, no one of the strong in the multiverse can enter the script as a supporting role. To be precise, he is not even worthy of supporting roles. Transcendence is also a script that has been edited for so long, and it will take some time to finish. Until now, there is still no way. It must be closed. Okay, Master, what else do you have to say? Scorpion still asks the Transcendent like a robot. He also doesn't know what else he can do next. There seems to be nothing to do. But seeing so many people still here, he knew that Transcendence wanted him to continue to monitor Yabai, but Yabai had already left. It seems that there is really nothing to monitor. But he couldn't help but listen to the Transcendence. So I just want the task to be clearer, so that Scorpion knows how to deal with Yabai next. Such things are also reliable. There are no other problems. If you are asked to get close to Yabai, can you accept it? Because the Transcendent still has a relatively good relationship with Scorpion, this still requires Scorpion's consent. Although the Scorpion serves the Transcendent never uses people who do not absolutely obey him. He is also principled in employing people, and this is one of the principles. What's wrong? Is Yabai leaving now? I haven't seen enough yet. A good scene is over like this. The beholder really died so miserably, I was speechless. Don't sympathize with the beholder, he doesn't seem to deserve our sympathy anymore. This is what he deserves. But if you think about it from another angle, Yabai was able to defeat the beholder so easily. What part of Yabai's ability has reached now? Who knows? I haven't seen Yabai get along with those gods in normal times. Has he always been alone? To be precise, 2 people. Well, I was speechless. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. It seems that Yabai is still going back to Earth. When Captain Marvel saw Yabai's leaving figure, the first point he directly thought was that Yabai was going back to the Earth. This is not feasible. You must still ask Nick Fury to arrange everything, otherwise the next thing will be difficult. Yabai has just finished a big battle now, so he shouldn't ask for something else so soon. After all, such a thing can be exhausting. And Yabai is just an ordinary person. Having experienced so much, both body and mind have been devastated. It would be too unworthy to make Yabai angry again. Yabai, why did you go? At this time, Hela returned to the multiverse. Because just now Hela is really looking for Yabai. Although Hela's strength is also quite powerful, Hela's strength still needs to be used in a single universe to be fully effective. In the multiverse, Hela is not suitable after all. Can't even survive. It is because Hela has merged with the authority of death. This is the limitation. Of course, you have to pay back. What were you doing just now? It scared me to death. Hela plunged into Yabai's arms like this, sitting full of arms. She was just really worried about Yabai, because Yabai never responded to her. So worry is inevitable. Such things are really normal. Yabai also knew that he made a mistake just now, and he shouldn't ignore Hela in this way. It's just that he has been fighting, so he forgot to reply, and he was busy dealing with it, so he couldn't receive Hela's message for a while. Find flowers 0. It's okay, I forgot just now. At this time, Yabai apologized to Hela. Because Hela was so worried, Yabai was also unbearable. From Hela's look, we can see how worried Hela is. And now Yabai also used the heart of the universe to wrap Hela. Because Hela is still not suitable for staying in the multiverse, Yabai must protect Hela now. Moreover, Yabai also intends to take Hela to escape this multiverse quickly, or he can't stand it if he stays any longer. Go, let's go home. Then Yabai pulled up Hela and went directly back to the Earth using the time-space breaking door. They returned to their manor. I'm hungry, can you cook for me? At this time, Yabai just wanted to lie down and enjoy the delicious food of Hela, although Hela didn't cook well. But Yabai is still pitted. He thinks this kind of plain happiness is worth looking forward to, and just came back with some blood from outside. Is a salad okay? I can make a salad. At this time, Hela was also aware of Yabai's exhaustion, so she immediately didn't ask too much about that kind of thing. She wants to cook Yabai a delicious meal. Of course, the premise is delicious. At least it's not a dark dish. Yes, as long as you do it. Yabai really feels that being in his own home is a kind of enjoyment. And there is his wife Hela at home. But the current multiverse is not peaceful, because they all saw Yabai take Hela away. They didn't expect Hela to be such a wonderful existence. Suddenly I feel that these two people are good match. Master, do I still follow them to the Earth now? Because Scorpion saw Hela coming, and Yabai went with Hela. But if the Scorpion is going to the Earth now, then the god will not be there, then it will be easy to expose the target. Scorpion will now have to ask for the opinions of Transcenders. After all, he also obeys the order of the Transcendents, as long as the Transcendence allows him to follow. Only then he will follow. All this depends on the order of the Transcendent, who makes him a loyal subordinate. And Scorpion is really obedient. This is why Transcendents like Scorpions. Maybe I don't like a pet that is obedient, well-behaved and sensible. This is simply absolute. Follow. The Transcendent also said this sentence directly at the moment. Although there is no other meaning, the Transcendent still wants to quickly understand Yabai and what kind of person Yabai is. Where is the source of ability? This is something they should discuss. Not everyone can talk about it. Pay attention to concealment. Because the Transcendence doesn't want Yabai to find out so quickly, that's not fun. What the Transcendent wants is the feeling of excitement. There is no other meaning. Good host. Scorpion also received the order, and he is about to set off right now. This is not because of what he is going to do in the later period, but because he has to collect evidence now. Scorpion still has a certain interest in Yabai because of his previous dealings with Yabai, and also raised a huge favor. It's not anyone who can make Scorpion care so much. Scorpion happily escaped from the multiverse, and then went to the Earth, but was blocked by the edge of the Earth. He can't get in. Since too many things have happened in the past few days, too many powerful people in the multiverse have come to the Earth to make trouble, so Captain Marvel and Nick Fury came up with such a method. It is to create a small screen door to shield the strong from the multiverse and others who want to attack the Earth. Both humans and gods are equipped with certain devices. This is the wonderful setting of Captain Marvel. He has strange ideas again. Because how Captain Marvel doesn't want to be too passive. It seems that every time a strong man in the multiverse comes over, he is passively accepting it. Maybe some devices should be installed on the Earth, although these devices are of little use to those who are strong, but at least it can play a certain vigilant role. These devices are installed as soon as possible, but the strong in the multiverse will be able to come in if they remove these devices later. These decorations can be said to be a superficial effort, but it is better than nothing. Just like Yabai can easily break through, and he will come in right away. Even these things that can make me important to Yabai. Yabai didn't care at all, and just broke it through. It's just that these things are in the implementation stage, so they dare not expose too much. Will these things really be useful? Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Nick Fury talked to Captain Marvel at this time, because Nick Fury saw a monster breaking into their Earth in the satellite detection, but stopped outside the Earth. Nick Fury can infer that these devices may have played a role, that's why the monster dare not enter. To be precise, this monster was dealt with. This is not a monster, this is something transcended. Captain Marvel also refuted Nick Fury. Indeed, Captain Marvel did this to cope with this. Now it seems that this Scorpion really can't come in. But if this Scorpion is thinking about the accident, it may really come in, so Captain Marvel is also a little worried at this time. Because the Transcendent will give him power in the air. Master, what is this? Why can't I get in? The writing was surprised why he couldn't go in because it had just clearly seen Yabai coming here. I didn't expect this to be the case. What is the problem? Really weird? So he had to ask the Transcendent. Scorpion really wants to know. I have cracked it, you can go in. At this time, the Transcendence means in one sentence, he has the Platinum Air Defense screen door in the air. Who are you? Why do you want to come to Earth? Why do you come to Earth? Captain Marvel also came to the edge of the Earth at this time, because Captain Marvel actually noticed the Scorpion just now when he watched Yabai confront the Beholder. This Scorpion looks extraordinary. So now this Scorpion has come over and has cracked it. Then Captain Marvel will come over and ask. This is in accordance with usual practice. After all, only Captain Marvel can know here now. You don't care who I am, you just need to know that I am here on Earth. Scorpion's treatment of other people is still relatively evil. Yabai is just an exception. And because Scorpion has followed the Transcendent for too long, Scorpion has also learned some dazzling ways. Only when dealing with others, he will show such a face. But in front of the Transcendent, she still looks meek, so this is still to be divided. Moreover, Scorpion also felt that these people on Earth had no abilities, but they talked a lot. He is used to seeing these people's faces, so even Captain Marvel in front of him, he thinks he is with them. Scorpion has been blinded by the benefits in front of him. He can't remember who Captain Marvel is. You must be a fetish of a certain god, right? Captain Marvel also said it, because he felt that this Scorpion could not be in the multiverse, he must have a master, so he could survive. Otherwise, it should have been eliminated long ago. But what Captain Marvel said is not wrong. It used to be because this Scorpion was on the verge of death. It was the Transcendent who picked him back and trained it into a poison. So this probably means that Scorpion is so loyal, and he will never betray the Transcendence. Even if he is liking Yabai, it is useless. He still has to seek the opinions of Transcenders. After all, he is transcended in his life, and these creatures are all perceptive. They know how to be grateful. Once you have identified a master, you can only have one master in your life. Unless something very important will happen later that makes them feel that the owner does not love themselves. There is also parting between life and death, otherwise it would be impossible to separate them. Scorpion is loyal to himself. So what? Scorpion is very arrogant right now, and if Captain Marvel had a good temper, it probably wouldn't be spared. Captain Marvel just fought it directly. Need a fight. Captain Marvel is full of enthusiasm, and she can't bear it either. Where is such an arrogant scorpion? Hateful? She spoke in a good voice, and was finally mad. Individuals can't bear it. And Captain Marvel also thinks she has tolerated enough, but I don't know where this monster comes from and who raised it. Captain Marvel is not too much. All this is because the Earth still has to be a little more friendly. This is a big problem. But there is no other way. This can only be done. Because Captain Marvel thinks that the Earth still needs to make money with harmony. Otherwise, if everyone comes to attack the Earth will eventually collapse. The Earth does not have great offensive capabilities, nor does it have great defensive capabilities. If the strong in the multiverse really want to find things, then they will also be repelled by then. Although they have a lot of superheroes, those superheroes and the powerhouses of other dimensions are not worth mentioning at all. It can only be said to be a little resistant. But this is undoubtedly the kind of life that needs to be killed, so in order to avoid everyone's life safety, we still have to be kind. And there are so many innocent people on the Earth, and those civilians are all without the power of a chicken. You can't protect yourself at all. If it is really coming, it may just be the demise of the Earth. Although they have set up a line of defense against the outside world, it is only a warning, not a restriction. They do not have enough ability to restrict others' ability to enter the Earth and freedom, which is beyond their control. Without the ability, there is no restriction on the rights of others, because sooner or later they will be counter-killed. So don't be too arrogant. Captain Marvel also understands this. She can survive in this unpredictable universe, and she can mix so hard. What fight? I didn't say I want to fight with you. The Scorpion had no idea at this time. How could he fight with Captain Marvel? After all, he has also heard of what kind of person Captain Marvel is. He is a very powerful character on this Earth, always guarding the Earth. It was regarded as Captain Marvel's first mission to the Earth, and Captain Marvel also completed it very well. This was also widely replayed by the industry. Although the strong in the multiverse now dare not treat Yabai, the Scorpion still has to obey the wishes of the Transcendent. Although Scorpion missed my Yabai's trust, this matter might be difficult for Scorpion. Because the Scorpion knew that maybe Yabai already knew that he was a transcendent person. At this time, it is very difficult for Scorpion to get close to Yabai. Although Yabai may have no grudges against him, Scorpion was already a little embarrassed in his heart. Scorpion has a good impression on Yabai. Resting is a little embarrassed because of this factor. He won't kill on the Earth. The Transcendent told him that he was going to visit secretly. If such a slaughter is carried out, Yabai will know. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. And this is not only something that Yabai will know, but also something that the Transcendents will know. If the Scorpion does not respect the Transcendence's orders, then the Transcendence will eventually be disadvantageous to the Scorpion. Although the Scorpion is the favorite of the Transcendent, it does not affect his capture of the Scorpion's life. Even those who like Transcendence will be ruthless. The Surpasser feels that those who do big things must be unyielding. Scorpion is still very clear about this. He dare not put himself in an important position. He knows too well what kind of god Transcendence is. The Transcendent holds you higher, but at the same time, if he wants you to fall, you will fall immediately. It all depends on the Transcendence who wants you to live or die. Everything is only between his thoughts. Even the multiverse is in his hands. As long as he snaps his fingers, he can crush the multiverse. It's just that he thinks that's meaningless. This is not an ordinary god. Can't be perfunctory. If he wants to be perfunctory, he can wipe out the multiverse with one finger. It is not a waste of effort to understand Yabai. It's just for fun. Because the Transcendent feels that pleasure is the most important thing in the world. The Transcendents are also achieving their own pleasure step by step. Yabai is far beyond his imagination. This actor is really interesting. Moreover, the transcended person feels that Yabai's role in real life is even more powerful than the role of the transcended person in the virtual script. More interesting and more eye-catching. It can also attract the attention of transcenders more. The transcendence will only drag on for so long, dealing with Yabai. Otherwise, according to his usual character, he wouldn't do it. He is usually close to cutting the mess. Yabai is really his exception. It can be said that apart from Yabai, maybe he has never done anything like this to anyone. And Yabai is still an ordinary person. But Yabai is a person with unlimited abilities. This is worth taking a closer look at the transcendence. After all, there is no end to learning. This is simply the joy of life. Scorpion knows how much Yabai is valued by the transcendent, so Scorpion doesn't dare to perfuse Yabai at all. I'm very concerned about Yabai's things, just to please transcendence. And this is what the Scorpion should do. So Scorpion must be calm at this time and not conflict with Captain Marvel. If Yabai knew about it, the consequences could be disastrous. At that time, the transcendent will also know. I really don't know where its owner is sacred. Scorpion was telling these thoughts to go away. He really couldn't imagine how serious the consequences would be if he screwed up this matter. What's wrong now? Is it a headache? Otherwise, he would be finished. In fact, Captain Marvel's words are somewhat ironic. What do you eat? You can't do this little thing. But now the Scorpion feels like it's not working anymore. It's not so arrogant anymore. Just a small pet, and dare to be so arrogant. Bah, get out. What's wrong with you? Wasn't it arrogant just now? I'm going to be scolded next time. I can't even do this little thing badly. It seems that I can feel the transcendence's reprimand. Such things cannot happen. Scorpion also imagined the transcendence's rebuke to him, so his mind was buzzing at this time. At that time, it may be to raise your head to meet the transcended. Captain Marvel is also a little curious. He immediately patted his brain, and couldn't think of such a thing. Because Scorpion felt that he was really arrogant just now. You can't be defeated by your own majesty. This is impossible. Captain Marvel feels that his charm has not yet reached that point. But Captain Marvel is also concerned about asking. He thought that the Scorpion was pretending to escape the arrogance just now. I'm too lazy to tell you, you just let me in, and you don't care about other things. Although Scorpion's words are so arrogant. But his attitude has improved a lot, not as arrogant as he was at the beginning. Because he was also woken up by Captain Marvel. In fact, he was afraid of Yabai, not Captain Marvel. So it just wants Captain Marvel to leave here quickly, don't block its pace. It really has to hurry to find Yabai. Continue to observe Yabai. This is the task assigned to him by the Transcendent. He can't fail to finish it. This can't work. What's the matter? This is the Earth, and I am in charge of my territory, so why can't I control it anymore? Captain Marvel originally thought that the Scorpion was awakened, but he didn't expect that the Scorpion still didn't know how to repent, or as usual, would be so defiant. It can be said that there is no talent in the claws. Because the Scorpion really has too many claws. Extremely scary. No, I didn't mean that. What I meant was, how to say it, I just came here to have serious things to do. Go away quickly. If you don't go away, you will delay my business. At that time, you can't afford it. Scorpion thought for a moment, and changed his tone of voice to speak. Although it may not be the best ending in the end, this is enough to make Scorpion feel that he is giving in. It's just that he doesn't know if Captain Marvel will appreciate it. Hope he understands it. How can you not afford it? Are you a big name? Captain Marvel became more angry as he thought about it. She was actually insulted by a Scorpion. The kind of language insulting? What serious things need you to come to the Earth to do? After Captain Marvel calmed down, an idea suddenly appeared in his mind, which was to take a good aftertaste of Scorpion's words. Is there a serious thing? What is it? Need to go to the Earth to do it. Captain Marvel thought about it, and he was even more puzzled. Could it be that it's here to do damage again? Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. If this is the case, I am afraid Captain Marvel will not give way. Must smash to the end? Because Captain Marvel has been sticking to his mission? How can this be easily given up? It was originally an extremely wonderful thing. Anyway, it's a serious matter. This is private, you can't know it. Scorpion still relaxed his tone and talked, because he really didn't know what else to say, so that the person in front of him could relax his vigilance and let Yabai go in smoothly without disturbing him. This is an extremely difficult thing. If there is little carelessness, the plan will fail, and his life will end here. Are you going to deal with someone? Or do you do something that hurts the Earth? How come Captain Marvel is so easy to let go of the Scorpion? Because this Scorpion is really too weird, and his speech is inconsistent. Sometimes it's like this again, sometimes it changes face again, it's like a face-changing illusion. How can Captain Marvel not prevent it? What is Captain Marvel talking to him? At this time, Nick Fury felt very strange because he saw that Captain Marvel had been out for a long time. Why didn't he come back? Then I saw from the satellite monitoring system that a Scorpion was negotiating with Captain Marvel. And this, Nick Fury also knew from the beginning. This thing is for Nick Fury. It was a nightmare. I don't know when Yabai will leave the Earth, or he will never leave. So does it mean that these people are here to find Yabai? Don't these people die in vain? It's so pathetic. I don't know, maybe she's asking a little bit more clearly. Anyway, at the moment Captain Marvel hasn't clashed with him, that's safe. Natasha also replied with Nick Fury in the same way, and she calmly analyzed it in this way. While chatting with Nick Fury, this also reduces the burden a bit. Is that really the case? It always feels like it's not that simple. Nick Fury is actually still a bit worried. Although it sounds not very troublesome, he will always magnify the matter as long as it involves the Earth. This is because, like Captain Marvel, he also regards the Earth as his own very important existence. As the leader of this Earth, he also needs to play a role. And this is the best protection he can do. Can only be handled carefully. It's better to figure out certain things well. Because behind the simple appearance, there may also be hidden murderous intentions. But it looks like this, Captain Marvel hasn't fight with this Scorpion yet, maybe they are chatting. Natasha still felt that there was no need to be so nervous. After all, Thanos had already passed, so this Scorpion shouldn't become the second Thanos. It shouldn't have such a powerful force, it's just a dependency. Not being able to exert one's due strength, this will be restricted. Can't make a conclusion too soon. Well, I know, but I still think that it should be the same as before, just to challenge Yabai, and then be killed by Yabai. So whenever he comes to Earth, the Kings, he will prepare a superhero to pick him up in advance. And because Scorpion didn't deal with Yabai in the first place, of course Yabai wouldn't deal with it either. Nick Fury still wants to be careful, he does things carefully and seriously. Their results seem to be without exception. Must be cut off. You can't think so easily, maybe there is a god behind it. This should also be an extremely wonderful thing. This is Yabai's chance not to let the enemy go. The cause and effect of all this is still unknown. This is called being prepared. But this time, Yabai didn't think about this issue when he planned to let the Scorpion go. Never allow a little mistake to appear. Must never roar. To be precise, Yabai thinks this Scorpion is innocent. Natasha suddenly remembered Yabai's cruelty to kill people, because as long as it is someone Yabai thinks is going to kill, then Yabai will not be merciful. This is not friendly either, it just doesn't want to waste energy to kill one more person. It shows that Yabai has principles. So Natasha thought Yabai would take care of it. They don't need to worry at all. These powerhouses are here to find Yabai, they have nothing to do with the Earth. It was Nick Fury who was a little overly worried. What's wrong? Am I wrong? And Natasha also looked at Nick Fury with a serious expression, so she thought she had said something wrong. After all, Nick Fury can be regarded as his own master, but he still can't play with the master too much. The jokes should be enough. Natasha was still a little flustered, although nothing happened. It's just that Nick Fury's eyebrows have been bending. Looks very worried. It's okay, hope things are like you said. In the end, Nick Fury felt that he shouldn't try to deal with it this way, but they felt that it seemed a bit uncomfortable to say so. But Nick Fury can still accept the torture of reality. Even if you are sad about this little thing, you must learn to face it calmly. Nick Fury confirmed that he was too nervous. This will make things go nowhere and make yourself sad. Don't do it? But why are you surprised that Cheng hasn't come back at this time? As usual, it's time for Captain Surprise to end the conversation at this time. Nick Fury thought in his heart that since the flowers are okay, they should come back as soon as usual, rather than being cold as it is now. Look at infiltrating people. Makes Nick Fury very nervous. Maybe a little more talk about love. Natasha still looked naive. This is something Natasha cannot plan. Although she didn't find it interesting, she couldn't say it. This will make Nick Fury feel too stupid. Having been with him for so long, it's time to get better. Such a thing is not something she thinks very strange when she comes. She just thinks it's better to be a little hypocritical sometimes. Learn to speak. Finally, Nick Fury stopped speaking, just staring at the book in front of him in a daze. No one knows what she plans to buy again. It seems to be a remarkable thing. And Nick Fury felt that Natasha didn't know him at all, otherwise he wouldn't say such a thing. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Suddenly, Nick Fury didn't want to talk anymore. I don't know if it is not that the worry he suggested is redundant, or Natasha doesn't think it is an important thing at all. So much that his opinions with Natasha were too biased. No one knows, but Nick Fury still pray quietly. After all, as long as Captain Marvel is there, then Nick Fury thinks everything is fine, because it seems that Captain Marvel will be in front. Charge all the way, in the end there will be nothing wrong. Don't worry, it will be fine. Captain Marvel will figure it out. He is a very powerful person. Natasha finally wanted to comfort Nick Fury. After all, Natasha is Nick Fury's most proud disciple. If Natasha had to fall into trouble at this time, it would hurt Nick Fury too much. I see, don't worry, I'm fine. Nick Fury still has a better temper. His patient Natasha said that he explained that he didn't want to make him too guilty. The screen turned, and the conversation between Captain Marvel and Scorpion was back again. Because they are still talking. Captain Marvel is also more and more interested in scorpions. Because Captain Marvel feels that the scorpion also has a sense of tenacity and is very heavy. Today, the scorpion still refuses to tell who its owner is. In fact, this is not defending the master, but Scorpion feels it speaks out, for fear of disturbing his observation plan. This is a task assigned to him by Transcendence, and he must observe Yabai secretly. There is absolutely no room for fanfare. If you tell Captain Marvel, will Captain Marvel tell Yabai too? After all, watching Captain Marvel still has a certain admiration for Yabai. In case Captain Marvel informs Yabai, if Yabai is required to take precautions in advance, all the efforts made by Scorpion will be wasted. No, absolutely not. When Scorpion thought that such a plan would be disrupted, he was the one who panicked. Because he can't accept the fact of failure. He must stop Captain Marvel and find a perfect excuse to deal with Captain Marvel. Otherwise, this Captain Marvel would be hard to get rid of. It sticks to the Scorpion like a sticky plaster. If you say something is not allowed, then tell me what is not allowed. Captain Marvel also has to stick to the Scorpion, because he has to figure out the source of everything. He was willing to give up. Otherwise, Captain Marvel will feel overwhelmed with insecurity, and who knows if this Scorpion will do bad things. Only follow him and stop him from doing bad things. Then Captain Marvel will rest assured. And it can be seen that this Scorpion is not a simple shoe, it must be backed by a very powerful idea to dare to be so unscrupulous. Why do you just want to know? It's none of your business, and I won't do anything to the Earth to harm the Earth. Really, I promise, I will not do anything to harm the Earth. As long as you go now. The Scorpion also showed his whole cards directly in the end. Originally, he wanted to go to the Earth for a turnaround, but now it doesn't seem to work anymore. If you wanted to do something bad, it's better to be caught on the spot, and it's more important to do serious things. Stop being fun. As long as Captain Marvel can promise him, then he can also promise Captain Marvel. It will not cause harm to the Earth, this is the maximum range he can promise. Captain Marvel don't know what is good or bad, or the Scorpion will attack. Moreover, Scorpion felt that it relied on Sir Transcendent, what a powerful person that was. If you say it, Captain Marvel will be fainted immediately. When Scorpion thought of this place, he was immediately emboldened. No one can stop its progress. Even Captain Marvel is no exception. You really don't hurt the Earth, so why are you here? So aggressive, makes me suspicious. Captain Marvel also raised her own question. Of course, she had to think about the credibility of what the Scorpion said. Still need to screen carefully. I don't have to lie to you about this, saying that if it hurts, it doesn't hurt. I'm just looking for Yabai. Where do you come from so much nonsense? In the end, the Scorpions were overwhelmed by Captain Marvel. He really bored Captain Marvel. How could there be such a nagging person? It deserves to be Captain Marvel. This one is also too strange. Doesn't he still know what to do? This really shocked him. No, I was just joking, not looking for Yabai. At this time, the Scorpion felt that he had just said the wrong thing. So he suddenly became vigilant. Although this matter finally needs to make a sensible choice, Scorpion still understands that the Transcendence just doesn't want him to be too exposed to the public in full view. This is also good for the Scorpion's later hidden life on the Earth to live some. In fact, it is just for the convenience of monitoring. To say so many grand reasons are all excuses. Moreover, Scorpion was really scared by Captain Marvel's question, so he just said it quickly and directly. The purpose is not to let Captain Marvel continue to block. Scorpion also hopes that Captain Marvel can understand his own words after listening to his own words. Otherwise, the tense will develop more and more serious, and then this will not be controlled by Captain Marvel. Once the Transcendent initiates a whirlwind, he can destroy the entire Earth. Know that enough is enough. Scorpion was actually a little angry at this time. What? No, I get it. Captain Marvel was shocked. Although he knew that the Scorpion was likely to come to Yabai, when it came to the final critical moment, when it came out of the Scorpion's mouth, it was still so difficult for Captain Marvel to accept. Why is everyone looking for Yabai? Could it be another challenge? Yabai is really too hard. And these gods who came to challenge are not Yabai's opponents, and they will be eliminated by Yabai in the end. Isn't the Scorpion in front of me actively seeking death? Do you live well? To trample on life, this is really a bit unreasonable. But why are you here to find Yabai? Are you here to seek revenge again? Although Captain Marvel doesn't like the Scorpion in front of him, Captain Marvel just doesn't want to see Yabai fight so frequently. After all, this is a life. If you can avoid death, try to avoid it. Don't provoke Yabai, it is a very powerful existence. This kind of strength will become stronger and stronger over time. Maybe in the future, even the Transcendence will not take it seriously. What is OAA? Of course I have something to find him. This is a secret between men. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. Scorpion also threw a new topic at this time. Just like this, Captain Marvel led him astray. Scorpion, why are you still standing here? Don't hurry in. At this time, the Transcendent is going to curse. Because the Transcendent also saw the Scorpion been circling all the time, and did not say the slightest trace of moving. Of course the Transcendent is anxious. Just a mere Captain Marvel, how can you stop the Scorpion is the pace. Go forward bravely. Knowing the Master, I was intercepted by Captain Marvel, so it will be delayed for a while. But please don't worry, Master, I will solve it right away. Scorpion is still extremely afraid of hearing the instructions of the Transcendent, especially some bad tone issues, which makes Scorpion a little uncomfortable. Although Scorpion agreed very readily, but seeing Captain Marvel in front of him still looking at him calmly, he knew that this matter was not so easy to handle. Scorpion only promised that the Transcendent would deal with this problem right away, but how could it be dealt with right away? This is a hard battle. It can only be opportunistic. What Captain Marvel, solve it right away, no matter what method is used. Where can the Transcendencer take care of so much? He doesn't want the process, just the final result. As long as it is not about Yabai, in the end, it must be defeated in this way. Moreover, the transcended person feels that there is no need for the Scorpion to deal with some unrelated people. This matter was originally a simple matter, but it was complicated by the Scorpion. The principle that the Transcends adhere to is to be quick and accurate, just to understand a Yabai. Now he has spent a lot of thought. If you try to worry about these cats and dogs again, then I am really hopeless. It might explode on the spot immediately. This is not a joke. Find flowers 0. Knowing the Master, I will immediately. Scorpion also tremblingly hung up the time-space tunnel call entrance with the Transcender. For this time, it is time for him to truly show his strength. Scorpion is also because he heard the Transcendence say that no matter which method is used, it is just to let Captain Marvel not get in the way. This is really some more practical skills. But just this sentence, let the Scorpion know how to go. Just now, I was still thinking about being afraid to startle Yabai, so I didn't dare to be too demon. Now is the time to start talking. Scorpion finally wants to be himself. Who are you talking to? Who is your master? Captain Marvel felt very strange at this time. I have been seeing Scorpion nervously, and then I heard Scorpion calling his master. What's wrong with this master? 0. Is there really someone behind him? Who is the mountain behind? Captain Marvel is really curious. Although I don't know what the result will be in the end, Captain Marvel has vaguely felt some unpleasant breath. This is not a problem. I'm afraid you won't have a chance to know. Scorpion's eyes suddenly became fierce. When he was fighting the enemy, it was like this. The volume suddenly increased several times, and the sharp teeth inside were also exposed. Although the teeth looked small, they were longer. This means that the Scorpion is about to start getting angry. This is not a sin. What do you want to do? Captain Marvel felt the ferocity from the Scorpion at this time, and she was taken aback. I don't know what to say for a while. This is simply a wonderful thing, no matter how it will be resolved in the end, but it is still very beautiful as it is now. At least in the eyes of Scorpion, he was simple. I don't want to do anything. I will ask you one last time, let me not give way, otherwise I can't guarantee what I will do. Scorpion actually said at the end, "This is not a discussion, this is a notice. If Captain Marvel still doesn't let go in the end, then Scorpion is going to kill. This is not a joke, this is serious. Only." And the Scorpion is already preparing to exert its strength. "You just let go." Captain Marvel is a strong woman, how could she miss this opportunity? After all, she was forced to hang on the beam. So we still have to resist at the right time. Although there is nothing wrong with it, how could the last feeling be only this thing? This is not a tolerable thing, at least in Captain Marvel, it is not possible. I didn't have to do anything to hurt you. Why did you bite me and hold on to it? It's ridiculous. At this time, Scorpion was talking while attacking Captain Marvel. The Scorpion's claws crawled quickly like this, covered with mucus, like something very disgusting. But if you look carefully, it is saliva, the saliva secreted by the Scorpion. But this is not ordinary saliva, it is readily available. This is the first weapon used by the Scorpion to attack. As long as the surprise opponent encounters these saliva, it is the kind that will faint on the ground immediately, or it may not be able to wake up after a few hours. At that time, life will not be at your fingertips. Scorpion smiled knowingly when he thought of this. He didn't know exactly what to do, but he was proud enough at this time. Don't regret it. The Scorpion attacked fiercely, attacking Captain Marvel with one kick and one kick. So fierce? Wait, you'll know. Captain Marvel also smiled, dragging her now just to patronize and dodge. Because this offensive was too fierce, it was a bit unstoppable. And it can't be stopped so quickly by the hourglass. After all, this Scorpion has countless claws. One claw attacked Captain Marvel in this way. Who can stand this? Captain Marvel also cried and laughed, but it didn't matter. As long as he avoided this wave of industrial attacks, it is estimated that after a while, this Scorpion will be discouraged. At that time, it will not be too late for Captain Marvel to launch another offensive. Just right? What's wrong? Do you just hide? Isn't it arrogant just now? Scorpion laughed at Captain Marvel several times at this time. Because Scorpion felt Captain Marvel was frightened by his offensive. This is not something that ordinary pets can launch. This is a Scorpion weapon specially trained by Transcendent. So Scorpion is also very arrogant. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. The Scorpion's movements are harder. The surrounding planets have fluctuated, and if they continue to develop according to the previous trend, Captain Marvel is absolutely terrifying. At that time, the Earth may be destroyed. And again, Captain Marvel was speechless. She also didn't know what she was going to do in the end, and how she got to this point. She didn't expect the Scorpion in front of her to be so powerful, and this ability was continuous. Originally, Captain Marvel wanted to wait for the Scorpion to get tired, and then she would attack. Now she only needs to defend the fortress, and she also needs to avoid damage. But because of Captain Marvel's blind retreat and dodge, he also suffered a lot of damage. Although Captain Marvel didn't suffer much damage, as long as Captain Marvel escaped the disaster, the buildings behind the Earth would suffer to a certain extent, not just on the surface. More about the galaxies above the Earth. A fairy star has been lost, and at this time, you can't miss it again. But if Captain Marvel does not dodge, she is not confident enough to win this battle. As long as it is not outsmart, then it is relying on brute force. But brute force, Captain Marvel is far from enough for this Scorpion. Be scared, I know what you are thinking, but I advise you to give up this idea as soon as possible. Because you can't beat me. Scorpion said it calmly, because in his eyes Captain Marvel's ability was not enough to mention. Superpower, energy emission, and flying faster than light are all areas that the Scorpion can control. And because of the power emitted by the Scorpion, it just happens to be able to restrain the issuance of these abilities of Captain Marvel. This is not what an ordinary Scorpion can imagine, he was just awakened by the Transcendence, and he was forced. Otherwise, he wouldn't get to this point. To blame Captain Marvel can only be blamed for not letting him enter the Earth, and for setting up an enchantment. Of course this kind of enchantment is a bit restrictive for him. That's why the Scorpion will always wander. In order to observe Yabai, I also tried it. How can you tell that I can't beat you? Even if I can't beat you, there will still be someone who will answer you and win you. Wrong, to be precise, torture you? Even if Captain Marvel is at a disadvantage, he still won't give up. This kind of lip service, although sometimes not useful, can always irritate the opponent. Captain Marvel also finds it fun to see the opponent so angry. Because Captain Marvel always feels angry that Yabai will definitely appear. Just like the last time Thanos destroyed the Earth, Yabai fell from the sky to stop it. It's just a hero. Although I don't know when Yabai will come, Captain Marvel is still looking forward to it. So he doesn't care about everything anymore. Scorpion was talking nonsense to Captain Marvel at this time. Although Scorpion didn't know what Captain Marvel was talking about, it didn't affect his fight. Looking at this form, he has to look for Yabai. She is not only a superhero, she can also have a relationship with the gods. Captain Marvel, respond quickly. At this time, Nick Fury was looking at Captain Marvel anxiously from the pager. He didn't understand this kind of boundary on the edge of the Earth, so he had always relied on Captain Marvel before. Only Yabai can solve this problem. You know what you are talking about, I guess you have been beaten stupid. Captain Marvel was fighting stubbornly at this time, and she already felt her pager flashing. She must last until that time, otherwise, she would be sorry for the Earth, or it could be said that she was sorry for herself. Although Captain Marvel is a superhero, it is far more powerful than a superhero. She knew it was Nick Fury calling her. No, I can't continue like this, I want to cheer up. He felt that he was the winner now. But now, Nick Fury is embarrassed to continue to sit and wait when he sees this situation. But it's okay, Captain Marvel can continue to hold on. Such things are really too common. Because Scorpion was here to find Yabai. And Nick Fury also knows that Captain Marvel is waiting for Yabai's arrival. Why such a persistent woman? Just let him in. Anyway, it won't have any side effects on our planet, just come to Yabai. What the hell does he find Yabai for, as long as it doesn't affect us? Nick Fury is actually worried about Captain Marvel, because he really feels that Captain Marvel is carrying it to death. This is not a way to continue. Sooner or later it will collapse. So Nick Fury can only make a dangerous move. If he rushed to meet Yabai directly like this, he might be killed on the spot by Yabai. After all, Yabai doesn't like others being close to him. Forget it, but for the sake of all plans, I can only do this. Nick Fury finally decided to do this. There is no other meaning. I just think that at least Yabai can solve it. Go to hell you. Captain Marvel also yelled. She realized that she might be at a disadvantage, so she couldn't continue like this. Can only fight. And Captain Marvel felt that 25, with her current ability, would not lose his life against a scorpion. Isn't this a joke? As a result, Captain Marvel opened her arms slowly, and she was about to counterattack. Just seeing Captain Marvel's head lifted, there was a strong light in his eyes. Bright can blind the eyes of a scorpion. And Scorpion quickly closed his eyes tightly. This is not something he can do. It's just that Scorpion felt the power from Captain Marvel, but he was sloppy. Captain Marvel should not be underestimated. Captain Marvel not only emits light from his eyes, but also lifts his arms gently, and his palms are full of sparks. Formed a beautiful landscape. It's like fireworks, so beautiful. Her eyes were fixed on the scorpion, as if saying, "You're done." Then Captain Marvel also immediately threw out a beautiful arc, waved her hands in this way, and then also punched the scorpion. This punch was launched by Captain Marvel using superpowers. This is not trivial. As Captain Marvel expected, the scorpion flew tens of meters away and fell on the wall. The wall was broken. A hole appeared. The stone burst out all at once. This is superpower. How is it? Is it comfortable? Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. Captain Marvel laughed too. How about this superpower? Captain Marvel saw that the scorpion had been beaten on the ground, so he was very happy all of a sudden. The haze just seemed to disappear all of a sudden. Although Captain Marvel was also injured, it did not affect her celebration. Okay. This is simply very pleasant. There is nothing else that can be done. It's just for now, maybe it's this kind of thing that needs him. But other things Captain Marvel will also maintain a humble attitude. It's just that the arrogant attitude of the scorpion just made him feel angry. So I couldn't help it all at once. You. Captain Marvel suddenly saw the scorpion get up. She didn't expect that Scorpion could get up so quickly, and also react quickly, and would attack Captain Marvel. Although Scorpion was indeed bluffed by Captain Marvel just now, Scorpion feels that everything is fine. So don't be too nervous. What's wrong? Surprised. Scorpion still said this sentence simply, but it was not a particularly important word anymore. It's just that the Scorpion at least feels that he has to fight back. He is an arrogant Scorpion. This is taught by the Transcendent. Not everyone is like this. I didn't expect your abilities to be pretty good, but it's far from enough. Scorpion easily patted the dust on his body. This is the dust he fell on the ground just now. This fall also directly attacked Captain Marvel. Captain Marvel hasn't reacted yet, just let Scorpion do the trick. You, villain. Captain Marvel also said this when he finally fell, but at this time, Captain Marvel was vomiting blood. Because the power used by the Scorpion is not small. This is very uncomfortable. This is not a villain, and I am not a human being. Thanks to you for exalting me. Scorpion looked triumphant. This Captain Marvel is not his opponent. After all, the Scorpion has always been trained by a Transcendent. This is not a trifle. What a powerful god the Transcendence is. Your life is about to end. At this time, Scorpion is ready to kill Captain Marvel directly. Originally, Scorpion planned to spare Captain Marvel's life, but now it is unnecessary. This is not only an order from the Transcendent, but also the dignity of the Scorpion. He must be cruel. Then, the Scorpion raised one of his paws, trying to crush Captain Marvel directly. This is the end. I just saw that the Scorpion's claws were about to come down, and Captain Marvel was about to close his eyes. She felt that she couldn't move anyway, so she might as well just accept it. There is no way, this is fate. Captain Marvel still has no regrets, she can only accept it frankly. This time she was hasty. It can only be said that she was not ready for the preliminary work, and as a result she was negligent. But in fact, if you think about it carefully, Captain Marvel is not at a loss, at least she bought some time for herself, and Captain Marvel is also obsessed with her own principles. If she had no principles, then she would have to die. She still considers the principle very important. Probably this is why Captain Marvel admires Yabai every day. It is because Captain Marvel is also such a person, that's why I feel like it. You. Suddenly, the claws of the Scorpion did not fall on Captain Marvel's head, and the Scorpion also felt strange that it did not fall. Why can't this paw move? Then, Scorpion slowly saw the shadow of cursing emerge in front of him. It was not someone else but Yabai. So Scorpion panicked all at once. Why are you here? Scorpion was still surprised. After all, this battle seemed to be regardless of Yabai's affairs, right? Yabai was alarmed. And regarding the issue of confidentiality, Scorpion feels that he has done a good job. How could it be known by Yabai? Among them, someone must have leaked the news and leaked the wind. Hateful? Even more exasperating? Why? Don't you come to Earth just to see me? Why didn't you see any surprises when I showed up, and you were all shocked? Yabai's cold eyes shot straight down like this. Because he was just persuaded by Nick Fury. God of the world, please go save Captain Surprise. Nick Fury moved into Yabai's manor with all his strength. It's just that Yabai has already been caught for interrogation before it arrives, so Nick Fury talks about the whole thing. It's just that the more he speaks at the end, the less emboldened he is. Because he is really scared? What does this have to do with me? Huh. When Yabai heard Nick Fury's words, he just felt that this matter had nothing to do with him, and he didn't need to save Captain Marvel. This is not his obligation. He also didn't want to mix up. Really tired. Tired on the spiritual level? And in fact, if Captain Marvel doesn't have such a strong ability, you should weigh yourself carefully, and don't try to be strong. Otherwise, the end will be miserable. But the God of the world, forgive me, this Scorpion was originally looking for you, but he found Captain Marvel before he found you. So you say, Captain Marvel is unlucky, isn't it? Nick Fury also said, he didn't expect Yabai to talk to him at first. And it replied. Although his tone and attitude were cold, he felt that as long as Yabai was willing to talk to him, there was still room for change. If there is still a chance, he must take it well. Not all Captain Marvel is at stake. This is a fresh life, and Captain Marvel also protects the Earth too much. This is what Nick Fury must thank as the director of SHIELD Bureau. And doing such a thing for Captain Marvel is not shameful. He is not afraid. God of the world, please be merciful, and we will thank you very much for your dot. And this is not only about Captain Marvel, it's even more about the Earth. If they continue to fight, it is estimated that our Earth will soon collapse. In fact, Nick Fury has no confidence in saying this. After all, he thinks Yabai will not need his thanks. For Yabai, not disturbing is the best thanks. Because Yabai didn't eat fireworks in the first place. Nick Fury really feels that without Captain Marvel, then this Earth has no soul. Even if Captain Marvel is gone, the Earth will be destroyed by scorpions. Now the civilians have begun to run around. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. We must quickly prevent this tragedy from happening. Don't want history to repeat itself. But it really hurts people's hearts. Get out. Yabai just said such a sentence indifferently. Nick Fury thought there was no hope, but he still wanted to beg Yabai again. The God of the world, this. It just didn't expect that what he just said, but his throat could not be said as if he had been stopped. I just saw Hela calmly talk to Nick Fury. Go back, don't worry, Yabai already has an idea. Hela actually understood Yabai. She realized that Yabai just wanted to save Captain Marvel. It's just that Yabai still speaks vaguely like this. Yabai didn't say it, but Hela knew it. It's just that Yabai has agreed, but if Nick Fury keeps on speaking, it won't necessarily be the case. After all, Yabai's mind is hard to guess, and Yabai is very annoyed by other people's nagging, and still nagging about the same thing. It is also surprising. But, the goddess of death, the god of the world, he. Captain Marvel, he. Nick Fury still doesn't know what Hela means, so I still want to ask directly. After all, this is something about life, so it's better to be more rigorous. Ask more clearly, and Nick Fury feels that since he has arrived, he can't go back in vain, must bring something back. Let's go, your stay here makes things worse. And Hela didn't say it directly, so she said a meaningful word. Because Hela felt that since Yabai didn't say it clearly, there must be Yabai's reason. This is not a simple thing, it just feels that things have increased. She also don't want to be smart. And Nick Fury seemed to be aware of the meaning in Hela's words, so he immediately wanted to thank Yabai. He finally got it too. Thank the god of the world. Then Nick Fury hurried away, because he also felt that he was staying. What if the god of the world regretted it? So Nick Fury quickly slipped away. Go back wherever you come. Yabai, have you really decided? Hela asked the same. She didn't mean anything else, just wanted to erupt with Yabai. Anyway, she won't drag Yabai down. Just an assist? Okay. Yabai just nodded and didn't speak, but he didn't think that he had just ended the war with the strong in the multiverse, and that it would be the turn of the transcendent so soon. To be precise, Yabai has always been fighting wits and courage with transcenders. It's just that the powerhouses in these multiverses are all pawns of transcenders. Because Yabai also knows that this scorpion is the assistant of the transcendents. If it weren't for the transcendents, how could he follow? So the whole thing becomes a bit complicated. Intricately separated. Yabai thinks about it again and again. Anyway, if he doesn't take the initiative to attack, the transcendent will come to him, the king. Why not? Just take advantage of it now. Don't be too slow. That's why Yabai decided to go. Not just to save Captain Marvel. It's just that Yabai feels that this incident was originally directed at him, and there is no need to find someone else to scapegoat. Then I will go with you. Now use the space gem to get to the scene. Otherwise, I'm afraid that the captain can't hold it anymore. Hela immediately used her space gem to show her and Yabai in front of Scorpion and Captain Marvel. So when they came, they saw that the Scorpion was about to destroy Captain Marvel. Yabai was also fast, preventing this tragedy from happening in a blink of an eye, and Yabai also grabbed the Scorpion's paw that was about to attack and roared. Hold it hard, Yabai. And Captain Marvel also heard Scorpion's words and felt strange. Why the Scorpion's claws haven't come down yet? Why are you still alive? What exactly is going on? Just when Captain Marvel was puzzled, she actually knew the truth from the moment she met Yabai. Maybe this is my luck, but I didn't die like this. Can be rescued. Escaped from the wolf claws. Captain Marvel is really grateful to Yabai. He didn't know what he could do to repay Yabai, but there are many words of thanks, and I can't say a word at this moment. Captain Marvel just looked at Yabai blankly. There are many words in his eyes. Yabai really appeared. What? Just when Captain Marvel was thinking about it, he heard a strange cry from the Scorpion. This roar can be said to resound through the sky. This broken claw is a lesson for you. Yabai immediately cut off the Scorpion's claws with a full grip. I didn't expect that it was really this Scorpion. Maybe Yabai had forgotten everything that happened in the black hole. The Scorpion was already rolling on the spot in pain, and Yabai was really good at picking a place. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be the painful claws that the Scorpion could not bear in his life. This is the central cut point of the lifeline? How can you be so cruel? Scorpion is actually very angry right now. Yabai, I didn't expect that you would come out in person, so I don't need to find you. After Scorpion rested for a while to heal his wounds, he immediately said to Yabai. He originally thought that approaching Yabai was only to win Yabai's trust. After Yabai completely trusted him, he waited for an opportunity to start. He didn't expect him to wait for this moment. So Scorpion also suddenly felt that he might be useless. If he could kill Yabai in this way, it would be in line with his own strength. Scorpion thought. There won't be too many doubts. He was already fierce. What's the matter? I can't tell you seriously. It's a scene in a play. In the end, it was you, fool. Yabai certainly knew that the Scorpion was pretending to be innocent just to gain his trust, and Yabai was just acting and accompany him. I don't know that Scorpion has become the person in the play. It's not certain who will be in the play in the end. You? How can you do this to me? Scorpion heard these words from Yabai. Right now, he was also anxious. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. How could he think that Yabai is so smart? It made him believe it to be true. Thought Yabai had been fooled. Did not think of. In the end, I was fooled. Entering Yabai's gentle township, I was fascinated. But it shouldn't be. The Scorpion man cried. Because how did he know that it was actually a game he designed by himself, and he fell into a trap in the end, and he was still a little bit difficult to extricate himself. It can also be said to be uncomfortable. How is this possible? You lied to me, right? Scorpion is still a bit difficult to accept, because he has always felt that he is quite smart, but now, he just feels that his dignity has been trampled on. And it's useless at all. This is also quite uncomfortable. No use? You still accept the reality. I had already spared your life, so you don't know how to repent, or it is still the same. It's chilling. Yabai still thinks that these pets are still very innocent. Last time they just happened to cooperate with the acting to bypass the Scorpion's life. No, the Scorpion hit the muzzle again. This is only a short time. Why don't you know the long memory? Yabai, I don't share the same spirit with you. I will kill you now. The Scorpion seemed to know, to say something, opening his mouth and shutting up was to take Yabai's life. However, this is not something you can take if you want. This depends on ability. You can get it, then you're good, come on. Yabai also opened his heart now, because Yabai really felt that he should stop procrastinating. Now that you have torn your skin, there is no need. And Yabai wanted to accompany them in acting, just want to put off time. Who knows that this Scorpion has done something like this again? It's hilarious. Then at the moment when Scorpion was about to do it, the voice of the Transcendent suddenly came. When Scorpion heard the voice of the Transcender, he suddenly woke up. It seemed that his head calmed down all of a sudden. Originally, he was still on the verge of excitement, just because he was too excited and angry. So at this time, it was the voice of the Transcendent who woke him up. Scorpion, things have developed to this point. If it fails, you know what to do. The voice of the Transcendencer also came out as ethereal and cold as a demon in hell. Although the meaning in the words is not very understandable, the Scorpion still knows what it means. This is why the Transcendence suddenly wakes the Scorpion. There is no reason, it is the code word of the Transcended. Knowing the Master, I know what to do. Don't worry, Master. Master, take care. Then the Scorpion's heart was ashamed, and his eyes suddenly became extremely fierce. If the eyes can kill people, then Scorpion should be the killer brother. This is not a normal thing, and it is because Scorpion has understood the meaning of Transcendence words. If Scorpion has not defeated Yabai, he can only commit suicide instead of killing Yabai, because the Transcendent does not allow his own people to be killed by Yabai. It's that easy. Transcendents pay great attention to issues of dignity. This is face. Represents his Supreme King aura. Of course, Scorpion also knows, this is the usual style of Transcendence. If you do not succeed, there is only one dead end. Therefore, you can only be ruthless when you do things under the Transcendence. There is no second way to go. Either you die or I live. Then, the Scorpion continued to attack like Yabai, and he lifted his paws like Yabai swept over. And the Scorpion's claws suddenly became abnormally long enough to surround Yabai. The sudden change is also catching people off guard. I didn't expect the Scorpion to have a back move. Captain Marvel also exclaimed, trying to tell Yabai to be careful, but he couldn't speak out when he saw Hela next to him. Although hesitating to speak, he stopped. It's just a blessing to see Yabai escape easily. But a more dramatic scene appeared. Yabai directly waved the heart of the universe, turning his body when he flew up with his backhand, and chopped off the scorpion's claws. Suddenly, the scorpion's claws were gone. Only a bare body remained. Ah. The scorpion also reacted after a while, and its claws were all chopped off. And afterwards, I felt pain. Suddenly there was a shout. It is terrible. This is no ordinary thing, it is something that caught them all off guard. No one thought that Yabai had just dodged the attack of Scorpion's claws, and could make a reversal. All of a sudden the knife fell. Fast. Quasi. Ruthless. Yabai couldn't bear to see the Scorpion's body rolling in pain on the ground. I don't know why, Yabai has recently felt that his soft heart is guilty again. But now that you have done it, you must get the punishment you deserve. This is Yabai's attitude towards the enemy. Without exception. What if there is a preference? Follow the rules. No rules, no standards. That's what Yabai thought. And it's also because the scorpion is a relatively unreliable thing, and it's time for this kind of bright stuff to end. Fortunately, Yabai also played the role of scorpion for a long time. If it weren't for this, Yabai might still be resting at home now. If it weren't for the fact that the scorpion was just successful and not forgiving, Nick Fury wouldn't risk his life to find Yabai like this. Nick Fury also really has no choice. Only Yabai can prevent this tragedy from happening. If anything happens to Captain Marvel, I guess he will die uncomfortably. After all, Captain Marvel also helped him a lot. These things cannot be solved all at once. This is an unpaid debt. Yabai, you are so cruel. Then Scorpion looked at Yabai's eyes sentence by sentence at the end and said that he had died because of such a thing. You are like this, it's better to kill me with a single knife. Scorpions are really painful. Because scorpions live on these claws. Although it is something like pliers, it seems that this kind of thing must be handled properly until now. It is equivalent to losing the right arm. Breaking one finger on 10 fingers will cause pain, not to mention the painful experience of breaking one finger all over the body. And this is also the ability that the scorpion has been trained for a long time by the Transcender. It can be said to be very powerful. Now, Yabai was so shattered with the heart of the universe. It can be said to be true and uncomfortable. This feeling really seems to kill him. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. To be precise, it was even more uncomfortable than killing him. This will punish you. What is that? Remember, I won't provoke people in the future. Yabai just said a word to Scorpion right now, although it wasn't such a good voice. But the tone was indifferent. Although there is nothing else, this is enough. There is no other way. Yabai just wanted to teach these scorpions a lesson. This makes them far more uncomfortable to live than to die. Yabai thinks that to do is to do the best. It was so extreme that no one dared to approach it. Whoever approaches is dead. How did I provoke you? I don't even want to provoke you now. I just want to provoke others. Scorpion said, slightly wronged at this time. Although he admitted at first, he just wanted to come to Yabai to settle accounts. But that was just observing in secret. No one thought that an unexpected guest would come. It is Captain Marvel. And Captain Marvel also blocked his way. It is because of the intimidation of the Transcendencer. How could he let Captain Marvel go? But he knew that even if he didn't do anything to Captain Marvel now, he would definitely continue to do so later. Even if there is no actual attack on Yabai now, it does not prevent the Transcendence from attacking Yabai in the future. This is a matter of time. It's just that the Scorpion stepped on the thunder in advance. So it can continue to be understood. Is that why you killed someone? Yabai just responded with a single sentence. Originally, Yabai didn't intend to continue to manage this kind of thing. He just wanted to leave this kind of place as soon as possible. There is nothing to miss. Now that the matter has been resolved, then there is no need. Yabai also felt that this scorpion might be poisoned too deeply. Find flowers 0. Still deeply stuck in his own script. Although this is not a particularly simple action, it is sufficient. Maybe this is the result of the long-term control of the Transcendence. Although it seems that there is no problem at present, this is enough to make people suspicious. Scorpion, there is nothing to regret. Then she blocks my way, why don't I kill her? If you want to blame, she doesn't know my strength. Then, the Scorpion continued to say that he didn't know what he was saying. Because he feels that everything is indifferent now. Yabai also looked at him directly and shook his head. Then, he used the heart of the universe to break the Scorpion's tail again. 0. In an instant, the blood inside the Scorpion was spraying to the outside world. Although this may be enough to make everyone feel sorry. But it is enough. Yabai just wanted to make the Scorpion worse than death. Until now, you can still say such a thing. Sure enough, it was something trained by a Transcendent. And Captain Marvel is also impossible for Scorpion to slander himself in front of Yabai. She must refute. What kind of universe is this? Captain Marvel was out of anger when she heard Scorpion slander her like this. Isn't this looking for death? In the end, all the responsibilities were attributed to Captain Marvel. Speechless, he wanted to fly directly to where Captain Marvel was standing, and then used brute force to solve Captain Marvel. But just seeing her refute, Scorpion immediately showed a fierce expression at Captain Marvel. This expression seemed to be to eat Captain Marvel. She is also a strong woman, so don't panic when you encounter this kind of thing, or think about it first. And it was trained secretly. Yabai, I didn't, but he didn't say the reason. I don't know the reason. I just stop him just to protect the earth. Otherwise, you will be unlucky in the future. Yabai felt that the scorpion continued to say such shameless words until he repented. It's simply hateful. With that, the scorpion jumped up and flew directly at the place where Captain Marvel was standing. You woman, still talking. Scorpion was very angry right away. He felt that he tolerated Captain Marvel's arrogance. After all, things can be solved directly, as long as Yabai stays out. Roll. Captain Marvel also shouted directly. Although he tried to calm down as much as possible, he was a little nervous when he saw Scorpion rushing over like this. Because in the end, she had to directly dock with Scorpion. This sense of fear is here. Captain Marvel was injured by this scorpion, so at this time, he was still a little scared. After all, life is the most important thing. Go to hell. Scorpion still jumped up while shouting. He thought he was about to succeed. But I didn't expect to be stopped by Yabai again. Do you know that this earth will be destroyed when your explosive power is emitted? Yabai also stopped the scorpion right now, just saying a word. He still wants Hela to stay on earth. After all, ordinary life on earth still attracts Yabai. He hasn't had enough on earth yet. How could it be so easily destroyed by the scorpion? This cannot be done in the past, nor is it now. In fact, Yabai is still a little selfish. He would continue to choose to do such things before. He believed that Hela also wanted him to do the same. Because according to the scorpion's abilities, the explosive power emitted is indeed enough to destroy the earth. Even the whole earth disappeared from the universe. This is what Yabai observed. It seems to be the life's energy of the scorpion. It's really scary, so Yabai stopped without hesitation. After Yabai stopped it, he saw Hela's satisfied expression, and he knew that he was doing it right. He has won the favor of Hela, and has also been recognized. This is also in line with Yabai's belief. Yabai. Captain Marvel really didn't expect that Yabai chose to help her in the end. Although I don't know what Yabai's purpose is, Captain Marvel was rescued by Yabai again. This is the fact. And Yabai's blow to the scorpion is actually very exaggerated. It's exactly to knock the scorpion soaring into the air to the ground. There was a loud noise all at once. It also shocked them all. Because the sound of the scorpion falling down is really loud. Shocked Captain Marvel. She thought it was another disaster. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Fortunately, in the end, Yabai chose to believe in Captain Marvel, which directly caused the scorpion to break a tail again. But this time the short tail exploded with the life of the scorpion. The beauty of fireworks suddenly appeared. This kind of thing is not a simple thing, it is something that will continue to happen in the future. This scorpion really disappeared instantly from them. And it just left a pool of stagnant water. There was also a peculiar smell at the scene. It just stinks. This feeling is like falling into a pit. Even Hela couldn't help covering her nose, because it was really pungent. No, what kind of scorpion is this? Captain Marvel laughed like that, but there was no way. It's just that this kind of problem would make them feel uncomfortable. And it's really smelly. I don't know if he is dead or not, but I only saw the body disappeared, but the smell was still there. And it exists for a long time. This kind of thing doesn't matter. Is this dead? Captain Marvel saw the scorpion again. She took a closer look and found that the smell was really there, even getting thicker. How is this going? It just feels weird. Wait, don't move. Yabai suddenly stopped Captain Marvel, who was walking forward, because Captain Marvel was slowly approaching the smell. This cannot be moved. If something happens, it will die directly. Because this smell is also toxic. Come on. Yabai hurriedly said a word in the end, because Yabai still felt a little puzzled as to why the smell will become stronger and stronger as the area expands. Pungent? The smell of blood is slowly coming? Yabai, what's the matter? Hela also used the power of infinite gems to temporarily block the smell. Let them stop spreading. Just keep it in one place. This kind of problem makes them feel very powerful. Hela can always help Yabai the most at critical moments. And she also cooperates very well with Yabai. Yeah, what's the matter? Why is it so? Captain Marvel is even more puzzled. She is still in a state of confusion until now. What exactly happened here? Isn't the scorpion dead? He was already dead in front of her? I doubt it is dead. Yabai uttered a single sentence directly, which awakened everyone. Everyone is dumbfounded. What do you mean? What did you say? Captain Marvel was completely shocked by Yabai's words. Isn't this corpse already gone? How could it not die? Could it be that corpse fraud happened? Captain Marvel still thinks it's impossible. She thinks it's just a temporary confusion. It might disperse after a while. They should have made a fuss. But Captain Marvel was actually thinking about Yabai's words, and it was the first time she saw this situation. So I still feel a little troublesome. But a seed has been planted in her heart. Although this seed is very small, it can still accompany her in doubt. Do not rule out this situation. Yabai also said something directly right now. Originally, he didn't want to return to Captain Marvel, because he didn't have the habit of talking to strangers. It has always been very cold. I also think that this may happen, that is, there is such a situation now. Hela also quite agrees with what Yabai said. She just noticed that the power of Death Authority is getting stronger and stronger. And it's still out of control. Maybe this happened to the real scorpion. But isn't the heart of the universe very powerful? You can kill all the gods directly. Is this scorpion even more powerful than them? Captain Marvel questioned again, although Captain Marvel also asked with some fear. Because even though Yabai is standing in front of her, she can still feel a little different. She still didn't dare to speak, because Yabai was right in front of her. This invisible pressure. Possible. Hela also responded directly right now, although she also thought this was an incredible thing, but it didn't matter. Everything has just begun. Then what should we do now? Do we need to go back? Still stay here. Captain Marvel also considers that the taste is getting more and more permeated. It is estimated that this infinite gem will not last long. This is a choice that must be made as soon as possible. What they didn't know was that in another parallel universe, the Transcendent was loudly reprimanding the person in front of him. This can kill you. What the hell do you do? There are still gods to keep you. Even a Captain Marvel can't be killed. Inability. The more he speaks, the more excited he gets. Although the script he planned is very fun, it seems to be a little bit biased from the original script. It seems that this is no longer his brilliant script. 25 seems to be dominated by yabai, and the director of this script seems to have become yabai. So it's difficult? This is why the Transcendent is so angry. Master, yes, you are right, I am incompetent. The person who is kneeling and talking is not someone else, or a scorpion. Yes, the scorpion is not dead. Thanks to the master for saving me from the deadlock. Scorpion is still extremely grateful to the Transcendent, because just when it was about to be crushed by the universe, the Transcendent used illusion to rescue him from another parallel universe. And also launched a wave of psychedelic smell, that is, the smell of smelly smoke. It comes from the unique secret of the Transcendence. It can be regarded as bluffing. But this Transcendence also knows that it is a temporary psychedelic, and yabai may surely discover it soon. Therefore, the Transcendence must quickly reinstall the scorpion. And the scorpion really feels reborn, and although his claws are gone, his body has become hard. It's completely a machine body, so now it can be said to be invulnerable. The body has also become huge. Roll. The Transcender also kicked the scorpion away directly. He really felt that the development of things was becoming less and less following the previous rules. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. One thing that the Transcendent fears now is that yabai might catch this and deal with him. And yabai's current strength is really unfathomable. Never imagine what yabai will become in the end. It's just that the Transcendence has always wanted to observe yabai clearly, but he still hasn't figured it out. In this way, the Transcendent just feels that he has lost. And when the Transcendent saw the Scorpion being defeated in this way, his face turned green with anger. That's why he decided to let Scorpion get a corpse out of it. In the end, after the Scorpion was dead, it was the Transcendent who picked it back and rebuilt it into a more powerful robotic Scorpion. This feeling is a sense of accomplishment. Finally, after the smell is gone, the Scorpion must return to its original position, otherwise it will not survive. It is to go back to the place where yabai was fighting. Only there can we truly get the chance of rebirth. Otherwise, maybe they really ended up like this. Yes, Master. The Scorpion at this time is talking very mechanically, because his language function has been completely modified. Now he is like a puppet, under the command and control of the Transcendent. But he can still speak, because the question of the Transcendence being his master has been deeply hidden in his mind. Only this was injected into this thought by the Transcended. Because the Transcendent is the person who wants to control the Scorpion. So how could he let Scorpion miss this opportunity? In any case, their final result must be like this. Although he could not continue to speak, Scorpion still obeyed the Transcendence very much. Because apart from this, they have no other ideas. And the Scorpion climbed up tremblingly, although this was not something they could imagine. Because the Transcendence is a strong one, but the Transcendence still controls a little bit of strength. Otherwise, it is estimated that the Scorpion will be directly crushed by the Transcendence. The Transcender didn't want the Scorpion that he had managed to save again. He didn't do anything yet, and he was ruined by himself again. Such a thing is not so simple. The Transcendence must let the Scorpion do things. It is undoubtedly to kill yabai, and finally get a little benefit from yabai. It's about ability. This is what the Transcendent wants to obtain. Alright, step back, do you know what to do next? Yabai, let's see how you resolve it this time. Because the Transcendent has implanted a kind of energy from the Scorpion, this energy is scattered when the Scorpion is about to explode, and in the end it is the idea that they will all die. Although it is not a very mature idea, the Transcendence also feels that it is almost the same. This kind of thing is nothing terrible. Yes, Master. Scorpion immediately understood what to do next. This time was his last chance. Although his consciousness no longer exists at all, the memory of yabai in his brain is quite deep. Except for yabai, this is his final battle. There is only one chance. If he is not successful this time, he will really disappear completely in this beautiful universe. Moreover, Scorpion only remembers that yabai is his enemy. He doesn't know that he has ever played against yabai or acted with yabai. All memories have been erased by the Transcendent, and what he is left now is an empty entity. Apart from this, it has no other effect. It is for the Transcendence to use. The Scorpion is also extremely obedient to the Transcendence. Only the Transcendence is fate? As long as it is a task ordered by the Transcendent, he will perform it, no matter what the task is. Because his life is given by the Transcendent. Is there any reason not to obey absolutely? There is no reason. Go. Don't be as stupid as last time this time, or I won't be able to save you no matter how good I am. The Transcendence also knows that the Scorpion is now a cold corpse. It's just a mechanical Scorpion. Here is no emotion. Therefore, the Transcendent is such a Scorpion who is the absolute powerhouse in his mind to deal with yabai. Although there will still be shortcomings, at present, it is more than enough to deal with yabai. This is where the self-confidence of the Transcendence lies. This modified scorpion, his explosive power is completely different from that of ordinary people 5 times. Can Yabai survive this time? The Transcendence would really like to see how Yabai reacted, or how to deal with it. Good host. The scorpion is about to return to the earth. Just return to the place where Yabai fought with Yabai. This is where he wakes up from his dream and where he loses his life. This time it is entirely his rebirth. So it must be grasped. Be careful. Don't move. Yabai braked urgently at this time, because he completely felt the sign vibration from the ground. This is not a normal vibration, but an atomic vibration that has passed through ultrasonic waves. I'm afraid the Comer is not good, and it's not human yet. What's going on? Hela also continues to feel the violent vibration from the authority of death right now. Even the infinite gems was trembling. This is certainly not an ordinary god. I'm afraid it's a monster? This won't be. Captain Marvel is also dumbfounded. She also didn't know what to do. Could it be that the scorpion came back from the dead? This is the strange phenomenon Captain Marvel can explain. Okay. Yabai also responded directly to the word at the moment. He can now guess the worst result. Yabai can certainly imagine that the Transcendent saved the scorpion. Only the Transcended can have the ability to rescue the dying scorpion under the death of the heart of the universe. At present, only the Transcendence can do this. And there is only a Transcendence, and a strong one has something to do with the scorpion. How could Yabai not understand? It seems that this time I really want to meet the Transcendence. Strange days will increase again. Yabai just felt that it was necessary to meet the Transcendence. This is really horrible. Although Yabai is a bit calm on the surface now, in fact, he still has a little fear of Transcenders in his heart. This is not something anyone can do. Read more at hotmentalnovel.xyz. It's just that Yabai is relatively less scary. But now if Yabai only relies on the heart of the universe to deal with the Transcendence, it is far incomparable. Because Yabai also knows that the Transcendence's ability can be shaken. At least for the current Yabai, that's far from it. Yabai still knows how to analyze it. If this kind of thing continues to happen in the future, then Yabai will continue to look at the Transcendence. What Transcendence? At this time, Captain Marvel was shocked. She didn't even predict what kind of Transcendence would be. It can make Yabai so scared. Is it him? It's really him? Are you true? Of course Captain Marvel was surprised. In addition to being shocked, he was also shocked by the original scorpion. You mean that the scorpion belongs to him? The scorpion just now. Captain Marvel was once again shocked by his own brain circuit. It turns out that the scorpion was trained by the Transcendencer. No wonder that scorpion is really different from the usual pets, but it can kill people. And the ability is huge. Now that he knows that this scorpion is the identity of the Transcendent, Captain Marvel doesn't even doubt the scorpion's ability. Correct. Hela also replied to Captain Marvel, because Hela saw that Yabai no longer wanted to reply, so Hela took a picture of Yabai to reply. After all, Yabai is very annoying now. Yabai is worrying about how to deal with the Transcendent. In fact, the scorpion is not terrible, the terrible thing is just the big man behind the scorpion. But why should Transcendence deal with Yabai? Then Captain Marvel also directly talked with Hela. Although Captain Marvel knew that Hela was the goddess of death, he was not as afraid of Yabai as he was. At least 2 women still share common topics. This is inevitable. It's just that the content of their chat is different. So Captain Marvel asked Hela unscrupulously. Although he could feel Hela's indifferent eyes, Captain Marvel pretended not to see, and continued to say that. Because she was full of doubts in her mind. This is what Yabai has gone through. The Transcendence comes from the Transcendence field. How can Yabai have a relationship with the Transcendence? Really think carefully. This, you don't need to know. Hela didn't want to continue talking either. After all, she and Captain Marvel are not very familiar either, but they are just getting in touch with each other now. I will not continue to communicate in the future. So there is no need. Hela has a cold look, her entire face is shrouded in green. Because she has silently picked up her sword of the night sky. She was ready to fight Scorpion. And she also stranded her hair and tied it up. In an instant, 2 things like horns appeared on her head. This is the symbol of the Queen. The look in his eyes also became extremely fierce. So Captain Marvel doesn't want to continue to say anything. He already felt the impact force from another time and space. This is not a simple crowd, but a group of scorpions. Although he didn't know what he was looking at, these were enough to make him feel scared and nervous. It's just a weapon being used. And this scorpion who was about to move in front of them was what they wanted to deal with next. But there are so many? Cute. You are not my opponent at all. Captain Marvel also cursed secretly. No one thought that she would have the opportunity to fight with Yabai and Hela. Hela also felt that the mighty crowd in the distance was pouring towards them. This means that they have a common enemy. Fed. Yabai just said a few words, his eyes were also cold. Wang is good. It seems to be looking at a dead person. It's just that these scorpions are much smaller than scorpion heads. I'll go? What kind of suffering is this? For Yabai, the scorpion that is about to appear is really like a dead person. How could the scorpion killed by the heart of the universe be a complete scorpion? Let Hela dazzle? And Yabai just stared into the distance blankly. It seems that Captain Marvel is very happy. And the other little scorpions. It is also something Hela and Captain Marvel want to continue to consider. This is absolutely nothing. But Hela looked excited. There was nothing else, but Hela was so huge that he didn't seem to be touched for a long time. If it weren't for the battle in Asgard, Hela still doesn't know where he is. So fighting is still fun. It's just used to clean up some guys who don't know the height of the sky. Hela's thinking is the same as Yabai. They don't do anything else, just think that this thing is okay. And Hela is really charming when she looses her hair. It sucks. Hela immediately drew the Sword of Eternity and jumped up, and began to deal with these little scorpions. And Yabai is standing still, because the scorpion hasn't appeared yet. He has to wait for the real scorpion to appear. The others are empty heads. It doesn't matter, you finally came. And Yabai directly said such a sentence at the end, and then he turned his body directly with a curl of his face, and directly took the cosmic heart to deal with the scorpion that attacked him behind him. But this scorpion doesn't seem to be the usual scorpion anymore. To be precise, it has completely changed. Yabai is also very interesting. Such a stunner has been defiled by the transcendence. Otherwise, if it was left to Yabai, he might not treat this scorpion like this. Because the current scorpion is completely ghost-like, the whole body is dark, only a pair of eyes are exposed, and the eyes also emit a black light, which seems to come from the abyss. But that kind of look is something Yabai has never seen before. This is a scorpion with no emotion at all. I am your doomsday. Scorpion is also extremely quick to react, and immediately hid behind Yabai's heart of the universe, and immediately jumped to another level. If he were replaced by the previous one, he might be killed by Yabai immediately. And it's the kind that has no ashes. The corpse night market no longer exists. This is nothing, but in the end they will find that this scorpion represents the transcendence. It just absorbs the power of the transcendence, another incarnation of the transcendence. Kfta. But it is still far from a transcendence. This is just a Velis of the transcender. The doomsday? I didn't expect you to be born again and still so ignorant of reality. Climb back where you deserve to be. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. Yabai said this sentence calmly and slowly, because he really couldn't get used to this kind of behavior. Although the current scorpion is completely reborn, it has nothing to do with Yabai. Yabai still crushed him? He doesn't care what the future holds. But the result is still like this? Yabai is never afraid of the challenge of leading people, he will win anyway. This is the fact. Scorpion immediately attacked Yabai again, and this time he took a close approach. It is directly close to Yabai's body, trying to prevent Yabai from exerting the heart of the universe, power. But Yabai still has another power. Suddenly, Yabai had a piece of armor on his head, and a blue light radiated from all around his body. This armor Yabai is used to prevent scorpions. Who knows what kind of strange smell this scorpion will emit at that time. That smell is poisonous. Unexpectedly, you would still do this trick. Although Scorpion is an unsentimental machine, although he no longer knows Yabai, he has a lot of abilities to mock people. Too frightening. This scorpion is still dead. Don't worry, it's out of help. Captain Marvel said the same thing, and then continued to deal with the small shrimps that rushed up. Although these small shrimps are really useless, they still need someone to do this. This cannot be solved because of a king. This is an extremely complicated matter, but if he continues to do this, maybe those little scorpions will go to Yabai. Yabai directly raised the scorpion and threw it to the ground. This thing itself is also an extremely easy thing. No matter how strong the scorpion is, Yabai can still continue to do this. For Yabai, there is no other comparability at all. This is just a small thing. Boom. There was such a noise all around. Yabai was groping on the ground with a scorpion in his hand. Yabai also directly rubbed the scorpion on the ground. From this pillar to another, as long as it was touched by a scorpion, it collapsed without exception. Because Yabai is really super strong? This kind of power is something that Yabai can only possess. And even if Yabai does not use small and medium-sized, he can still rub the scorpion on the ground, so Yabai can be regarded as a proof of his strength. Because Scorpion felt that Yabai relied on the heart of the universe, so he defeated him. Now Yabai can defeat the scorpion without using the heart of the universe. And the scorpion has no room to fight back. Even now the body of the scorpion has become huge, and the volume is larger than 2 Yabai. But this is meaningless to Yabai, because Yabai can still crush it. Wow. In the end, Scorpion still yelled out intolerably. She didn't want to yell at first. But being pressed by Yabai like this really lacks dignity at all. And it was extremely painful, and it had already begun to bleed with this power that could be passed through with walls. Just like you have been seen through before you start to make moves, okay. Yabai also said mercilessly now, because he really felt that the scorpion was like continuing to upgrade. The speed and style of his moves can also be clearly seen by Yabai. This kind of moves can control the enemy without thinking about it. So Yabai also clearly told him that this is respect for his opponents. Perhaps there is a bit of irony. Because Yabai also wants to treat his body in his own way. Scorpion treats him like this now, so he won't be merciful. And Yabai has never let go of the enemy's habit. Originally the scorpion should die now, just let the scorpion live a little longer. This is just repetition of life and death. Since Scorpion is not afraid of trouble, Yabai will not be afraid. In fact, since the scorpion has recovered a life, there is no need to come back to find Yabai again. You should run away quickly, so you can survive. They can't help it. Life is never their own. Scorpion was already angrily unable to speak by Yabai at this time, because he had never felt so angry before. Yabai was simply crushing his dignity, as if he was completely ignored. And even if the scorpion has been updated, but it is still not Yabai's opponent. So the scorpion was a little furious at this time. He doesn't know how to explain to the Transcendence, although he is now an emotionless machine. But the fear of Transcendence has been deeply engraved in my mind, and I can't forget it. The Transcendence's command still echoed in his mind. Scorpion's claws are gone, he has only one body left. A body without a soul. No matter how powerful the Scorpion is, the body without its claws is already incapable of failing. At this time, Scorpion still didn't give up. He immediately flew up while Yabai was talking. I want to hit Yabai directly with my fist. But what Yabai did in a flash was to make Yabai's face cut through Yabai's wound. But this wound will still bleed. Yabai wiped it gently with his hand, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. To be precise, it was a wicked smile. Very good, keep it up. This kind of battle has fun to continue. Even if Yabai was injured by the Scorpion, he was still not angry. Instead, he laughed directly. The Scorpion outbreak is the proof of Yabai's best combat effectiveness. And Yabai also likes such opponents very much. Because this will increase Yabai's ability value, which will increase the system's score. Yabai is now eager for the system to be able to give him a template for the strong, and at that time, he will have a 50% chance of winning against the Transcendence. Then there is no need to worry. But the more Yabai is like this, the Scorpion gets angry, because he sees Yabai's completely indifferent attitude. I thought Yabai didn't take him seriously. For a Scorpion with strong self-esteem, how could this be tolerated? His eyes were already showing murderous intent. Let you see my true power. The Scorpion was clenching his fist at this time, and a black light seemed to burst out of it. Gradually a sphere was formed. What is this? Why haven't you seen it before? Captain Marvel was also puzzled, because he was hitting a little Scorpion. And while watching the battle between Scorpion and Yabai, because it seems that I haven't seen Yabai's real battle for a long time. I only really saw Yabai in the Battle of Thanos. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Now Yabai's explosive power is far more powerful than before, and Captain Marvel is stunned. But watching the power of the Scorpion is getting stronger and stronger. Captain Marvel is a little worried about Yabai, because he doesn't know what Scorpion is going to do. What if Yabai hurts? Hateful. Captain Marvel couldn't help cursing inwardly. I think these bad guys are really terrible, so why are they okay to find trouble every day? This sphere seems to be the power of trajectory. Hela responded to Captain Marvel at this time. Because she and Captain Marvel are also dealing with these little Scorpions. I felt that the cooperation was good, so I started to chat. And this is a dialogue between two beautiful women. But as they were talking, Yabai and Scorpion had already started a struggle. Scorpion directly threw these two black balls directly at Yabai. No matter how Yabai dodges, the two black balls have been surrounding Yabai and chasing Yabai. It seems that Yabai is the only thing to do. Stimulate. Yabai also said a word directly, and then he directly flew off the wall. Then he flew directly from the top of Scorpion's head, and he used a sword of the night sky. I want to wear it directly from the top of the Scorpion's head. As long as the Scorpion is dead, then these two black balls will disappear automatically. The things in the universe are so strange. As long as the master dies, then they won't exist. Just like the Scorpion, if the Transcendent dies, then the Scorpion will not exist. Because the current Scorpion is completely dependent on the Transcendence to survive. But the premise is that the Transcendent will not die at present, because no god can defeat the Transcended. Find Flowers 0. Finally hit you on your knees. It turned out that Yabai pierced Scorpion's head at first sight. The Scorpions are exactly the batch being bombed right now. But even if Yabai used the sword of the night sky to pierce the head of the Scorpion, but choose. Scorpion still hadn't died, and could still stand with Yabai. This is a boot without emotion. It's just a machine. So he is not afraid of any swords. Ha 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 ha. At this time, Scorpion saw that Yabai didn't kill him, so he laughed. He was laughing at Yabai's ignorance. Because Scorpion is completely he who can't be killed by swords now, he already has a layer of armor. It is equivalent to having a third life for him. Laughing, I haven't seen the final result yet. Yabai also laughed at this time. He was also laughing at Scorpion's ignorance. Because it hasn't reached the end at all. Yabai certainly knows that these night sky swords can't kill Scorpions at all, but they can get close to Scorpions. Finally, Yabai directly smashed the Scorpion with the heart of the universe. The Transcendent also cursed directly. How could he have thought that this Scorpion was eventually killed by Yabai? Only. It's just that the Scorpion has always been sloppy. Then Yabai dealt with Scorpion, and directly punched the two balls that were flying towards him. Fool. It's just a guise used by Yabai to seduce the Scorpion, in order to stabilize the Scorpion's mentality. In Deo Guang Hokage, Scorpion died suddenly. In fact, Yabai is not afraid of these two black balls at all. This is the second time. How could it be so humiliating? Only by using close-range offenses can the shoes be completely broken. This is Yabai's strategy. But the reality is incomprehensible at all. At that time, it will be a dumb loss. Until the end, Scorpion was still unwilling to die like this. Let the Scorpion think that Yabai is afraid of these two balls, and then keep avoiding. In fact, this is not the case at all. How so? It's not about Yabai, it's just that Scorpion is too stupid. He always thought he was the best, so he didn't put Yabai in his eyes at all. Even the Transcendent did not expect that the Scorpion that was modified and replaced could be killed by Yabai so easily. And in the end, even though there were tricks in the middle, the situation is already very clear who wins and loses. But such things are always unexpected. Accidents are always accompanied by surprises. Unexpectedly, Scorpion still retains his dying life in the end. It is because he wants to say a word to the Transcendence. Master, I'm sorry, I will let you down again. Scorpion is actually very simple, he just obeys the instructions of the Transcendence. Therefore, other people also feel that the Transcendence can have such an obedient Scorpion, which is considered blessed. There can be no more investigation. I didn't expect even a machine to be so affectionate. Poor. Captain Marvel said the same. How could she think of what kind of thing it was to die, or that it would make them feel sad in the end? In fact, what Captain Marvel cares about is that this Scorpion didn't understand anything at first, but now why is it starting to be sensational again? It is really confusing. This is not a machine. Yabai said this immediately. Because Yabai felt that the Scorpion in front of him was not the indifferent Scorpion, but the arrogant and humane Scorpion was back. It's just that the Scorpion is restored to his true body in the end. Because the Scorpion who was about to die, no matter how viciously cursed it was before, finally recovered his true body, and all other false things had slowly disappeared from his body. This is not a simple matter. But if the whole thing is to be entangled, it may really be endless. Huh? Isn't it? There is such a thing. Then everything in the universe looks really too harmonious. It's so warm. You can give it a try, and you will know if it's warm or not. Hela also smiled right now, and there was nothing else. According to her so many years of experience, this is not a warm thing, but the last sympathy of the dying Scorpion. For those strong in the universe, this is not something to celebrate. Because they will regard face as more important than this. This is inevitable. Might as well let them die a bit more simply. And it's not so simple to restore your memory. That means you have to die painfully to get this honor. Yabai felt that there was really no need for Scorpion to die like this. This will make the Scorpion really painful. Maybe in the future, you will never be able to live longer. Because if the Scorpion wants to use this power, then he will pay the corresponding price. The price is to disappear forever in this universe. Even in another parallel world, the Scorpion species will never exist. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Why is this again? Yabai watched as the Scorpion in front of him was dying and apologized to the Transcendent. In fact, there is nothing to apologize. Regarding this relationship, it is really forgotten. The Transcendent blamed the Scorpion for not doing things well until the last sentence. This is the true face of the Transcended. Yabai, do you think that after killing me, no god will come to challenge you again? Maybe next time, the Transcendent will come here in person. So don't be too smug. You still have to be careful as a human being to survive in this universe. Scorpion finally spoke to Yabai like this, because Scorpion felt that he was just unwilling. How could this happen? It's a shame. But he was about to die. He didn't think too much. Yabai didn't listen to Scorpion's words at all. Of course he knew that the next one was the Transcendent. But what's the use of being afraid? It just adds to the sadness. Since I know that I can't hide, of course I have to eat and drink to be greeted. You take care of yourself. Yabai thought about it at last. Let's say a few words. Since he didn't die in this way, he was really tenacious. Scorpion heard Yabai's words and thought Yabai was scared. So he showed a little smug face right now. Yes, who is not afraid of Transcendence? This is also really funny. When the Scorpion finally died, he had to tell something to the Transcendent, so he decided to restore his memory. But he didn't expect that the Transcendence was just a few simple words, but it was enough to comfort his young heart. Probably that's the way to pay without asking for return. Go with peace of mind. In fact, the Transcendent also has a certain affection for the Scorpion, otherwise he would not try to rescue the Scorpion 3 times or 4 times. Originally, the Transcendent wanted to rescue the Scorpion this time, but found that it could not be saved. It was Scorpion who broke his life in the end. If he did not restore his memory, then the Transcendent would still have a way. It's just that it's too late. Can only watch the Scorpion die. This breath has slowly disappeared. The Transcender suddenly thought of this and felt a little lonely from now on. He used to have Scorpions by his side. Suddenly the thought that Scorpion was leaving, I really felt a little uncomfortable. But the Transcendent himself is not sad. What is happy is that one more thing is to observe that Yabai's ability is really unpredictable. You can take a peek at this wave of operations. The Transcendence must become stronger. It must be done. Therefore, such mundane things cannot affect his mood. He wants to go forward courageously, and he must not be caught by feelings. That's why the Transcendent is so indifferent to the Scorpion. But this is already the limit of Transcendence. If you change to someone else, the Transcendence may take the initiative to give others to Shenzhou, but this Scorpion, the Transcendence still allows him to do what he likes. This is really the tolerance of the Transcendence. Apart from this, there has never really been anyone who has truly walked into the hearts of Transcenders. Why was there a scene of bitterness before dying? Captain Marvel also couldn't understand the words. Why did the Transcendence cooperate? This is really something that people can't see through. Maybe it's really tempted. Hela couldn't help but say it right now. According to Hela's previous style, he probably wouldn't say such a thing. But now, she is also very interested in talking to Captain Marvel. It seems that both women are attracted to each other. But what they didn't expect at all was that the small scorpions all around disappeared with the death of the scorpions. Suddenly, there were bursts of screams all around. Because the little scorpions that bred from scorpions probably didn't expect that they would die so soon. This is really surprising. This is not the same thing at all. Yabai just thinks Hela's words are very funny right now. She doesn't have the coldness of the dead snake at all. Yabai also gave a deadly smile. In the end, they were still waiting for the scorpion to die slowly, and they would leave after the death of the scorpion was confirmed. Because of the same thing, Yabai certainly won't let him happen a second time. Such things are rare enough. If other things happen again, it is really useless at all. The result is still as everyone has shown. I just saw the scorpion's body gradually blending into the surface. No one can see how the scorpion died. But they knew in their hearts that the scorpion was gone. It was killed by Ya-25 by. Yabai's record is really refreshed again. Awesome. Even Captain Marvel couldn't help but be impressed. At this time, the admiration for Yabai was also from the bottom of my heart. This is not a polite remark. Yabai, then is it time for us to go back? Hela also noticed something at this time, and thought about going back to the manor with Yabai. Although the Earth is very insecure now, but all the current problems have been solved, then there won't be any major problems. If anything, it's just a small problem. But Hela always believes that no matter what problems there are, Yabai will solve them one by one. And Hela just need to stay by his side obediently. Apart from this, there is really no other idea. And they also need to live together well. It is good. Then Yabai responded with a voice of Hela, which should have gone back. It's just being caught by the footsteps on the road. But Yabai felt that this kind of fetters should not happen in a short time. And Yabai is also ready to deal with everything. It would be nice if the system loves me more at this time. Yabai couldn't help but vomit at this time. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. After so long, the system still has no response at all. Have you forgotten that there is such a Yabai who is in dire straits? But it's okay, everything is okay. For this kind of problem, Yabai just wants to curse at the moment. But it still needs to be patient. Maybe the system will appear as magical as last time. And gave him a set of templates for the strong. The system seems to like to do this kind of thing. But Yabai likes it. Then be at ease if you come. Yabai was still talking to himself for a while at the end. Captain Marvel also looked at Yabai very strangely, but he looked at Hela. It seems that Hela is very used to Yabai. So that means I have experienced it before. So Hela is not worried at all. It's Captain Marvel who is too concerned. But in fact, Hela is worried for Yabai from the bottom of her heart, but she won't say it. Because Hela felt that since even Yabai didn't understand things, if he told Yabai at this time, that would just add to Yabai's troubles. In addition, it did not play a role. For this, Hela is still very clear. It's because they have already experienced a lot of things, which is not something that others can imagine, but if they continue to do this in the future, it is estimated that they will be taught. And Hela just stayed quietly beside Yabai. This is enough. It can give Yabai the greatest comfort. Yabai needs this kind of woman. But when Hela gets fierce, it's terrifying. It is only because Yabai's strength is far more powerful than Hela now, that's why Hela silently stepped aside. If you change to the previous one, then Hela is protecting Yabai. It's just that over time, they have all changed their original appearance. But from beginning to end, the one thing that hasn't changed is that they love each other. Then, Yabai and Hela instantly returned to their big manor, although the earth shattered several tall buildings when Yabai fought with Scorpion just now. But this point does not seem to be a problem at all for the earth's repairability. Maybe this is the end that is about to come. It's just that this matter itself also makes them feel a little anxious. Captain Marvel, you are finally back? Good. Nick Fury also saw Captain Marvel come back. He was very happy. As the director of SHIELD, he did not anticipate that the Scorpion in front of him was a bad person. That's why Captain Marvel fell into a miserable situation. Fortunately, I am back now. Otherwise, it would really be hard. Why are you crying like this? Isn't it safe to come back? Captain Marvel also saw Nick Fury like this, and also felt a little funny in it. Although I don't know why, such a resurrection situation will make people feel pleasantly surprised. And there is still a lingering fear in my heart. Say you are not afraid of personal leave. But that must continue to be pretended. Well, now that you come back safely, that's it. Nick Fury also feels that since Captain Marvel is back safely, don't think too much. Just stay there. By the way, I have one thing I want to ask you. Captain Marvel thinks a bit more at this time. It's wrong. Why did Yabai come over suddenly? This is completely without any signs. How is this going? Captain Marvel thinks Nick Fury knows at least a few things. Otherwise, why didn't Nick Fury think about sending a superhero to help him, but there was no sound at all? Could it be that Nick Fury found out that Yabai came to rescue her, so he didn't come? What's the matter, you ask? Nick Fury can actually feel what Captain Marvel wants to ask, but he still gives Captain Marvel the choice. He will only answer when she really asks. This is the perfect answer for everyone. It's about Yabai. Do you know that Yabai actually came to the scene? Do you know about this? Of course, Captain Marvel wants to explore Nick Fury's tone. This matter must be discussed together first. It proves that Yabai's title of God of the World is not so easy to get. They got it through a lot of records. This is not a miserable thing, but a thing that has gone through thousands of years. But since the result is like this, it really doesn't make sense. In fact, Captain Marvel still didn't understand why Yabai would do it from the beginning to the end. She has been in doubt until now. I went to find Yabai, but as for why he decided to help us, I don't know. That's how Nick Fury said it. In fact, he didn't feel any sense at all. He just felt that at least such things would make him feel a little human. But Yabai doesn't need human touch, this is just what others need. Because Yabai is the strong one. Why does he need No need. You went to find Yabai? Aren't you afraid of being killed by him? Suddenly Captain Marvel was also stunned, because everyone knows that Yabai is an indifferent person. Whoever provokes him, he kills people directly. Absolutely nothing. What did you think at the time that you actually wanted to ask Yabai for help? How courageous. Captain Marvel is still admired again. She just wants to know why. Isn't it that no one but Yabai can be saved, so the master will go to Yabai? At this time, Natasha also talked too much. It was indeed in such an emergency situation that only by finding Yabai could the crisis be resolved. And it turns out that Nick Fury is right. At least now Captain Marvel is back without incident. This is a great happy event for them. But how did Yabai agree? It's really strange. Although Captain Marvel knew the truth, he was still shocked by Yabai's situation. No matter what he did, Yabai saved him in the end. Although it may be said that Yabai did not intend to come to save him, Yabai may not want the Earth to be destroyed. Or Yabai also thinks that this matter itself has something to do with him, because the Scorpion originally came to look for Yabai. It has nothing to do with you, you are just an accident. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Nick Fury felt that this was the most reasonable explanation at this time. Otherwise, Yabai would never come to rescue Captain Marvel. Only when Yabai really feels the danger, then is a good time to take action. Yabai also grasped this. Hold it well. At the critical moment, it fell from the sky. Also a handsome batch. And Yabai is not so easy to shoot, only when he really feels that his life is in danger. And he is not familiar with Captain Marvel, so there is no need to take risks for Captain Marvel. He doesn't need to be friends with anyone, because he has the ability to survive. As long as Hela is enough. They don't need so many bells and whistles, they just want to live a simple life. You can't say that. Natasha said it suddenly, because he always felt that Yabai was an unfathomable figure. According to Nick Fury, Yabai is a person who is not ruthless and cold. But in their opinion, Yabai is affectionate and intentional. Because he has helped the Earth so many things. Not only saved Captain Marvel, but also prevented the Scorpion from attacking and destroying the Earth. This is simply their great benefactor of the Earth. I hope that when Yabai comes as a guest in the future, their Earth will be able to entertain Yabai, and they will no longer be trampled under their feet like they are today. So Nick Fury felt that their Earth must be stronger to protect themselves. Only a barrier is useless. And this barrier will also be broken by the walls in the multiverse. Because the Earth in their single universe simply can't reach any strong person in their multiverse. Of course Captain Marvel was an accident. So Nick Fury is desperate to become Captain Marvel. The reason is that if Captain Marvel is gone, then the Earth would also be in danger of being broken at any time, and he couldn't let such things happen. After all, it has been protected for so many years, and it must continue to be protected. And as the director of SHIELD, he has an obligation to protect the Earth. If you can't even do this, then what face is there to be the director of SHIELD? He has no ability at all and is criticized. Nick Fury felt that it was time for him to act as the director of SHIELD. In addition to protecting Captain Marvel, he also needs to protect the Earth. This is his obligation, and he said it must be done. And he also has a passion for the Earth. But if you think about it carefully, if that's not the case, then why did Yabai come to save him? It must be because of this. And if Yabai doesn't come, there will be no danger at all. Although Yabai knows that this Scorpion came to him, he can come one step later, and he doesn't have to come before Captain Marvel's death. This time is the argument between Nick Fury and Natasha, because they have different ideas. And Natasha just thinks Yabai is because he thinks this Scorpion is her opponent, so he must come forward to solve it. Because Yabai doesn't need to owe favors to others at all. In the future, Yabai will face a stronger powerhouse. Yabai is not afraid at all. Wang, Zhao, the same is true of words, that's right. But now that Captain Marvel is back, there is nothing left. There is no need to entangle so much. There is no conclusion anyway. We are not Yabai himself. We don't know what he is thinking. Nick Fury finally came to a conclusion. She just felt that now that the matter has been resolved, there is no need to discuss it so much. Even if you know the result, what about it? Anyway, there will be no conflicts with Yabai in the future. Although Nick Fury also wanted to thank Yabai, Yabai didn't need his kindness at all. It is possible that Nick Fury will be kicked out by Yabai if he visits the door, and he will also lose his life. Anyway, just don't disturb Yabai. Yabai's approach to the previous mutants is still deeply imprinted in Nick Fury's heart. That kind of fighting, killing and killing, life is in an instant. It is possible that you were alive in the last second, but not in the next second. Because things are always unpredictable, no one knows what will happen in the next second. So we still have to cherish the present. Cherish the person in front of you. You never know when the person in front of you will disappear. It's like not knowing when I will die. Yeah, I also remembered that last time Yabai killed that mutant without blinking his eyes. It is said that it was because his men seemed to touch Yabai. So his men thought Yabai was the enemy he was looking for. In the end, there was a bad end. In other words, the best way to treat Yabai is that we don't bother him, and don't go to Yabai for whatever reason. The other thing is to tell our Earthlings not to go to Yabai. Anyway, we can't let our civilians touch Yabai, the kind that doesn't work behind you. Nick Fury is really scared now, generally because he always thinks that Yabai will destroy the Earth because of it. For Yabai, destroying the Earth is very simple. It just needs a snap. It depends on Yabai's meaning. but I feel that Yabai is getting along with us very friendly now. You see, he also saved Captain Marvel. Natasha also said something recklessly at this time, because she felt that Yabai had become their Earthling. Because she thinks that since Yabai saved Captain Marvel, it is interesting to get along with the Earth in a friendly way. Because Yabai still lives on the Earth now, there are many things to live on the Earth. All of it will trouble the Earth. You think Yabai is too simple? Remember, everyone's help is not simple help. He must have some purpose. Nick Fury just said it. He felt that Natasha was also his apprentice. Then he was also trying to correct her thoughts based on Natasha's thoughts. And now Nick Fury doesn't allow anyone to touch Yabai. Yabai has reached the limit. Now Yabai has saved the Earth twice, so Yabai can be said to be complicated. You don't even know what Yabai is thinking about right now, in the heads of these powerhouses. They are better not to speculate lightly. If the guess is wrong, then you are in danger of death. Nick Fury didn't dare to try. If it hadn't been for the rescue of Captain Marvel this time, he would not have gone to Yabai. Fortunately, he was fine. Yabai is still a bit sensible, not as cold and ruthless as he imagined. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. It seems that it is still a rumor, but Yabai really changed my outlook. Through this time, Captain Marvel heard the conversation between Nick Fury and Natasha, and he also listened a lot. But he didn't hear all of it, and he kept thinking about what had just happened in his mind. This kind of experience is what he experienced personally. How could it be forgotten? The image of Yabai has been deeply imprinted in his mind. This is something that will never be forgotten in a lifetime. Then Yabai must have won the last war. Nick Fury also said that he was concerned about the war, because he thought that Scorpion was also quite scary. I don't know how Yabai defeated him in the end. Of course, otherwise how can I come back now? Captain Marvel rolled his eyes at Nick Fury. Isn't this an obvious problem? If they didn't win, how could they come back alive? Then Yabai will face the next Transcender. It seems that his situation is more difficult. Nick Fury was also worried about Yabai at this time. Although he didn't know what kind of character the Transcendent was, he felt so powerful. Because she had heard Captain Marvel tell him before. The Transcendence is equivalent to Kfta, who grasps the multiverse, the strong. The multi-universe can be handled to death, not to mention their single universe is even more terrifying. It is conceivable to transcend how powerful this is. So Nick Fury had to worry about Yabai's situation. After all, they have helped you a lot. You can't be so lack of conscience. I don't know this. Anyway, I only know that it was a tough battle. Captain Marvel also sighed at this time, because he didn't know when the Transcendence would come. But looking at Yabai's face, he knew that it was not far away. It may be today, it may be tomorrow, or it may happen later. After all, these civilians would not be able to imagine what they thought in the heads of the strong. Captain Marvel is also at least lost in thought. Is he thinking about what can help Yabai? But his abilities seem to be insufficient to help Yabai. But in another parallel universe, when the Transcendent is reflecting on his own script, is it wrong? Maybe I wanted to observe Yabai's plan at the beginning, and it was too much energy for it. I knew I shouldn't have written scripts like this in the first place. Now just to please myself. Boom. The more the Transcendent thought about it, the more angry he became, and he turned over the table in front of him, and it was also broken. His hands are bleeding. In order to show his unrecklessness and righteousness, he wanted to avenge Yabai on the pretext that his pet Scorpion was beaten to death by Yabai. But no one dared to contradict, no one dared to speak. It's time to meet Yabai. At the beginning, the transcended person wanted to use the strong in the multiverse to observe Yabai. The transcendence can actually be regarded as the point of being very angry now. There are still some glass slag in his hand, but he still doesn't care. Because Chao Zhou was really angry, now even his shoes are dead. These two giants are finally going to meet. In the end, nothing was observed, and Yabai never expected to be enlisted in the army. He didn't know how to radiate his anger. It seems that the strong in these multiverses are also the false names of Lang. Because he can't feel the pain in his hands at all, it's because his heart hurts too much. The objects are Transcendence and Yabai. It is better for the Transcendent to think about it by himself. In fact, anyone with a discerning eye knows that this is an excuse made up by the Transcendent for the sake of his own face. They are just waiting for a good show. He was defeated by Yabai one by one among the strong men in so many multiverses. And in fact, Yabai has been looking forward to this thing. Although Yabai feels that he is not as good as a surpasser, but he felt that it was a good thing to be able to fight with such a powerful character as Transcender. And if he defeats the Transcendent, his abilities will increase accordingly, and perhaps the rewards given to him by the system will get bigger and bigger. Because this will increase with your own ability, the corresponding rewards that the system will give you will get stronger and stronger. This is inevitable. Although Yabai is also very afraid of face-to-face battles with Transcenders. Because Yabai's ability is not enough to fight the Transcendence, after all, the Transcendence's ability can overturn the existence of the entire multiverse. You can know what a terrifying existence this is. This is the fear of all the strong in the multiverse, let alone Yabai alone. Besides, Yabai still has Hela now, so Yabai needs to pay attention to some things. He can't be so Buddhist, he must take it seriously. Although he also knew that Hela could give her some constructive opinions. But Yabai still thinks that this kind of dangerous thing is better not to let Hela intervene, otherwise it will easily hurt Hela's life. This is something Yabai can't see. Yabai must support Hela's safety. After all, Hela is his wife. Therefore, I feel that Hela must be protected, even if I pay my own life for it. I don't hesitate to do so. Because Yabai sees Hela's life more importantly than himself, but Yabai feels that he will definitely not die. After all, he has lived a few lifetimes. I have taken life and death very seriously. It can be said to be very lucky to have a wife like Hela this time. Unexpectedly, Yabai won in the end. Finally, Captain Marvel exclaimed, because he wanted to come and lose, he still felt that this shoe was too horrible. Later I learned that it was a pet trained by Transcendent, which was even more terrifying. Thinking about everything he had experienced before, he was so disapproving, he regretted it now. And Captain Marvel used to tease the Scorpion so much, because the Scorpion had no worries at all, and it was defeated by the Scorpion. Later, Yabai was rescued. Fortunately, Yabai came, otherwise his life might have disappeared. Yeah, thinking about it, it was really dangerous at the beginning. It seems that I was right to find Yabai, although I might face life-threatening. At this time Nick Fury did a very powerful thing. Because he also risked his life when he went to find Yabai. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Originally thought Yabai would kill him, but I didn't expect Yabai to spare him and rescue Captain Marvel. What a kindness this is. Then Yabai can also ask them to do things on Earth. As long as they can do it, they will definitely help Yabai. But Yabai must not do things that endanger the Earth. If he does things that endanger the Earth, either Nick Fury will not allow Yabai to do so. Because Nick Fury's original intention was to protect the Earth, this is his more ancient principle. Although Yabai saved them, if Yabai wanted this life, he would take it at any time, and they would not be stingy. It's just that the Earth is really their last bottom line. As long as Yabai doesn't do things that hurt the Earth, then they can obey Yabai. Because Yabai has already rescued the Earth time and time again. This is what they all see. Yeah, I didn't expect Yabai to have such a great time. So, I tell you not to have such a big prejudice against others. It seems that you are more biased. It's not me. I don't have one. At this time, Natasha talked about Yabai with other people, because she really thought Yabai was really a cool person. There may be no more cool person Yabai, but I feel that Yabai should be leaving soon. I think so too. Why do you think so? Where does Yabai give you a sign that you are about to leave? Don't you think? Yabai, one day there will be more and more dangers on the Earth. Then Yabai will definitely go to find a place to live forever, otherwise he has been waiting for his enemies to come to the door. But these challengers are not Yabai's opponents at all. Yeah, Yabai can be able to deal with them, but Yabai doesn't want to deal with them. Didn't you see that he is already tired? Moreover, he has never met anyone with the same strength as his own, so if he continues to fight like this, of course he will be tired. It is a kind of mental torture. It seems to be even more terrifying than physical torture. You can't understand it. Can you understand that you are very good at it? It's not like us. Besides, Natasha quarreled with other people, because each of them thought differently. It might be a lifetime in peace. And their views on Yabai are different, even though their views on Yabai have slowly changed. It is conceivable that this is a kind of tragedy. They will not let this kind of tragedy happen, and they have been avoiding this kind of tragedy from happening. Yabai is not as simple as you think. At least don't die so fast, and don't let the Earth be destroyed so fast, Wang, Zhao, otherwise this is how many common people's homeland. Although this kind of life is very ordinary, you can feel full and safe. And Yabai's mind is not that they can guess, but they just found out by guessing. But in fact, they still hate foreigners, because they think that as long as they don't come to the Earth, if there is such a possibility, they will destroy it and extinguish it as soon as possible. Then it doesn't matter if they are not so prosperous, as long as they can live their simple lives well. Because he couldn't listen anymore, he felt that their idea of Yabai was so simple, so they can only pass in self-blame. At this time, Captain Marvel slowly said a word. Don't let this seed burn. If this seed burns, then it is their fault that they did not protect the Earth. In fact, Yabai is far from being as simple as they thought. Then the Earth is nothing. How can you make such thoughts? Especially the great god like Yabai is beyond their reach, so don't try to guess. I can't even think about it, okay? This kind of thing is something they dare not think about, but they work hard to do it. How do you know Yabai's mind is not so simple, and you are not him? At this time, other people came to confront Captain Marvel, because they are all equal, and they can speak directly. And everyone's ideas are different, and they need to communicate. These are no problems. And they are not familiar with Yabai at first, because the second largest Yabai kind of big person is that they can't touch it. I only understand Yabai from the performance, and understand Yabai from the mouths of others. So what I learned was only my own subjective opinions, not Yabai's own appearance. I know Yabai better than you, this one is fine. At this time Captain Marvel was a little angry, because he came out of the ghost door. And it's also that he who is going to be in contact with Jin directly doesn't understand Yabai. And I have been observing Yabai for so long, and have been following Yabai since Thanos battle. If it weren't for online, he wouldn't know how powerful Yabai is now, because they are unfathomable. It is a height they will never reach. It was their narrow view that prevented them. So at this time this person talks a bit irritated Captain Marvel. Captain Marvel also responded directly and unceremoniously. Because dealing with this kind of person, Captain Marvel most wanted to think it was nothing to be rude. And this can also be violated. Captain Marvel still has this right on Earth. After all, he is the more advanced superhero among superheroes. Sorry, I was wrong. I thought it was too simple. I said it, it's your fault, saying you still don't believe it. Okay, let's not say, everyone is wrong, let's go to work separately, now the Earth is still very dangerous, everyone should monitor satellites well. Pay attention to your job position, and warn immediately if the KFTA is dangerous. Nick Fury shouldn't come out to preside over the overall situation, because he is the director of SHIELD, so he is still responsible for dealing with these small quarrels. And the more you overcome it, the more you feel that if you don't come out, these people will make a noise. When the time comes, how to talk about cooperation, it is still important to be kind, but fortunately, they still suppressed their anger in the end. Only this way can calm down. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. It shows that Captain Marvel's power is strong enough, so it can shock them. If you can't shock them, Nick Fury may have used his power. Because he is not allowed to see such things happen, he must use unity as a strength in his team. Otherwise, everything will be impossible, not to mention the great task of protecting the Earth. After all, the Earth is at stake now. Without Yabai's protection, the Earth might have been destroyed long ago. For the immediate benefit, we still have to make money with peace. We know. Everyone was vocalizing, and they really shouldn't have quarreled, because it was for someone they didn't even recognize. And this Yabai is not someone they are familiar with. And Yabai is also someone they can't touch, so there is no meaning to quarrel at all. Because Yabai can no longer appear in their lives in the future. So they don't need to struggle with someone who will never appear in their lives in the future. There is no need at all. Moreover, things will not continue to happen in the future, so there is no need to fight for Yabai, and more will not receive their relatives. Because Yabai doesn't need the favor of these people at all. Because Yabai doesn't need the favor of mortals, nor does he need it. Yabai is an aloof existence. Yabai thinks that he and Hela are enough in his world. There is no need for the influx of other people, otherwise he will have many more friends. So Yabai didn't need it at all, and never needed it from the beginning to now. Because some people are really sinister, you will never be able to guess. I don't know what other people are thinking. Maybe the world is so big that I don't need you, but I just think you have something to take advantage of. Yabai also knows these truths deeply. Just because he already understood it, he felt that he didn't need anyone at all, and he thought it was nothing. Anyone needs it, and everyone has it, probably because of issues such as interests. If you have nothing to use, he won't think of you at all. Yabai knew this deeply, so he didn't deal with these gods. Because Yabai feels that these are unreliable, they are all for the benefit of the people. There is no real heart at all in this world, and there is no real friend who really meets it. Now Yabai just feels that Hela is the only one worth treating with sincerity. No matter what it was, Yabai didn't think it was interesting anymore. Whether it is later or now, it may also be very exciting, because he feels that there is nothing to be afraid of and everything that comes is settled. If it weren't for the presence of Hela, maybe Yabai wouldn't want to survive. Because this life is too short. At least you have to live your life with Hela. Moreover, Yabai has lived for several lifetimes, and he has already seen everything in dealing with these feelings. He has seen everything now, as if he has become accustomed to the warmth and coldness of humanity. It's just that Yabai feels that it's really because it doesn't matter anymore. If you are simply living in a challenge, then Yabai also feels meaningless. No matter what Yabai is for, he wants to live a good life. So Yabai really wants to treat all of this well. It's just that Yabai feels that he needs to maintain Hela's self-esteem and ability to maintain these dignity. If God allows him to come, it must be an arrangement of fate. So now let her face the words of transcendence. Otherwise, Yabai really won't continue. Because Yabai wanted to go through the ceremony, but Yabai felt that he had such a great achievement, so he was very happy. This is what Yabai wants to survive for Hela. Chapter 251. Because Yabai feels that he still has to live a simple and romantic life with Hela. Because now I have a wife, and Hela is still such a charming and sexy woman. Yabai also likes Hela very much, and thinks that he can have Hela, that is really very happy. So he felt that everything was so natural. That's why Yabai wants to live with Hela, at least living a simple life here. For example, do little by little happiness that is as simple as a human being on the earth. Live a little happiness, then they are the greatest romance. Perhaps Yabai feels that the greatest happiness is that they have to live a good life. Hela, what would you like to eat today? Let's go to the market buy groceries. Yabai suddenly became interested, because he felt that since he was going to fight with Transcendence, that battle is not sure yet, so you have to enjoy the good time of the moment. Maybe Transcendence hasn't reacted yet, or Transcendence is not yet ready to come and find him. Then Yabai still has time to enjoy it. At least he has to feel the beauty of the world when he comes to the world. And Yabai thinks the world is really beautiful. Yabai really likes it. I really want to eat seaweed soup, can I have this? Hela was also interested at this time, because he felt that since Yabai let go, then it also needs to let go. Because he is also a woman who knows the beauty of tea and knows what Yabai needs at the moment, so he has to say something. After all, there is still such a tacit understanding. Since all the troubles will exist, let the troubles be let go for now. And Hela feels that these troubles are unnecessary. And Hela also felt that these worries shouldn't be owned by fairies like him. He had to live happily every day. And Hela also felt that there was no way for this kind of thing. He must feel this kind of thing. Just to think that this kind of thing requires good energy. And it can be solved after experiencing, and only after experiencing can you be qualified to speak. Okay, but let me cook this time, so you can take a good rest. Yabai let Hela let go of his mind at this time, because Yabai felt that he could still cook or not eat. Although only one fruit salad can be made, fruit salad is barely edible. So Yabai felt that in order to have a good lunch for himself, he still had to make it himself. And I don't want to have to work so hard. After all, the primordial spirit who has just returned from the multiverse has not recovered, and his power has also been damaged. At this time, Yabai needs to be caring. After all, Hela is also a weak woman, here at Yabai. And here in Yabai, Hela is a very gentle woman. Unlike chatting with others, read more at hotmailnovel.xyz, is a very strong woman, but also a cold woman. This is Hela in the eyes of others. Well, let you do it this time. Since you persist so much, then I can't help it. At this time, I felt that there was nothing to say, because Hela still felt that Yabai wanted to take a good rest. Although it was said that the dishes made by himself cannot be eaten, Yabai did not say anything about it, because that would be beaten and scolded by Hela. Although Hela is very gentle, hitting and scolding are just flirting. But Yabai will be nervous, because it is Hela after all. It's better not to make Hela angry. And anger is bad for people's health. So Yabai is thinking about Hela from the perspective of Hela. So I still feel that Yabai is a really good man worthy of trust. That's why Hela treats Yabai wholeheartedly. This is probably the effort they have always wanted to make. And Hela feels that her contribution is also rewarding. At least Yabai let him see that his efforts are worthwhile. Their feelings are two-way. So they feel that there is a reason for their contribution. So they don't need to be afraid to face everything in the world in the future. They feel that they will defeat worldly things, and they face problems together instead of solving them themselves. When they encounter a problem, they will face it together, not one person. Find flowers 0. Why are you so obedient this time? I didn't resist it before. Yabai felt a little weird at this time, because before, he would oppose it. Because Hela used to struggle to cook and cook. And Hela also thinks this way of cooking is very good, because Hela enjoys the way of cooking now. This is not what they needed before. It is something they face together. Because Hela thought that cooking by herself was not good, otherwise he would suffer too. And whether to cook is really delicious. This is most blessed to have a good meal, and it also affects the need to take a good rest. Who doesn't want to be lazy, if you can? Why should I resist? Since you want to do it, let you do it. Hela is also sublimated right now, and there is nothing to install about this kind of thing. Yabai wanted to do it this time, so let it do it yourself. Hela now feels that everything is going with the flow. He doesn't think there is anything. This kind of thing has no impact in the first place. Hela thinks a lot, and in the past Hela also wanted to improve her cooking skills. And also to argue with Yabai. You asked Yabai to laugh at Hela's idea. At this time, Hela's opportunity to show himself has arrived, so he doesn't need to hide himself anymore. And Hela felt that Yabai also needed a good rest, so if Yabai wanted to do it, let Yabai do it, and Yabai did it very delicious. Then let's go shopping and cooking together. Then Yabai wanted to take him out, because at this time Yabai felt that he had been on Earth for so many days, and he had not really taken Hela out. And buying vegetables from the vegetable market is really a happy thing. Let's go to the supermarket together. Especially doing things with Hela is really too happy. This kind of happiness is beyond words. Yabai actually thinks that what you do is not important. The most important thing is to be with Hela. And Yabai also thinks that if you are in love, let's go to the supermarket together. People who love each other in this way have to eat many meals together. Only. Then Yabai took Hela to the vegetable market. Because Yabai thinks that only going with Hela is meaningful. After all, they will cook together in the future, and they still have to get Hela's cooking skills well. Otherwise, it is not good to keep cooking by yourself, so Hela must feel the joy of cooking. Although Hela was extremely reluctant to do it before, but under the influence of Yabai, Hela finally made it, and it also made a success. The fruit salad is not bad. Then Yabai felt that Hela's cooking skills still need to be improved, but Yabai felt that the days to come will still grow, and he still needs to take care of it slowly. Otherwise, the sudden attack power will not be good, which will affect Hela's interest in cooking. Okay, let's go together. Hela agreed at the moment, because he felt that since Yabai is interested, let's go together. And they have faced so many challengers before, and they have all successfully challenged. Yabai also successfully killed them. So it's time for them to relax. Although the enemy facing next is very powerful, he is the Transcendent. But Hela felt that since Yabai was not afraid, Hela would not be afraid either. Because Hela has always felt that he is Yabai's strongest backing. No matter what Yabai decides, he will agree. Because Hela feels that Yabai's decisions are well thought out. And he will think about the problem from his own point of view instead of just flattering. Then it will be such a happy decision. Let's go out. Then Yabai and Hela planned to go out, because since it was lunchtime, they were ready to arrive soon. So they have to prepare the ingredients quickly, otherwise they won't have time to make them. You still need to set aside some time for cooking. After all, it is a process of enjoyment, not a passive process. And Yabai thinks that life is about enjoying the moment. The happiness of the moment is the most important thing, and being with Hela is the happiest thing. There is nothing happier than this. If so, it's also about Hela. But Yabai and Hela went out, although they were relaxed. But SHIELD director Nick Fury and Captain Marvel were a little panicked at this time. Because they must ensure that Yabai and Hela go to the vegetable market to buy vegetables without disturbing Yabai. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. But with so much traffic in the vegetable market, how could you not touch Yabai? How can this be good? How can these two little ancestors go out to the vegetable market now? Nick Fury really felt that he was going to die, because he really felt that if Yabai was to avoid contact with people, it would be a big problem. Because there are so many people along the way, and now it's time for grocery shopping, and the supermarket has a lot of people. This is simply an unavoidable problem, so they can't figure it out no matter how much they think about it. Is it necessary for everyone to return to their homes and not to go out? Until Yabai finished buying vegetables and returned to the manor to maintain it, it was impossible. Too late to inform, Yabai has already gone out. That's why Nick Fury is so anxious, because he feels that if he develops in this way, it should be too late for them. Because if you want to send a superhero, it will be too late. Just how fast the superhero is, it is too late to inform people before Yabai's arrival. What's more, Captain Marvel is also powerless, let alone other superheroes. So Nick Fury felt that there was no other better way. He already wanted to go with the flow, but he didn't want the Earth to disappear so quickly. He had to make a little effort. If it weren't the case, he would blame himself. Captain Marvel, what do you think should be done? Nick Fury finally decided to discuss countermeasures with Captain Marvel. Because Nick Fury really doesn't know what to do, he thinks Captain Marvel must have a way. Although Captain Marvel looks calm now, it seems calm on the surface. So Nick Fury thought that Captain Marvel would have something to do, otherwise the captain would not be so calm if he went in. Captain Marvel will be as anxious as him, but now he just looks at the subject who enters with a calm look. There is no fluctuation at all, and there is no sense of urgency, which makes Nick Fury very surprised. But at the last moment, Nick Fury can only go to Captain Marvel for help. I haven't thought of a way yet, I just think that maybe Yabai won't care about us civilians. Finally, Captain Marvel also said very calmly. Because Captain Marvel hadn't thought of a way yet, he felt that everything happened too suddenly, so he didn't even think that Yabai would come out to cook. And it is also a place with such a large flow of people to go to the vegetable market, which is not within his jurisdiction at all. So he can only speak honestly, otherwise if he doesn't think of a way. If you speak out and think of a way, then you are making fun of people. And reason also prevents him from speaking like this. If she was allowed to speak like this, he would also become very arrogant. This is not his usual style, her style is extremely calm. Then even you can't help it, are we going to die? The Earth may not be able to keep it. Later Nick Fury was worried because he saw Captain Marvel talking like this. He also felt that it might be really hopeless and the Earth was going to be destroyed, but he still didn't want this to happen. After all, he could see Yabai's strength, even the Scorpion was defeated. Moreover, it was a Scorpion trained by a Transcendencer. It was also an extremely powerful existence, and he was blinded to death by Yabai. So of course Nick Fury would worry about the demise of the Earth. So the Transcendence came to trouble Yabai, so it shows that Yabai is still an extremely huge existence. That's why the Transcendent will care about Yabai, otherwise, if it's an ordinary god, maybe the Transcendent can't even look at it, let alone observe it as closely as it is now, and has sent so many gods from the multiverse. And also trained a set of scripts. This should be something that has never happened before, but now it's completely fulfilled in Yabai's body, and it can still be so real. And Yabai also behaved so calmly. If there is a change between Nick Fury and Transcendent, then Transcendence will definitely crush Nick Fury. And Nick Fury has no idea what kind of character Transcender is. He just knew that the Transcendent was a god from another multiverse, and it existed in another parallel universe. So there is no intersection with his Earth at all, and Nick Fury doesn't know Transcendence, he just heard of it. I heard it from Captain Marvel's mouth. Otherwise, Nick Fury might not even know what kind of character Transcender is. Moreover, Nick Fury has no such thing as a multiverse in his subconscious mind, and he does not know about other parallel universes. So all of this must start with Captain Marvel, because Captain Marvel is at least half a god. So of course Captain Marvel will understand, and Captain Marvel's strength is also very strong, which should not be underestimated. No matter what it is in the end, I just hope that the Earth will be safe and sound. 25. No, Yabai is coming out. Natasha was also surprised at this time, because Yabai had been on the first day of the Earth before. Director of SHIELD, Nick Fury arranged for superheroes to stop the civilians on Earth. Let them return home quickly and avoid contact with Yabai. But now Yabai went out suddenly, so they didn't receive any news, so it was too late for them to make arrangements. So they panicked all at once and didn't know what to do. If in addition to doing this, they really don't know what to do. I can only follow the instructions of Nick Fury, director of SHIELD, because he is the person responsible. Why don't I know? The satellite inspection has not been overhauled, we have been watching it. Besides, Yabai mobilized to go out to buy vegetables. It's too late to show this. He suddenly came out of the time and space shield gate. If people don't want you to detect it, they will definitely not let you detect it. And Yabai didn't use the time and space shield gate at all. Did they walk out? Okay. At this time they quarreled because of Yabai, but they didn't know why they were always able to quarrel, and they didn't think of a solution at all. Just blindly bluff there. Isn't it useless to do this? Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. And what they said is not wrong, there is no satellite detection at all, he just walked out. Just like an ordinary person, and also with Hela, this makes their satellite detection immediately useless. Because Yabai didn't use his supernatural power at all, it would naturally not be detected by satellites. Why don't you use divine power this time? Just walk with me, it's rare. In fact, Hela was also a little bit confused at this time. I don't know Yabai, why does it suddenly happen like this? And in fact, I can feel that Yabai really relaxes. He is trying to relax himself. After all, he has experienced so many life and death separations before, and Yabai has lived for several lifetimes. Of course he can think of ease. Now in this life I want to be simple and ordinary, to live my own life with Hera, that's enough. Yabai feels that nothing is more worthwhile than all of this. And the happiness in front of him is so happy, Yabai doesn't want him to disappear at all. If the Transcendent comes to him to challenge him at any time, then he generally feels that he can't beat him now, so the good life may be broken. But Yabai is still fearless. He always feels lucky. Maybe something different will appear at that time, maybe the system will pay attention to him. Then the system might give him a strong one. What should I do? At that time, Yabai won't have to be afraid of Transcenders, and at least can survive in the multiverse. And it is also possible to directly contend with the Transcendent, but the power will be out of control when the time comes, and even the Transcended will be in awe of 3 points. At this time, Yabai had already thought about everything he had to deal with, but now he felt that the system didn't seem to have given him the magic board for the strong. What should he do? Therefore, he must make good use of these time to improve himself, in order to obtain the strong template of the system. Otherwise, if you wait for nothing, then many systems will not be given to you in vain, and there must be an equivalent exchange. Yabai naturally knows this truth deeply, so he will definitely not mess around. And this matter, generally speaking, he wants to go with the flow, he doesn't want to force it. Generally this kind of thing can barely come. When the system wants to give it to you, it will naturally give it to you, and it will give you what you don't want to ask for. And this is something Yabai couldn't ask for, so if you want to feel it, you should wait slowly. I don't think that now that it's decided, let's live a good life. And I want to stay with you well. At this time Yabai has become gentle, and he has always treated Hela very gentle. But now Yabai feels that since there is nothing wrong, then he has to hurry up and get up with Uncle Ma. I don't know when the Transcendence will trouble him, but for now, the Transcendence still hasn't bothered him. So Yabai still feels that he can handle it well. It's just that it really waited until the day when the Transcendence found him. Maybe Yabai is already involuntarily, so he must take good care of the time now, even more cherish the time with Hela. Although Yabai is not impossible to defeat the Transcendent, it is just to avoid that event from happening. Embrace good time every day. I didn't expect Yabai to actually go out, but it feels like Yabai is walking on the road. He doesn't seem to notice other people, but Hela is all in his eyes. At this time, Captain Marvel also felt strange, as if Yabai didn't care about Pinion at all, just because he was doing his own thing. It seemed a little different from the usual Yabai. Is it really because you have defeated the Scorpion of the Transcendence, so you want Yabai to change his mind? But this seems not impossible, and it is a bit strange to solve the object without ink. I don't know how to describe Yabai's current practice and behavior. It seems to be something that can only be done by people who have to face great challenges. It seems that he is no longer numb to everything in the world, and there is no other favorite thing. But Captain Marvel couldn't say anything, because he was a little relieved to see Yabai in front of him. I think Yabai is really good now, if he keeps going. In this way, you can't relax your vigilance. Don't let other civilians touch Yabai, and you can't touch Yabai. You can't touch Yabai anyway, because when you touch Yabai, you don't know when you can touch Yabai's bottom line. If you touch you and don't respond, then the Earth will be finished. And it's not you playing alone, but the entire planet. So can you imagine what a terrible thing this is? You would never imagine it. If it happens then, it will really be our sorrow. Other people are also talking about it, because you and Fuyo are really worried about this happening. He must prevent such things from happening, just as the mutants at the beginning also tried their best to drive them out. Because they touched Yabai's bottom line, but they did not destroy them in the end. Because their leader went to persuade Yabai and begged for mercy, and finally let him go. And fortunately, their leader is smart enough to be the kind of kneeling begging for mercy. Otherwise, that one would also directly destroy other mutants. When they become humans, they won't even want to survive on Earth, just like they can't survive in other universes. It may just disappear directly into this universe. This is something that might happen, so don't underestimate Yabai's strength. Spider-Man, we still have to dispatch quickly. Captain Marvel also saw something wrong when he said it, so he shouted immediately. Because Captain Marvel also felt that there was a force around them moving towards them. Although I don't know what power it is. But Captain Marvel felt that it was definitely not that simple, so he wanted to go back again. But Captain Marvel felt that this force seemed to be looking for Yabai, because he followed Yabai's direction. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. And it seems to be a force of hatred. Captain Marvel seems to smell an unusual meaning, although I don't know what it is. But he always reminds civilians on the Earth to pay attention to safety. After all, it's better to go out at this time, otherwise you will lose your life at any time. Life is vital to other things, and it's also the most important thing. You can't help but value it. Why are you asking the civilians to go back? Yabai hasn't responded, right now. Then Nick Fury also felt unabated, because he didn't understand why Captain Marvel wanted to do this. And now asking the civilians to go back is a huge project. Captain Marvel didn't know why, but now he changed his mind. because Nick Fury can't feel the surging power from the outside world at all. He is the surface of observation, and he doesn't understand these things. Captain Marvel wrong thinks that this power may come from another parallel universe, because this is not something that threat detection can detect. Moreover, satellite detection can't detect it at all. So Captain Marvel feels that this is from another parallel universe, and it cannot be detected by satellite monitoring. But this is also excusable. After all, there are many strong people in Zhao who exercise, and their abilities are also strange. Satellite detection is not necessary, and the detection is excusable. And we don't have any problems with WeChat satellite. Nick Fury is still immersed in his own world. The situation is serious now, I have no time to explain, anyway, you just listen to me, and I won't harm you anyway. Captain Marvel thinks that the best solution is to solve this problem first, instead of talking to Nick Fury. That is because this matter is difficult to explain clearly. These are all sensible things, and Captain Marvel is not so sure, it's just that he feels it. If Captain Marvel's feelings are not very accurate, then the captain doesn't need to say so surprised. So everything should be done slowly. I didn't expect that the one who should have come will come. At this time, he usually had finished buying food, and he was already on his way back, and probably at this time he also felt a wave of strength. Moreover, Yabai has also grown to a certain length, and it is time to meet him with real swords and guns. Then Hela also said, because she felt that Yabai was a little nervous, although this was something worthy of nervousness. So the Transcendent also knows that he must remember to act, because these bells and whistles can't beat Yabai at all. But Yabai felt that the next time he would be with him, it would be the Transcendent himself, and it would not be these bells and whistles anymore. But in the end it didn't seem to be that serious, so he still felt that he should still discuss what he should do next. If he hadn't come to Yabai himself, it is estimated that there will be no results to prove this matter. The current inexplicable force does not know that he is in control, but Yabai always, Wang Li's, feels that it is not that simple. It shouldn't be so fast anymore, I think this power. After all, Hela felt that what Yabai did was quite accurate, and the opinions he made in vain were well thought out. Then in the end, I will agree. After all, I still feel that everything should be based on Yabai, and the Transcendence felt that it was time to forget his script. So the final result of these things depends on how Yabai does it. If he decides what to do, Hela will also respect Yabai's opinions. So it also represents the power of Transcendence, but Transcendence has not yet appeared so far. Although I don't know when this power will come, I feel that it is not far away. Since he has already come here, he has to wait for an opportunity to act. Because Hela feels that since he wants to be with Yabai, then these things need to be faced together. It may be some weird things that Transcends brought, but these kinds of things are carefully cultivated by Transcendence. And Yabai also thinks this thing is a very strange thing. He doesn't know why it has developed to the present, but for the moment he thinks it is still quite good. Is this power the power from the Transcendent? Is he really coming? At this time Captain Marvel also questioned from his heart, because he didn't know what happened, it was just his inner feelings. Although the satellite could not detect it, he still wanted to continue talking. And this matter is not a good thing for the Earth. If the Transcendence initiates a fire, even the Earth may be destroyed, and there will be no Earth in the universe from now on. So Yabai felt that this matter itself was an extremely simple matter. But in Captain Marvel's view, this is not a simple thing, but a life-threatening thing. Although I don't know what happened in the end, the process must not be bad. At least in Yabai's view. Are you afraid? Then Hela finally asked the question in her heart. Because Hela feels that since he is a transcender, it must be something everyone is afraid of, even Yabai is no exception. But now looking at Yabai's face, it seems to be very calm. But Hela knew that he was pretending to be, so Hela wanted to ask more clearly right now. Although Hela knows that it is not good to ask, Hela just wants to know that there are no exceptions. Because they were still responsible for this matter in the end, even if Yabai wanted to bear it alone, it was something Hela didn't want to see. Because he wants to bear with Yabai, then Hela wants to know everything. Because only after knowing everything, he can handle it properly, otherwise the words will be for nothing. Moreover, Hela felt that there was nothing she couldn't say with Yabai, and they are used to this way of getting along, so it's time for a change. Otherwise, if this continues, there may not be a good result in the end. Afraid. Yabai suddenly repeated what Hela said to him. Because Yabai felt that he also wanted to ask himself from the bottom of his heart, is he really afraid of such things, or not at all? Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. But Yabai said that he was not afraid of being fake at all, but that was just to comfort others. In fact, there are elements to comfort Hela, but Yabai feels that it is better for him to worry about this matter than Hela to worry about with him. Because he always thinks that he should bear all the bad things and leave the good ones to Hela, so that is the real meaning for Yabai. He didn't want Hela to suffer with him, and it was unnecessary. In fact, since I'm here, I'm not very scared, so I have to face it anyway, right? Yabai thinks he shouldn't lie, anyway, tell the truth, since Hela has already asked. Then there is no need for him to lie, and they are also a family that loves each other. Yes, you are right. Then Hela also very much agrees with Yabai's idea, because Yabai's idea is what he wants to say. And this matter itself is not wrong, but their ideas are different, so many things have gone wrong. But this does not affect their perspective of thinking about the problem. After all, they are all starting from the other side's perspective, so the problem of thinking is naturally much simpler. Then Yabai heard Hela's answer, and he also strengthened the thoughts in his heart. Although in the end he may not know what kind of results are waiting for him, but he still has to go forward courageously. Because he has a strong support behind him, that is Hela, so he must do his best to live up to it. This is necessary. Moreover, Yabai observed carefully the recent battle between the Transcendent and him, although it was all the powerhouses in the KFTA meta-universe that came to Yabai's troubles. But Yabai could still feel that it was everything controlled by Transcendence, but all of them were cracked by Yabai one by one. That's why Yabai felt that he was a Transcendent, and finally was so angry that he wanted to do it himself. But Yabai thought about it carefully and the time had come, so Yabai was also expected. He didn't have much thoughts. I just feel that something is coming, so I must treat him well, at least give him a perfect ending. At least there are other strong players in the universe, none of them are Yabai's opponents, which Yabai has personally verified. Although the Transcendence is able to control all the powerful in the multiverse, it is also the existence of the multiverse. Then Yabai would not be afraid. Because this incident itself is nothing to be afraid of, Yabai has lived for several lifetimes. So he can still think about this very well. Even if things don't look like this at the end, Yabai will make them like this. Because Yabai felt that only such a thing could be worthy of him. And this incident itself is something Yabai feels unavoidable, even fighting is always going to happen at any time. Then it's better to be happy and hit the Transcendent directly. Because if the Transcender can be defeated, the rewards given by the system will be more responsive. This still needs to pay attention to the system, because Yabai feels that the system hasn't given him benefits for a long time recently, so it should be given in a few days. And if the system can give him some strong templates before he beats the Surpasser, then Yabai is very happy. Okay, let's go back when we finish buying. The catastrophe has not yet arrived, so there is no need to say, although there is a strange force surging around them. But Yabai feels that this is not the same thing. Because of this power, they don't know what the specific source is, only that it comes from the Transcendent. But Yabai feels that since it is the mysterious power of the Transcendence, it means that the Transcendence has not yet appeared. So if this force wants to control Yabai, it can't help Yabai, because Yabai thinks he can control everything. It doesn't mean that you can control everything. It just means that the strong in this multiverse will be defeated by Yabai, let alone this mysterious power. And he didn't know the source, even if it was a scorpion, and the scorpion was already dead, it had nothing to do with them at all. Yabai personally killed it, and it showed that the scorpion was killed in the case of Double Heaven. This is simply powerless, even if it is a Transcendent, so it can't just rest. Because that has gone crazy, it can't save the situation at all. Yabai personally checked it over and over again, and he stayed there for a long time. In the end, it was determined that the scorpion was dead. He left. If Yabai's ability can still make the scorpion escape, then Yabai also thinks that he is incapable. In that case, how could the scorpion regenerate? Even if the Transcendence is helping by the side, it is impossible because Yabai is right in front of them. Okay, let's go back. Go back and talk to you. Right now, Hela also felt the power of Death Authority, and its infinite gems were surging again. Although Hela knew that it was impossible to happen, this force was just too mysterious. They don't know the source at all, and Hela doesn't know if this is the Transcendence or not. It's just that Yabai said it's the Transcendent, so I think it's the Transcendent for the first time. But he doesn't know what the Transcendence uses to discuss with this power. Is it to observe Yabai again? If you want to observe Yabai, isn't that a simple matter? For the Transcendence, does it need to be so troublesome? That is just a matter of fingertips, which can be controlled by the Transcendent. So there is no need to be so troublesome at all, but also to shoot a mysterious power. Hela really can't understand what the Transcendence wants to do. Is she really interested in Yabai then murderous? Except for this reason, Hela can't think of other reasons, because the world in the strong is too difficult to understand. In fact, Hela didn't want to understand it either, because it was too complicated and made people's brains hurt. Then Yabai took Hela back to the manor together. This is Yabai's method of breaking doors in time and space. Because he doesn't want to continue walking, there are too many pedestrians on the road, which is a bit troublesome. He didn't want to face it. So I don't want to touch these civilians, even if you go this way is really convenient. Although he also experienced the happiness of a commoner, it was only a short-term happiness. Yabai and Hela finally went back, so we are at ease. God, luckily they went back and scared us to death. They don't even know how much energy they spent on this trip. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Because of Nick Fury, they also made sufficient preparations, although they felt that this was an impossible task. But they still tried to get other superheroes to inform people in various local departments and tell them not to go to the vegetable market for the time being. Therefore, efforts are not rewarded. Although there is only a little effort, it can at least keep them alive. This little courage is enough. Call. But Nick Fury also took a big breath, because his heart had been tight just now. He doesn't know what will happen next, but now he finally wants to understand. The hanging heart finally settled down. Because it went home with Yabai. I didn't expect the last one to come back peacefully. But at this time Captain Marvel and Nick Fury have different ideas. Captain Marvel's focus is to know the source of this mysterious power to be so quiet and calm. This is also one of the reasons that Captain Marvel admires. Because where is the source of this mysterious power like Captain Marvel? Although this is something in another parallel universe. But Captain Marvel is also a little hurt. This kind of power cannot be emitted by all strong people. That must be the power that can be emitted by all the strong in the multiverse. So Captain Marvel guessed it was a transcendent for the time being. Because Yabai has only been related to the Transcendence rule recently, so there is no one except Transcendence. At present, Captain Marvel can only think of this. Captain Marvel, what are you whispering? Isn't this a good thing? Why do you look sad? It seems that you have other things on your mind. Don't you have to talk to Captain Marvel at this time? Find Flowers 0. Because Nick Fury felt that he performed the longest act, the look on his face was a bit abnormal. He didn't know what Captain Marvel was thinking. But Nick Fury always feels that things are not that simple, and she wants to pay attention. And the Earth is very dangerous recently. Any other thoughts can determine the death of the Earth. Although he wants to make the Earth stronger. But without Captain Marvel, it wouldn't be strong. So Captain Marvel is a great helper for the Earth. That's why Nick Fury cares about Captain Marvel so much. This is for this reason. And Captain Marvel has also helped the Earth a lot. 0. This is the more unforgettable thing Nick Fury will remember. If something happens to Captain Marvel, then Nick Fury will do his best to help Captain Marvel. People are mutual. Only the two-way relationship will last long. Nothing. I still find that mysterious power a bit strange. Captain Marvel felt that although he told Nick Fury about that mysterious power, although Nick Fury can't see it, Captain Marvel still wants to tell Nick Fury what he thinks in his heart. Because this is also about things on Earth. As the director of SHIELD, Nick Fury is also responsible for knowing this matter, and he also has the right to know. Then there is no need for Captain Marvel to hide it from her, and Captain Marvel feels that this matter is also something that must be known about subsequent activities to protect the Earth. So Captain Marvel will tell Nick Fury, and there is nothing wrong. So you are still wondering about that mysterious power? But our satellites really can't detect it, so maybe you are worrying too much. You see, Yabai has no other expressions, he is still as usual, so I think it may be that there is a fantasy in your mind. It should be that you have encountered too many things recently and didn't have a good rest. So your mind is a bit stuck, you still have to pay attention to rest.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.